Chapter 951 Urge Marriage. Chapter 951 At the meeting, Liu Jian seemed to have made a splash. During the meal, everyone was sour in their hearts to catch Liu Jian's drink. Of course, Liu Jian is no longer a fledgling college student. He has been in various factories for several years, and there are no less dealings with 3 teachers. In addition, I am also quite happy, and naturally I am always willing to come. Liu Jian, why ye, come and have a drink with you too. Jiang Xiaobai patted Liu Jian and Jiang Wei on the shoulders and said, Director Xiaobai, we respect you. Director Xiaobai. After drinking a glass of wine, Jiang Xiaobai said, you two are also big this year. Have you fancy any girl? If you fancy, I will be a matchmaker for you and say Cole. This Yi and Liu Jian are really quite old. They both graduated from college before Jiang Xiaobai went to college. Of course, the two of them were flourishing that year. But 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and the two are not even married. Before, Jiang Xiaobai didn't know how many times he had urged him, but it didn't work. Jiang Xiaobai guessed that both of them should die in a hurry at home. Maybe they will be able to get to Huaking Holdings someday. Yes, Yi, Liu Jian, what's the situation with the two of you? It's not that way, right? Wang Zhao said with a smile, with an ambiguous expression on his face. Or I don't like women. I heard that there are many of them abroad. What are they called? Same-sex? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Wang Zhao's awkwardness and couldn't stand it anymore, and said, who did you hear? Liu Xiaomai. You two usually have a deep discussion? Jiang Xiaobai said. Wang Zhao was a little embarrassed. He laughed and concealed his embarrassment. Yes, Lao Jiang, Lao Liu, if you two don't get married again, it is estimated that my son will be your best man soon. Wang Meng also said with a smile. However, Liu Jian, Lao Jiang, you two really hurry up. You are already in your 30s. Don't be too picky if you don't work. Shi Sheng also spoke. Everyone persuaded. Liu Jian and Jiang Wei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In fact, it is because they are not willing to get married, or that they are homosexual or in love, as Wang Zhao said. It's just that when the two came to Jianhua village, it was when they just graduated from university. Others say that mediators are slender. It was when they were talking about marriage and marrying. The two of them nestled in Jianhua village. Jianhua village, a remote mountain village in Jin province. There are girls who can see them, especially Jiang Wei, who used to work in the ministries and commissions, actually talked about a subject before coming to Jianhua village. But after he came to Jianhua village, people were unwilling, and even if they didn't want you, there was nothing to say. After all, a college student who quits doing such a good job in Beijing has to go to a remote small mountain village that far away to work for some township enterprise. No one wants to change. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are no two girls who have looked at them in recent years. There are, but the two of them have high-sightedness. College students came out, and now they have made some achievements after so many years of hard work. If it comes to finding a wife, it's not as good as before. In other words, when I was in Jianhua village, the two girls in those villages were really unwilling. Even if I would rather just be so single than be particular. How can someone who is willing to be an ordinary person who can afford such a good job in Beijing and come out to do a career? So I've been single for so many years, and am going home and urged, almost breaking off the relationship. Old history. What you say, what is it? You can't pick it up. If two people are better than the other, you can't find it, and you still find what you want. Jiang Xiaobai immediately urged the two to find a target, but he did not agree with Shi Sheng's remarks and wronged his two subordinates, gritted his teeth and said, in this way, you will have to be recruited next year to be responsible. When you go to recruit, try to recruit something you can see, and then come back to cultivate relationships. Our Huaking Holding Company is getting stronger and stronger year by year. I don't believe that there is no good girl who can see you both. Is that appropriate? Brother Xiaobai, the age difference is too much. Liu Jian asked tentatively. What's wrong? Is age a problem? Don't think too narrowly, you kid. use age to define the word love. Jiang Xiaobai said solemnly, and then smiled and scolded, "Don't get cheap and sell well." That. Liu Jian hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, "Then I will take the subject back this year. I found a girl from the Dangdang City Design Institute. I met by chance. She graduated from college. I'm 25 years old this year, 10 years younger than me." I was still a little bit undecided, but the director Xiaobai said that, "I have no worries." Liu Jian looked like he was going to be generous. You are so special. How can you do it?" Jiang Wei turned his head and looked at Liu Jian with an incredible appearance. "I've been alone with this author for most of the day. My old classmate has long been dull and secretly found someone younger than me. It was special just now. What a reluctant look. It turned out to be waiting here." The others were also stunned, and there were 10,000 scumbags in their hearts. This Liu Jian is really good. He is 10 years younger. The old cow eats tender grass, and the typical old cow eats tender grass. Meng Sao, really Meng Sao. This is Jiang Xiaobai definition of Liu Jian. I still remember that when Liu Jian, this kid first came to Jianhua village, he was such a simple boy. I was deceived to Jianhua village by a description of a UFO by myself, and then after another flick, he stayed directly after graduating from university. He was the first college student of Huiqing Holding Company. Hardworking, down-to-earth. What a nice person. Now it's so special, so I've also lost my studies. I have found the object long ago and refused to say it. I took advantage of this opportunity, as if I was forcing him to eat tender grass. Old Liu, don't you want to force it? I just said that. If you really think that your age is not appropriate, then find a suitable one. Jiang Xiaobai patted Liu Jian on the shoulder and said earnestly. Liu Jian looked at him with a serious expression, and said, "Director Xiaobai, if it were not for you, I would also think that the age difference is very different. But what you said just now made me startled. I can't be too narrow-minded. If this way I will live up to your expectations," Liu Jian said, but was interrupted by Jiang Xiaobai. "Enough is enough. You don't pretend to be here, you just fancy other girls, use me as an excuse." But I made this excuse. Happy, come, everyone to a toast. Jiang Xiaobai is really happy for Liu Jian. As for everyone's joking, Liu Jian was a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter if he takes this opportunity to say it. Everyone raised their glasses, congratulations, and teased Liu Jian. End of this chapter. Chapter 952 got hit. Chapter 952. Lao Liu, he'll congratulate you and toast you 3 glasses. Jiang Wei said while holding the wine glass. Lao Jiang has a lot of drinks. If you can't, just have a drink. In fact, Liu Jian was also a lot of people pouring him. At first, because he was the leader in the meeting, everyone poured him wine either intentionally or unintentionally. After he came out and found someone 10 years younger than him, and everyone was just pouring in. That is to say, Liu Jian has been considered an alcohol test over the years. Otherwise, don't say stay awake. It should have been low by this time. Why do you look down on me? Jiang Wei's eyes stared. This bastard, even if he was in the limelight during the meeting just now, it is not entirely his credit. Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory has also been developed after many years and many people's efforts have made it today. But this is special. It is better to find someone 10 years younger than yourself. That is, you really rely on your own abilities. It doesn't matter if you are overwhelming yourself in business. But when it comes to looking for a wife, you can't even blow yourself up. Those who were struck by Liu Jian within a day had doubts about life, and unconsciously drank 2 more glasses, then 3 cups. Liu Jian made Jiang Wei so excited, of course he couldn't say anything else. You are special. What is really awesome, 10 years younger? Teach me. Jiang Wei held Liu Jian's neck, speaking uncomfortably. Envy, jealousy, there are all. I really didn't get drunk or return. When Jiang Xiaobai went back, it was Li Longqun who helped him go back. When was at the door, it was a good time to run into the neighbor Yang Ruiping. Brother Yang, there is a party at noon, and I am home. Jiang Xiaobai said vaguely. Brother Yi, Are you drinking more? Come and I will help you. Yang Ruiping looked at Jiang Xiaobai like this, with some emotion. It seems that it is not easy to be a self-employed business owner. He helped Li Longkun help Jiang Xiaobai go home before leaving. The next day was Xionian, and Jiang Xiaobai did not go to the company either. Actually, after yesterday's summary meeting, the headquarters of Huiking Holding Company had entered a holiday. Other factories were holding their own summary meetings, and Jiang Xiaobai ignored them. Today, Shi Sheng went to the company to stay for a while, and he had to give the headquarters company a holiday. Jiang Xiaobai was not going to go. After Mother Jiang left, the Jiang family's gatherings obviously increased. Both the eldest sister and the third sister bought houses in the old military camp. Now Jiang Lanlan sometimes doesn't eat at home, so his grandfather sometimes eats at the two aunts' house. Sometimes the two of the fathers are not home, but in winter it is better. Jiang Tishan is also worried about taking Jiang Lanlan out to catch a cold. Today is the new year. A large family of the Jiang family is going to gather for a while, and then when the new year comes, the three married daughters of the Jiang family will bring their children back to her in-law's house for the new year. Every year the son-in-law and daughter go home for the new year, and the in-laws do not agree. Brother, you are up. Jiang Xiaomai was sitting on the sofa watching TV. And she suddenly said when she saw Jiang Xiaobai coming down from the stairs. Jiang Xiaomai is also on vacation. Last summer, Jiang Xiaomai was admitted to the university in Beijing. School starts again in the second half of the sophomore semester. Jiang Xiaobai can still remember that when she was just born again, Jiang Xiaomai was still in a ponytail. She was just over 10 years old and was still in elementary school. Followed behind him all day long. The third brother screamed. I took 50 cents and was happy for a long time. In the blink of an eye, I went to university and became a big girl. Brother, Jiang Xiaomai frowned and cried out unhappy. What are you doing? You messed up my hair. Can you rub my head in the future? Jiang Xiaomai escaped from Jiang Xiaobai claws. These three brothers have always rubbed their heads and messed up their hair since they were young. I really thought I had combed my hair for a long time, so I would like to mess it up with you. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were really fast when you were a kid, Jiang Xiaobai said indifferently. This girl, after coming back from vacation, she didn't want to go back to live in the Jiang's small yard, so she just moved her things over. Now I live in the same room with Yin Xiaoyan upstairs. Fortunately, the house is big enough, that is, an extra bed. It is right for Yin Xiaoyan to take the college entrance examination this summer. Jiang Xiaomai can also help Yin Xiaoyan study. Of course, just can't help. The two girls living together also have a common topic. Jiang Xiaomai can also tell Yin Xiaoyan about college life. Before going to university, I still have a longing for university life. I'm all in college, Jiang Xiaomai muttered, and then said, Brother, I heard my sister-in-law say last night. Didn't everyone come to the party today? Well, all come here to get together. Jiang Xiaobai said, looked at the living room and asked, where are Lanlang and Xiaojun? Didn't you get up early? Dad is playing with the two children outside in the snow, Jiang Xiaomai said. Jiang Xiaobai turned his head and looked outside, only to realize that when he didn't know when, there was already a thick layer of snow outside. Okay, let them play, let's go shopping for groceries. Jiang Xiaobai didn't care. Just play in the snow. It's very happily watching their father and three having fun. I'm going to wear a thick dress. Jiang Xiaomai ran back to the room. After a while, the two of them went out wrapped in thick clothes. Just when he left the house, he saw a white thing flying over, and then Jiang Xiaobai felt a cold in his forehead. It was all snowflakes flying in front of her eyes, and she was shocked, but when she recovered, she realized that she was not far away. A little bit is standing not far away, wearing a hat to observe him, and he is still giggling. Who else could he be if he wasn't his own son Jiang Lanlan? Jiang Xiaobai squinted his eyes and didn't speak, and started to throw snowballs when he lowered his head. Jiang Lanlan took small steps backwards, turned around and wanted to run. It's just that Jiang is still old and spicy. Jiang Xiaobai moves quickly, pinches the snowball, 3 steps and 2 steps to catch up with Jiang Lanlong. Then a bunch of fluffy snowflakes exploded on Jiang Lanlong's head. Jiang Tishan was stunned, Yin Xiaojun was stunned, and Jiang Xiaomai was also stunned. They never thought that Jiang Xiaobai would retaliate against his son. How old is Jiang Lanlong? You and him come true. Smashed his forehead. As for, that's why I was able to watch Jiang Xiaobai smash the snowball onto Jiang Lanlong's head. Go, Xiaomai. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed the snow in her hands on Jiang Xiaomai, and then took a big step forward. The shocked people and Jiang Lanlong, who was fluttering with snow on his head, were left behind. Jiang Lanlong, who was stunned by the snow, didn't cry. The child was so happy to play, and he fluttered with the snow on his body, grabbed the snowball on the ground, and hit Jiang Xiaomai another snowball. You deserve it, Jiang Xiaomai murmured, and Xungtsai turned and left. End of this chapter. Chapter 953. I have grown taller. Chapter 953. The Jiang family gathered at Jiang Xiaobai's house this day. A family of more than 10 people, plus children. It is really lively. During the Chinese New Year, the 3 sisters will return to their parents' house for the new year. Let's stay at my house. Anyway, the house is spacious and has heating. When the time comes, I will drive you home after dinner together, Jiang Xiaobai said. In fact, he was afraid of returning to the Jiang's small courtyard to celebrate the new year. Jiang Tishan was unhappy again when he touched the scene again. Jiang Zijian and Jiang Zijun of course also understood what Jiang Xiaobai was thinking, and they nodded in response. As for Jiang Xiaomai, she lives here, so what can I say? After the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Xiaobai had nothing to do until the new year. Stay at home all day long with Jiang Lanlong and Yin Xiaojun, or go out for a stroll with Jiang Tishan, father and son with their 2 children. The rest is to buy some New Year goods for the family. Jiang Lanlong and Yin Xiaojun, the 2 children, like to go out to buy New Year goods. So many people are not happy. There are more stalls on the street. The stall owners are basically individual businessmen, shouting loudly and making gestures. The attitude of service is not known how many times more enthusiastic than the sales staff of the state-owned supply and marketing cooperative. So many people buy things at the market. But other people's state-run supply and marketing cooperatives and the like are also happy. Anyway, I work 8 hours a day and earn that money. However, despite the macroeconomic regulation and control, everyone still has to pass the new year. And the people don't care if your macroeconomic regulation and control are not. New Year's Eve, I will come out to buy New Year goods. On the 27th of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Xiaobai drove Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyin to see their grandparents. The old couple are getting older. In the second half of this year, Yin Xiaoyin's grandma almost spent time in the hospital. Jiang Xiaobai was smoking a cigarette at the door, looking back from time to time to see the old couple in the room entertaining Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun with surprises. Come on, let Grandma take a look. Xiaoyin is now more and more beautiful. Yin Xiaoyin's grandma now almost has to take a break before she can continue speaking. If it's not for the Chinese New Year and don't want to stay in the hospital, there is actually no need to be discharged. It's safer in the hospital. Xiaoyin, how are your academic performances? Grandma, my academic performance is very good, and I will prepare for the college entrance examination after the new year, Yin Xiaoyin replied, holding her grandma's hand cleverly, with red eyes. How is grandma's body? She is also a high school student. How can she be unclear in her heart, even though her grandmother keeps saying that she has no problems with her body? In fact, the problem is more than grandma. Yin Xiaoyin can see that his grandpa is not very healthy. From the time he and his brother entered the door, Grandpa has been coughing. Xiaojun, how about you? Grandma asked while watching her grandson. Grandma, I have grown taller. Yin Xiaojun raised his head and said. Grandma sees it out and asks how you study? Study is okay, Grandma is okay," Yin Xiaojun said with some guilty conscience. He also glanced at his sister, and then took a peek at Jiang Xiaobai, who was standing at the door smoking, for fear that the two would break him. Actually, his studies are not good, but he can't be said to be bad. His grades have not been good in the class. Actually, the two of them are quite old, and they can't tell. It is these two children who have no parents or mothers since childhood. It's all right now. Raised by Jiang Xiaobai, the two children are no longer the same black and thin as when they were at home and they were malnourished at first glance. Now the two children are both grown up, their faces are flushed and plump, as can be seen from the hair of the granddaughter. If you don't eat well or get malnourished, it's impossible to look like this. Of course, what makes them even more happy turns out that Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyin are introverted, and they usually keep their heads down. To put it plainly, is low self-esteem, but now the two children speak generously and walk with their heads high. This is what makes the old couple happy. Grandma, don't worry, we don't have to worry about our brothers and sisters. It's nice to worry about your health. The brothers and sisters took the two old men to talk, and Jiang Xiaobai was also there for a while. Then Jiang Xiaobai was pulled to the door by Yin Xiaoyin. "What's the matter with Xiaoyin?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "Uncle, my brother and I want to live here today. Can I accompany my grandparents?" Yin Xiaoyin looked at Jiang Xiaobai and spoke cautiously, making Jiang Xiaobai feel distressed. "Where is this?" "It's just staying with grandparents for one night." "Okay, why can't it live as long as you want, and not only today, but also in the future? Whenever you want to come back, just say, Uncle will send you back. Your grandparents are getting older, it is good to accompany them more." Jiang Xiaobai rubbed Yin Xiaoyin's head and said with a smile, "Thank you for the book. I will talk to my grandparents now." Yin Xiaoyin ran over. Soon there was laughter in the living room. Obviously, the grandchildren were able to stay here for one night, and the old couple were very happy. Jiang Xiaobai stayed for a while, then got up and left. Coming out from here, Jiang Xiaobai bought some paper money and incense, and came to his mother's grave, put a stick of incense and stayed at the head of his mother's grave for a while before Jiang Xiaobai drove home. "Where are Xiaoyin and Xiaojun?" Zhao Xinyi asked with some doubts as Jiang Xiaobai came back by herself. "They stayed with their grandparents for one night. The old couple are getting older and their bodies are not as good as each day," Jiang Xiaobai said. Zhao Xinyi also nodded and said, "It is true. Especially Xiaoyin is going to go to college this summer, and I don't know when I go. The older, the harder it will be in winter. Perhaps a cold may kill people." By the way, haven't the people in their hometown come to Longqing to see the two old people? Zhao Xinyi asked. Jiang Xiaobai sullenly shook his head and said, "No, some left after a while, and no one was left to wait." End of this chapter. Chapter 954 Treatment dropped. Chapter 954 People say, there is no filial son before the bed for a long time, and the old couple in the Yin family is like that. It is impossible to expect children to wait for a long time. Furthermore, from their treatment of Yin Xiaoyin's sister and brother, it can be seen that they are not filial sons at all. It must be impossible to expect them to serve Grandma Yin Xiaoyin. So Yin Xiaoyin's grandfather can only stay in the hospital, serving his wife, and there is no one to replace him. As for the two people wanting to count on Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi, it is impossible. It's not that Jiang Xiaobai has no compassion, but because he has compassion, he brought the two children home. "I only rented a house for the two elderly people, and then gave them medical treatment. But I want to count on Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi to serve them in front of and behind the bed. There is no reason. It is not my own parents, nor does he have any great favors to me. If you just need to do that with pity and compassion, there will be more poor people in the world than them, and that can be managed." "Okay, let's not talk about this." "Just right. Didn't you say that you were going to see your parents today? Let's go back and live for one day," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. "The parents," he said, "were Zhao Gang and Han Lin." "Well, I have packed everything, and when you come back, I also called my mom, and my mum is probably cooking at home at this time. Zhao Xinyi said with a smile. Go, son, go to your grandpa's house. Jiang Xiaobai pulled up Jiang Lanlan, who was playing on the sofa. Zhao Xinyi hurried over again and put a thick dress on Jiang Lanlan outside, which made Jiang Xiaobai hug. Zhao Xinyi carried things, and a family of 3 went out. Kai Zhenhua has gone home for the new year. Jiang Tishan has been living with her eldest sister Jiang Hongmai these days. Jiang Xiaomai has no idea where she went. I said when I left in the morning, I didn't come back for dinner at noon, and I had the keys to my house when I came back. A total of 3 people, sitting in Jiang Xiaobai's black Crown car, drove towards the Longan family community. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the door of the community unit. Although Zhao Xinyi has been married for so many years, Zhao Gang and his wife are just such a daughter, and Zhao Xinyi still has the key to the house. He opened the door directly with the key, but as soon as he entered the door, Han Lin heard movement in the kitchen, and employment came out of the kitchen. Xinyi, Xiaobai, you are here. Han Lin wiped her apron indiscriminately, and then took Jiang Lanlan from Jiang Xiaobai. Zhao Xinyi was afraid that her son would catch a cold, so she wore 2 thick, jet black eyes. It's not cute, it's almost adorable to Han Lin. Come, Lanlan, let grandma hug. Han Lin pulled away the scarf on Jiang Lanlan's face. Jiang Lanlan yelled to his grandmother with a milky voice. Oh, Han Lin answered, ignoring Zhao Xinyi and Jiang Xiaobai greetings, and returned to the living room with the little fellow Jiang Lanlan in his arms. Grandma, hot, Jiang Lanlan muttered. Han Lin took off the little guy's coat. Zhao Xinyi walked over and said, Mom, let me do it. No need. Han Lin waved her hand and said, You'll do it. You sit down and pour your own water. Zhao Xinyi and Jiang Xiaobai looked at each other. It turned out that when there was no Jiang Lanlan, when the 2 came back, they would definitely enjoy the superb treatment. But after having a little guy, the 2 of them can't enjoy this kind of treatment. As soon as they sat down for a while, Zhao Gang also came back. Longan belongs to large steel plants in the whole country, and the more busy it is at the end of the year, Zhao Gang has not been on holiday until now. And needless to say it is now, even in the New Year's Eve, Zhao Gang needs to go to the workshop and visit the workers. Girl, I'm back, Xiaobai. Zhao Gang simply greeted the 2 of them, and then, like Han Lin, focused on the little guy. Lanlan, I don't think Grandpa has it. Zhao Gang went over and held Jiang Lanlan in his arms. Han Lin was still a little dissatisfied, and snatched the little guy from her arms, gave her husband a look, and then got up and went to the kitchen to cook. Zhao Xinyi also got up and went to the kitchen with her mother to help with cooking. By the way, the mother and daughter talked and chatted. Grandpa, I want to see and play. Jiang Lanlan said. Go out to play. Grandpa went out on a business trip 2 days ago and bought toys for you, but we haven't had time to send them to you. Shall we go see the toys first? Zhao Gang asked with a smile. When Jiang Lanlan heard of toys, his eyes brightened. The little guy grabbed his grandfather Zhao Gang's pinky thumb and went to Zhao Gang's study. Then Jiang Lanlan's happy laugh sounded in the room. Jiang Xiaobai was bored sitting on the sofa alone, picked up the newspaper under the coffee table and looked at it casually. Basically, the newspapers are still macro control, and the policies of various localities have not changed. But one word appeared repeatedly in the newspaper, that is, the market is weak. This is a new term in China. After inflation is controlled hard, the continued downturn in consumption immediately becomes a new problem. It can be seen from the profitability and sales of working electrical appliances. There is no way to compare it compared to last year. Consumers have become more cautious when buying things. Bank deposits have soared, but all consumer goods and material markets have been in depression. Inventories in various industries are increasing and cannot be sold. I don't know how many companies are losing money. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the news in the newspaper and smiled. He had read related articles in his previous life, remembering that prices broke through the barriers, and that after rising prices, he would undergo macro control around 1990. But when the macro control will end, he can't remember clearly. He studied economics, but not history, and was able to remember everything clearly. But looking at the news in the newspapers, more and more companies began to lose money, and price increases were also under control. Then the country is likely to start to restart the market. This is a cycle, a necessary process for economic development. Jiang Lanlan was playing with toys in the living room. Zhao Gang returned to the sofa and sat down, panting, and said, "It's no longer possible, I'm getting older, and it's hard to play with my children for a while." Jiang Xiaobai poured a cup of tea for Zhao Gang. After Zhao Gang finished drinking, he slowly felt better, pointed to the newspaper on the coffee table and said, "You see, the country's economic situation is not very good now." Zhao Gang said that his face was deeply tired. His brows frowned involuntarily. "Dad, don't you have a good life at Longan?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. The triangle debt, the above helped to solve part of it, but there are still many more. "It will be difficult for anyone to live this year," Zhao Gang said with a sigh. End of this chapter. Chapter 955. Just a number. Chapter 955 is just a number. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Gang didn't talk a word. The meal was ready. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi went home to live for a while. Zhao Gang did not go to the factory in the afternoon. Is to play with his grandson Jiang Lanlan, and continue the conversation with Jiang Xiaobai at noon from time to time. "You Huiqing Holding Company don't expect life to be easy, right?" "Well, last year, Jia Beverage Factory, Huiqing Electrical Appliances factories have been affected, especially Huiqing Electrical Appliances, which relies on the home appliance industry. Almost made no losses," Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile, and then pushed the toy car in his hand to Jiang Lanlan's side. "Normal. How much did your profit last year? 20 million or 30 million? There is always 20 million, right?" Zhao Gang asked casually. Sometimes he also felt that there was no way to compare people. Although he is the factory director of Longan, Longan is a behemoth in terms of scale and volume compared with Huiqing Holdings. But in terms of life, it is really not as comfortable as Huiqing Holdings. People are small in size and they are still private enterprises. Basically, they are doing what they make money, and as long as they are optimistic about it, they can hold on for a period of time even if they lose money. But Longan can't do it. You can only earn money, but you can't lose money. And you can't lose money. The above will not allow you to lose money. More importantly, the business is too single. More than 100 million, Jiang Xiaobai said casually. "What?" After hearing Jiang Xiaobai words, Zhao Gang stood up immediately. Even the car Jiang Lanlan pushed over forgot to push him back, but grabbed it in his hand. "How much?" "You say it again." "A little over 100 million. Jiang Xiaobai said. This really false you are too." Zhao Gang was shocked and couldn't say a complete sentence. A year's profit reached more than 100 million. What a joke. Longan occupies a large area, has a number of workshops, has more than 100,000 employees. Such a large scale, such a large volume. How much profit is made in 1 year? Which is about 5 or 6 billion. Affected by economic macro control last year, last year's profit was more than 300 million. As for Huiqing Holding Company, there are only a few employees in total. Although Zhao Gang does not know the specific number, he wants to come to know more than 10,000. But this profit has reached a third of Longan Group's. What's a joke? How can it be possible? Grandpa, car. Jiang Lanlan frowned, looking at Zhao Gang with reluctance and shouting. Zhao Gang hurriedly responded, threw the car toy to his grandson, and took Jiang Xiaobai to sit on the sofa. "Really so many?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded affirmatively. For a long time, Zhao Gang sat down on the sofa and couldn't react. Jiang Lanlan also saw that his grandfather's condition was a bit wrong, and he went to the room to play with his toys. "Dad, what's the matter with you? Are you unhappy after son-in-law made money?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. "No." Zhao Gang shook his head, and said with some disappointment, It's just some. I don't understand it. Yes, now everyone can see. What contract? What separate government? Each time as a panacea, but each time is not as good as each time. A few years ago, Book cinching and Ma Shenglai in the Haiyan shirt proved not to work. Zhao Gang said, looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, Xiaobai, do you think there is really no way out for this state-owned enterprise? Who knows? Anyway, I think it is useless if it does not involve the key shareholding reform. It is a temporary solution rather than a permanent cure. Jiang Xiaobai said. Jiang Xiaobai has always insisted on this view. Zhao Gang knows too. So after Jiang Xiaobai came out of Darksing Glass Factory, he never rented a state-owned enterprise again. I have been insisting on doing my own thing. Oh, by the way, Xiaobai, your Huiqing holding company has a profit of hundreds of millions. Doesn't it mean that you are worth hundreds of millions? Zhao Gang's voice trembled when he asked, although the money he has dealt with in these years is tens of millions, hundreds of millions. But those are all Longgang's money. He gets a salary of several hundred yuan a month, and he hasn't exceeded 1,000 in the past 2 years. Although the welfare is usually better, but if you want to talk about your own family's money, you can't afford to go anywhere. We are a joint stock company. Although I say that I account for the majority of the money, it does not mean that I own the money. If all these years are counted, there will be almost this number. Jiang Xiaobai said. Zhao Gang took a breath. Although I asked this question in my heart, I had the answer in my heart, but I was shocked when Jiang Xiaobai confessed it himself. At this time, 10,000 households are still the envy of people. 100,000 yuan is definitely a big number. 1 million, 10 million, hundreds of millions. One person has so much money, he didn't even think about it. Many years ago, he felt that Jiang Xiaobai would be promising in the future, and one thing later proved his vision. Jiang Xiaobai is indeed prosperous, but he did not expect to be so prosperous now. 100 million. It means not doing anything in this life. Just how much money can be spent sitting at home is lavish, so it's impossible to spend it all. What's wrong? I'm so happy. Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. I'm so happy. I'm shocked. I feel incredible. Zhao Gang said honestly. In fact, more money is just a number. There is nothing shocking. Jiang Xiaobai said lightly. In the previous life, if someone said that, Jiang Xiaobai definitely felt that this guy was definitely pretending. But after 10 years of rebirth, it has gone through reforms and liberalization, and has developed step by step to the present, and has experienced more storms and waves. His feelings are also very deep. In fact, after the realization of financial freedom, the money earned is really a number. In other words, earning money is for the development of the company, but if you say that you spend money, you really can't spend much. End of this chapter. Chapter 956. Once said. Chapter 956. Money is just a number can only be said by people who meet this standard. Others listen to it, and they would think that this is a prescriptive sentence. Money is just a number. You go out and shout, and see if you beat you. Zhao Gang cast a glance at Jiang Xiaobai and said sourly, although this person is his son-in-law, he does not affect him in any way. Repaying the money is just a number, and it is really just going off when you make more money. Ha ha! Jiang Xiaobai did not refute. He smiled. Zhao Xini and Han Lin, mother and daughter, walked out of the room. What are you two talking about? We are so happy. Han Lin asked. Have a good chat. Chatting with this kid almost didn't choke me. Zhao Gang said angrily. Zhao Xini looked at Jiang Xiaobai suspiciously. What's the situation? What's wrong? Why are you unhappy with your dad? Never. The old man admired Jiang Xiaobai a lot from the beginning. The two usually talked in the study for a long time when they met, so how could the conversation be unpleasant today? What's wrong? What's the nerve? Han Lin gave her husband a glance and didn't care. Who is Jiang Xiaobai? How could she not understand after so many years? I guess I don't know what to say. It's exciting. What's the big deal for the family? With Jiang Lanlan, a family of 5 went out for a stroll, shopping for vegetables and returning to cook. While eating, Zhao Gang kept pouring in small white wine. Dad, I really can't drink anymore. Our family has drunk 2 bottles. Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly. The old man was upset. He also understood what was going on. Because of the state-owned enterprises, it is not painful in my heart. I already gave up my life to accompany the gentleman, but I really can't drink it anymore. Drink 1 bottle or 2 bottles. If you drink too much, it is just a number. Zhao Gang stabs Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly, and climbed directly on the table. He couldn't drink anymore. Really couldn't drink anymore. Zhao Xini and Zhao Gang helped Jiang Xiaobai enter the room to rest. After they came out, Zhao Xini was not happy. Dad, what are you doing with him? Why did you offend you? How did you offend me? Zhao Gang raised his eyebrows and said, this kid pretended to me and made so much money. He said that the money is just a number. Zhao Gang said sourly. Han Lin asked a little speechlessly, how much money do you earn? As far as it stimulates you like this, I'm such an adult, and I drink a child's wine, not like an elder. How much do you earn? 100 million. Quaking Holding Company made more than 100 million profit this year. Although it is not as good as Longan, the bulk of the money belongs to him. In other words, this kid is worth 100 million. Good fellow, really? 100 million. Han Lin exclaimed and looked at the girl. Girl, do you know this? I heard him say something, Zhao Xini said casually. But she doesn't care too much. Those who earn 100,000 yuan will be happy and happy. When they earn 1 million yuan, they will be shocked and afraid that they will feel uneasy. But when I earn 10 million, I don't feel anything when I earn 1 billion, at least at this time. Because it is impossible to spend so much money, whether it is 1 million, 10 million, or 100 million, has no effect on life. I said it. Han Lin also had the feeling of her own husband. It does seem a bit irritating. 100 million. One is money is just a number and the other is nonchalant. I said it that day. Are you big-hearted, or do you really have no idea about a billion? Dad, you are not happy because of this conversation in the afternoon. Zhao Xini looked at her father Zhao Gang and asked, you look so careful, making Zhao Gang blow his beard and stare. It is really the water thrown out by their married girl. Both of them look exactly the same. After dinner in the evening, Zhao Gang and Han Lin were still thinking about lying on the bed. It really feels so much. Lao Zhao, I remember when you were as old as the two of them, your monthly salary was less than 100 yuan, right? Well, Zhao Gang nodded and said, at that time, the salary of 100 yuan was not low, and other people also took a dozen or dozens of yuan. Xiaobai is really promising, earning so much money. Han Lin said with emotion. Yeah, this kid earns so much money and can still be as steadfast as before. If it weren't for such a question, I guess he's not going to say it. There are really not many such low and down-tooth. Look at the self-employed people outside, one by one, holding a big brother all day, for fear that others will not know that he is making money. Zhao Gang, don't worry about what he said. He is very happy that Jiang Xiaobai can earn so much money. The couple were talking night talk, while the other half Jiang Xiaobai fell asleep, and between Zhao Xini and Jiang Lanlan was Jiang Lanlan. Jiang Lanlan was not honest in his sleep. He adjusted his body without knowing when he kicked Jiang Xiaobai feet into Jiang Xiaobai face. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xini left with Jiang Lanlan. After returning to Jia, Jiang Xiaobai drove again to pick up the Yin Xiaojun sister and brother back. When I picked up the sisters and brothers of Yin Xiaojun, they were reluctant to give up. However, the two old people just kept telling their children to take good care of themselves in their lives, and they did not show much unwillingness. Is just hidden deeply in their hearts. They know that they are not capable of taking care of their two children. If the two children follow their old couple, they will only suffer. Is still cooling the overheated economy. This year's Spring Festival, compared with previous years, there are a few fewer people. The three elder sisters who got married have all brought their children back to their in-laws for the new year. The three Jiang family brothers, together with the Jiang Xiaomai family who went to college, celebrate the new year. Although there are fewer people, it is still lively. It's very noisy just for children running in the living room. Here, Yin Xiaojun's age is the oldest among children. A typical kid king takes two children from Jiang Zijian's family, one by Jiang Zijian and Jiang Lanlang, run around upstairs and downstairs in the house. Sometimes Jiang Xiaomai will be added, and my aunt will take it to play. Of course she is even happier. Yin Xiaoyan did not like to play with a group of children, so she sat on the sofa and watched TV obediently. Jiang Tishan beside also squinted at the TV, and had to chat with Yin Xiaoyan from time to time. Happy New Year. This year, Lao Zhao went to the Spring Festival Gala for the first time. A blind date sketch made him a blockbuster and thunderous applause at the scene. Also let all the viewers in front of the TV remember such a person. End of this chapter. Chapter 957. He is used to chapter 957. He is used to it. After the third day of the new year, the three sisters Jiang Hongmai came to Jiang Xiaobai's house to see the old man. Just when Jiang Xiaobai was still immersed in the atmosphere of the new year, an unexpected person called Jiang Xiaobai. "Hey, who is it?" "I, Xiaobai, you brother Mu." Mudka's Hong's voice rang again on the phone. "Brother Mu, Happy New Year." Jiang Xiaobai held his eldest brother and walked back and forth in the living room, picking up the signal, and said with a smile, "Happy New Year, Xiaobai. Where is your home?" "Dragon City." "What's the matter, brother Mu?" "I am so happy for the new year, and my brain is confused." Jiang Xiaobai joked with a smile. "I know that your home is in Dragon City." "Where do I mean to be in Dragon City?" "The old community in Ying's district, Longqing, is a new community." Jiang Xiaobai frowned and asked, "Brother Mu, what's the situation? Have you come to Longqing?" "Well, let's meet and talk about the specific situation." "When did you arrive? Why don't you tell me in advance? Where are you?" "I'll drive to pick you up," Jiang Xiaobai said with a daze. "Do not." Jiang Xiaobai heard a no word, and then the signal was cut off. Jiang Xiaobai hey twice again, but there was a beep sound. "Why is Mu Zongzong here now?" Jiang Xiaobai muttered inwardly after hanging up the phone. "Big sister, Big sister," Jiang Xiaobai shouted as he went downstairs. "What's wrong, Xiaobai?" "Eldest sister, brother-in-law, you go to sell some food, and a friend will come over soon," Jiang Xiaobai confessed. "By the way, drive, the car key is on the table." "Okay." Li Donghai nodded, got up and went out to sell vegetables with his wife. As for Jiang Xiaobai's friend, he didn't ask. But from Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, it can be seen that he should be a business friend. Normal friends come over, that should be happy. But Jiang Xiaobai looked thoughtful. Obviously he should be a business friend. After staying in the house for a while, Jiang Xiaobai got up and put on a down jacket and went out. "Just now Mudka's Hong called me to come over, but even if Mudka's Hong found the old barracks community, it was useless. The old barracks community is closed management. People who are not in the community are generally not allowed to enter." So Jiang Xiaobai was going to pick it up at the door. However, as soon as Jiang Xiaobai arrived at the gate of the community, a taxi stopped at the gate of the community. Mudka's Hong took a young man out of the taxi. "Noob, brother Mu." The two shook hands. "This is my little brother named Feng Lun. This is Jiang Xiaobai. You can call brother Xiaobai." Mudka's Hong gave a casual introduction. Jiang Xiaobai was shocked when he heard it, one of Feng Lun's later generations, but at this time it was Lao Mao's subordinate. "Xiao Feng." "Brother Xiaobai." Jiang Xiaobai is not without knowledge after being reborn for so many years. Although he is a big boss in later generations, he is just a big boss in later generations, and he is not a man of the age in this era. The real man in this era is not talking about how much money he makes, but how much he has done, like Buk Senxing, Ma Shenglai, Mu Zongzong and so on, although they finally failed because of one thing or another. However, it has set off a big situation in the past, affecting the entire industry, or many domestic enterprises. Little Bai, let's go into the house and talk. "Okay, for the Chinese New Year, you ran over suddenly without saying hello in advance. I can pick you up so that we can have a good drink at noon," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. "Okay." Mudka's Hong nodded, his heart that was a little restless, suddenly calmed down. "My own little brother, not bad in ability, and unique in vision, just a little loke. This is not good. What to do, what to say, don't be afraid of being known by others. Feng Lun followed them step by step. After entering the house, there was another noisy introduction. Li Donghai and Jiang Hongmai also returned from shopping. Xiao Bei, I came here this time for a peace talk. Mu Zongxing looked at the bottles of Mao Tai on the table and said, don't worry, come here for the Chinese New Year. First have a good meal, and send you to the hotel when you are done. If we have something to do, we will talk to the company tomorrow daytime. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Noob. Mukaz Hong wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by Jiang Xiaokai. Brother Mu, even if things are anxious, they will be able to tolerate people for a year, and nothing else will be done in a short time. Don't worry, brother, what do you think? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. Calculate the time. If I remember correctly, it should be almost time for Mukaz Hong to become a god. The New Year's enthusiasm rushed over, and it would definitely not be the original millions of small gangsters. But this matter, Jiang Xiaobai has to think again, whether to participate in it. It takes time to think about it. Mukaz Hong was taken aback, then laughed and said, yes, it's my brother who took the picture. I will eat and drink at noon today, and reminisce about the past. Come on, brother Mu, I toast you a cup. Jiang Xiaobai has the home court advantage after all, and there are Li Donghai, Zhang Shujun and others. At the end of the drink, Jiang Xiaobai was able to barely stand, and Mukaz Hong and Feng Lun were already lying on the table. Reluctantly helped the two of them into the car and sent them to Jinling Hotel to stay. Jiang Xiaobai went home now. On the way back, Jiang Xiaobai rolled down the car window, and the cold wind from outside the car blew in. Jiang Xiaobai felt a lot more comfortable, and his head was also empty. Brother Mu, was it the one who asked you to sell clocks and watches in Shanxing when you were going to school in Beijing? Zhao Xini asked while driving. Well, do you remember? Later, he was caught reselling the clock and was released only a few years ago. Jiang Xiaobai said. Get caught? Zhao Xini asked in surprise. Well, I went in and stayed for a few years, but I guess he is used to it. Before that, he was caught and detained for many years. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Godman, dare to come out to do business like this? It is not easy to be frightened. Li Donghai sitting in the back row answered. Yes, not ordinary people. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement with Li Donghai's words. Then what did he come over this time? Li Donghai asked again. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, I don't know. There should be some big business. I haven't talked about the specific situation. I was caught by surprise when I suddenly came over. Jiang Xiaobai didn't mention it anymore. After returning home, he fell asleep in bed. Wait until dark, but instead of going to the living room, he made a cup of tea and went to the study. Be prepared to consider the pros and cons of this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 958 Weigh the pros and cons. Chapter 958 Weighing the pros and cons. Mukaz Hong. Many people in later generations did not know that the market is unpredictable. People are familiar with Shuangma, Wang Jianling, and Liu Qiangdong, may be able to name 3 or 4 people casually, and the wealth they possess makes people feel unattainable. But in the history of reform and liberalization, the most important thing in the market is Muzong. Later, Feng Xiaogang had a movie called Party A and Party B, in which Chu had a line, blast the Himalayas together, it will be more than 50 meters, the roof of the world is still left, leading the warm Indian Ocean wind to our beautiful Qinghai Tibet Plateau. How many land of fish and rice will be transformed in the future? This brain-opening idea came up with Mu Zongzong. Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to practice. Later people familiar with Vanton Fenglun, Vang Xuangshe, Banshi, Wang Gongquan, the former richest man in Hubei province Lanshili and others all followed Lao Muzi. At the time, Lao Muzi saw them as talents and wanted to protect these talents for the country, so he took them to his hands. It was indeed proved later that this group of people are indeed talents, and then everyone has achieved extraordinary results. Mukaz Hong's most famous incident was the canned food exchange plane incident in 1992. From the beginning of this incident, Lao Muzi ascended to the altar, when this private enterprise was still making a fuss. Lao Muzi used the method of almost empty glove white wolves to get 4 Soviet Tu-154s of the fighting people in the north into the country, and then sold them to Sichuan Airlines. Since then, everyone in the outside world believes that Lao Muzi is omnipotent, and Lao Muzi himself believes that he is omnipotent. But these things, Jiang Xiaobai was seen by later generations from books and on the internet. Jiang Xiaobai is not clear about the specifics, but the two have not known each other for a day or two. Jiang Xiaobai also has a standard of judgment. Although Marquis Hong has been tossing down over the past few years, it is true that he loses more than profit, but he has a big pattern in his mind. It was circulated online in later generations that he met a Hainanese on the train from Wangxian to Beijing, and the two were chatting. From the latter's mouth, Mu Zongkai learned that the former Soviet Union, which was facing disintegration, was preparing to sell a batch of Tu-154 aircraft. But no buyer was found. So, he made it. But this kind of thing, from Jiang Xiaobai point of view, is like the story of S. Newton and Apple. It succeeded later, and people added a little story to the matter. As for the specific situation, only the person concerned knows best. But what about the specific rumors? But the time should be right. After all, when this matter was more than 10 years away from later generations, the parties were still there. If the time hasn't gone wrong, Jiang Xiaobai felt that this time Marquis Hong had hurried over for this reason. But the crux of the matter is this matter, whether Huiqing Holding Company and itself should participate in it. If you participate, in terms of profitability, later generations will earn more than 160 million, and the two will even be evenly divided by 100 million. Not to mention the accompanying reputation or the like. Why Mu Zongzong has so many future generations of bigwigs is because of his great reputation. Huiqing Holding Company wants to develop. It does not have talents. It is impossible to rely on its own support. If it can attract a few future generations to join it, it will not be comparable to more than 160 million, and it is not money that can be measured. Of course, this is a positive aspect. The other drawback is that if he continues to follow the historical development in the future, Marquis Hong will still be imprisoned without accident. I'm not sure that I and Huiqing Holdings will be involved, and the reputation is so big that I pay more attention to it. Of course, more attention is not necessarily a bad thing. Jiang Xiaobai was in the study alone, carefully weighing the pros and cons. Zhao Xinia's voice came from outside the door. Xiaobai, you are up, the meal is ready, let's eat first. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai responded and shook his head. Forget it, don't think about it, and wait until I see Marquis Hong tomorrow to confirm that this is the matter. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai drove to Huiqing Building by himself. It's the first month of the year, and the mall is still very lively. But once I entered Huiqing Holdings, I felt deserted. Basically all the headquarters of Huiqing Holding Company are closed. There are only 2 people from the security department on duty. Director Xiaobai, why are you here? Something. Happy New Year. Didn't go home this year. Did you call home? Jiang Xiaobai greeted and asked with a smile. After the call, all the money is mailed back. The family is very happy. Let's work hard. Well, that's fine. After the Chinese New Year, please take a vacation and go home and have a look. Jiang Xiaobai chatted with the two. Then I went to my office. Then called the front desk of the Jinling Hotel branch. Hello, this is Jinling Hotel Longqing branch. I am Jiang Xiaobai from Huiqing Holding Company. Dong Jiang, hello. When the front desk heard Jiang Xiaobai, he became more respectful. This Jiang Dong refers to the director of their Jinling Hotel. After all, Jiang Xiaobai also holds 2% of the shares of Jinling Hotel and is also a shareholder of Jinling Hotel. Well, did the 2 guests I sent last night get up? Dong Jiang, I'm sorry, it wasn't me in last night's shift. I only went to work this morning. In this way, I will ask you about yesterday's shift, and then I will call you back later. Can you please? Well, if you see them get up, Just let them come to Huiking Holdings Company. I will wait for them at the company. Jiang Xiaobai hung up the phone. Then I cleaned up the office a bit, made tea, and waited for Marquis Hong to come over. Just after Jiang Xiaobai finished hanging up the phone, the front desk soon found out the room Jiang Xiaobai had sent to the guest. Then I saw Marquis Hong and Feng Lun coming out. Hello, whether breakfast is served in the restaurant or delivered to the room. In addition, Jiang Dong just called to inform him that if the two guests get up, they will go to the Upper Huiking Holding Company. Jiang Dong is waiting. The waiter smiled and said politely, Jiang Dong. Yes, it is our director, Jiang Xiaobai, the chairman of Huiking Holding Company. Your director? Marquis Hong was taken aback. Yes, sir. Jiang Dong is a shareholder of our Jinling Hotel and also holds the position of director. Let's go to the restaurant to eat. Marquis Hong nodded, and was led to the restaurant by the waiter. This Jiang Xiaobai really did a lot of big things silently, and even this Jinling Hotel has become a shareholder. Jinling Hotel is the tallest building in Jiangsu province, a 5-star hotel. It is unexpected that Jiang Xiaobai has a stake. Although I don't know what the shares are, even 1% is 1% of Jinling Hotel. End of this chapter. Chapter 959 World Economic Forum. Chapter 959 World Economic Forum. It's not that the two of them have never been to high-class places for dinner, and they don't know how many restaurants in Sichuan province, collective, private, self-employed. But I have never been to such an advanced place as Jinling Hotel. Jinling Hotel is one of the top restaurants in Jiangsu province, and even in the whole country. Now Marquis Hong hasn't stepped into the altar, and really has never been to such a place. The Jinling Hotel branch opened by Huiking Building has the same decoration style as the Jinling Hotel in Jinling, except that the scale is somewhat reduced. It's just that the scale has been reduced a bit, and it is also relative to the tallest building in Jiangsu province, that is the Jinling Hotel, but not others. So looking at the magnificent restaurant, the two of them were really taken aback. This kind of hotel is worthy of being the top in the country. Mu Zongkai sighed with emotion. In the future, we can also build the tallest building in the province in various provincial capitals in China, and then build a hotel. Feng Lun on the side nodded and said. But Mu Zongxing shook his head and said, what is the significance of opening a chain hotel? It is not very meaningful to us in South Germany. Oh, Feng Lun knew that his boss really had the world in mind, but he didn't have money in his hands. How could you have the world in your heart? Don't you have money for what you want? After breakfast, the two cleaned up. The front desk took them to the elevator entrance and helped them to press the elevator. He watched the two enter the elevator, and then left. This service attitude is really nothing to say, Feng Lun muttered. Marquis Hong also nodded. As far as the service attitude and quality of the waiters are concerned, there is really nothing to say, and they can't find the slightest fault. Wait to the door of Huiking Holding Company. Two security personnel were patrolling. The two are looking for Jiang Dong, right? Here please, Jiang Dong said. I will take the two over. Okay. Trouble. This little brother, Marquis Hong said. Boom boom boom, coming. Jiang Dong, your guest has arrived. Please come in soon. Just as Jiang Xiaobai cleaned up the house and made tea, people arrived. Xiaobai, you are very generous, Marquis Hong said with a smile, looking at the environment in the office. Sit down and have some tea. Jiang Xiaobai greeted the two of them to sit down. Xiao Feng, come, have tea. Thank you. Brother Xiaobai, Feng Lun Dao. Brother Mu, what is going on here this time? Jiang Xiaobai asked directly. That's it. I have been doing trade in Beijing, and other places for the past 2 years. Last year, Davos, Switzerland invited me to participate in the World Economic Forum. Marquis Hong said. Jiang Xiaobai also sighed. It is indeed that Marquis Hong has been doing trade again in the past 2 years. From selling steel to wholesale wool, sugar, and hot water bottles. Anyway, there is no one he won't do. As for how much money he earns, there is no way to talk about it. Marquis Hong has always liked to be unconstrained. And this economic forum he was talking about, Jiang Xiaobai, is also like a thunderess. Davos World Economic Forum, once a year, because it is held in Davos. It is also called Davos Economic Forum. Later Jiang Xiaobai remembers that there was a Davos Forum with nearly 110 countries and more than 2,500 participants, including more than 1,900 business leaders, 340 national dignitaries, 230 media representatives and 40 cultural representatives. In addition, there are representatives of social entrepreneurs, technology circles, civil society, trade unions, and religious groups. Said that he likes to be pushy, or that he is looking for business opportunities. At the very least, being invited represents a certain ability in itself. Jiang Xiaobai was not invited, and he was not qualified. Of course, this is the first time a Chinese entrepreneur has participated in the World Economic Forum. No, brother Mu, now it's so popular abroad. That's the World Economic Forum, big guys from all walks of life. Jiang Xiaobai praised it with a thumbs up. Really, if you change other entrepreneurs, it is estimated that this matter will be enough for a lifetime, but this is just an experience in his life. There is a bigger stage waiting for him. Marquis Hong smiled bitterly and said, "Don't mention it. After I went there, I found out where prices are so expensive. I am not afraid of your jokes. I dare not eat the food in the restaurant. I went to the streets and alleys every day to find the cheapest pies to eat. The meeting took half a month, and I stayed for 4 days. I really couldn't stay. When I was about to come back, I found out that I was responsible for all these consumptions by the forum, which made a big joke." Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaobai also laughed. If Marquis Hong didn't talk about it, most people really don't know. But think about it. The wealth of the rich in Davos can crush the total wealth of at least a third of the people on the planet. It's strange that the prices are not expensive. But this time I also have a long experience. The people in various countries. Marquis Hong continued to talk about his experience during the conference. While Jiang Xiaobai listened patiently, Marquis Hong's voice changed, and he said, after returning, "At the end of last year, I met a boss in Beijing by train yesterday. When we were chatting, he said that the fighting nation in the north had a batch of Tu-154 planes ready for sale, but he had not found it yet." Buyer. Jiang Xiaobai was a little startled. It turns out that the crazy history of later generations is really not wrong. This product is really obtained from a population I know on the train. Knew such a big news. There is really no inside story, just like the online upload I met on the train. Jiang Xiaobai guessed that the person who told Marquis Hong this news might not know where he heard the news, and then he bragged with Marquis Hong. As a result, Marquis Hong took it to heart, and then he was able to do it, or else some people are really not ordinary people. But what do you mean by the World Economic Forum? Does it have anything to do with this matter? Still bragging to me. What does the change of planes have to do with the Economic Forum? Is it raising your value? Jiang Xiaobai expression moved, and he thought of it in his heart, and then continued to listen to Marquis Hong. After I learned about this, I went to inquire about it. This is really true. There has been some turbulence over the recently, so the sale of airplanes is true. You know, my brother, I have been doing foreign trade in recent years. If we can bring these aircraft back to China, then I don't know how much profit there will be. Marquis Hong said, his voice a little high, a little excited. End of this chapter. Chapter 960 done. Chapter 960. So, Brother Mu, you mean we will get these planes back? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Well, let's get it back. How to get it back? Do you have foreign trade rights in South Germany? Whom will you sell to after getting it back? Will such a big deal go wrong? Jiang Xiaobai asked a series of questions. I asked, Sichuan Airlines is short of planes, that is, we do not have air rights. If we have air rights, we will set up an airline directly by ourselves. It will be convenient where we go in the future. Marquis Hong said, as for foreign trade rights, this is indeed a problem, but it's not a big problem. If someone is willing to take it, I think it's not a problem with Sichuan Airlines. Are you already online with Sichuan Airlines? Jiang Xiaobai asked. It doesn't count. I just went there, and the trustee inquired about it. They do have the intention to buy the plane, but the specifics have not been discussed in detail. Mrs. Hong said. Well, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, as in his previous life, he still looked for Sichuan Airlines. Okay, what are your plans for Brother Mu? Let's go to Sichuan province first, ask the relevant person in charge, and then go to the polar bear side. After the talks are over, our South Germany and your Huiking Holding Company will discuss specific cooperation and capital contributions. Muzong said. Xiaobai, if things are really done this time, I think how big the interest will be. Mrs. Hong is trying to persuade Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while, but he was actually going to think about it again. But what Mrs. Hong said about the Davos Economic Forum really moved him. Is a local development, but you also have to do things with a high profile. This kind of fame and fortune is a matter of taking risks. When you take risks, it's done. Okay, so, I'll let someone arrange it, and we will go there tomorrow. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Good, good. Mrs. Hong was also very excited when he heard Jiang Xiaobai agree to it. Before, he had asked Jiang Xiaobai to cooperate in many businesses, but Jiang Xiaobai always refused. Preparing to do such a big business this time, if the capital is not high, it would be difficult to do it with just one mouth. Pull up. Jiang Xiaobai, Huiking Holdings has developed quite well in recent years. Otherwise, just such a building is a symbol of strength. Many things would be easy to handle, but he did not expect to be able to convince Jiang Xiaobai, or that it would take a lot of effort to convince Jiang Xiaobai. But I didn't expect that. After just persuading him, Jiang Xiaobai agreed. You must know that when it came time, many businesses sounded more reliable than this. Jiang Xiaobai did not agree. Since he was leaving tomorrow, Jiang Xiaobai didn't leave Mrs. Hong too much, so that they wanted to go out and turn Liu out by himself. Jiang Xiaobai arranges company affairs at the office level. Go to Sichuan province? What are you doing in Sichuan province during the Chinese New Year? When Shi Sheng received a call from Jiang Xiaobai, he was full of doubts. There is something, specifically, I will talk about it when I come back from Sichuan province. You can come back to the company in the next few days. Zhang Wei has also returned to the capital for the Chinese New Year. The company doesn't have a word that counts. Jiang Xiaobai ordered. Okay, Shi Sheng agreed. Longquan, does your security department have a local security guard? Ask 2 people to come over to take care of the current duty. I'm going to Sichuan province tomorrow. Are 2 people enough? Manage Xiaobai. How about you stay a few more? It's okay, 2 are enough. Okay, I will arrange Liu now. Xiaojin, now go to book 6 train tickets to Sichuan province, and we will leave tomorrow. Zhao Xiaojin, who hung up the phone, mumbled, why are you going to Sichuan province all of a sudden? The only company in Sichuan province that has something to do with the company is Hope Feed. Could it be that there is something wrong with Hope Feed? What's the matter with Xiaojin? What's the matter with the unit? Mother Zhao asked when she saw her daughter coming back. The girl, Zhao Xiaojin, also graduated from a college. After graduation, she originally wanted to enter the system or other institutions. She didn't expect her girl to go anywhere, but went to Huiking Holdings. At the beginning, there was some unwillingness in my heart, although Huiking Holdings has indeed been doing well in Jin province in the past 2 years. But I didn't expect that the salary of Huiking Holding Company is so high, and the benefits are simply unbelievable for some units. Moreover, in the past 2 years, the atmosphere of going to the sea to do business has become more and more serious. Many people have been left without pay when working within the system. In this way, the girl's choice is quite wise. Well, there is something in the unit. I will go out to buy a ticket now, and I will go to Sichuan province tomorrow. Zhao Xiaojin nodded and said, I don't know what's wrong. Those who are celebrating the New Year are going to Sichuan province. Suddenly, the little secretary still complained in her heart, and muttered. But as soon as this was finished, Mother Zhao was unhappy, and she said, the leader asks you to go and hurry up. If you ask you to go on a business trip, you are valued. With such a high salary, there is nothing unhappy about me. When you first went to work with your dad, I only get a salary of more than 10 yuan a month, But that's it. There is no day or night work. You are now getting 600 yuan a month's salary. And at the end of the year, I will give you a 5,000 yuan red envelope. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai is good for his little secretary. The salary of 600 yuan a month is because this is a company account. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you open 1 or 2,000 yuan a month. Yeah. 5,000 yuan. Our family can save 500 yuan all year round. It's considered good. You know that red envelopes have been on top of us for 10 years. If you didn't say that your leader Jiang Xiaobai got married, we still have to. I thought this Jiang Xiaobai was interesting to you. Zhao Xiaojin's father also spoke. Mother Zhao shook her head and said, well, I just fell in love with Xiaojin. Can I give so much money for the bride price? Okay, what are you talking nonsense? I went out to buy a ticket. Zhao Xiaojin couldn't listen anymore, put on a piece of clothing, turned and ran out of the house, and drove a car towards the train station. Yes, that is, Jiang Dong is married, otherwise it is not impossible to be with himself, although he is not too handsome, but he has a masculine charm. Although it is not yet spring, the young secretary Zhao Xiaojin is already a little thinking about spring. I just don't know if Jiang Dong can look at him. He should be fine. Although he is not so pretty, he is very cute. Being ridiculed by his parents, the little secretary was also taken crooked, shook his head. Oops, what do you think? Jiang Dong is married. End of this chapter. Chapter 961. Chapter 961 Plain Happiness. After finishing the arrangements for tomorrow's departure, Jiang Xiaobai drove home. Xinyi, tomorrow I will be on a business trip and go to Sichuan province. Jiang Xiaobai said when he got home, taking off his coat. Zhao Xinyi asked in a daze, why are you going to Sichuan province all of a sudden? Can't you wait a few days for the Chinese New Year? Is there something wrong with Lao Mu? Well, Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, this time he came here to discuss business. There are a group of polar bears. Jiang Xiaobai had nothing to hide, and directly talked to Zhao Xinyi about Mukis Hong's plan to resell the plane. Zhao Xinyi, who was sitting on the sofa opposite Jiang Xiaobai, listened, slowly widening her eyes, her face full of shock. To resell foreign aircraft and then sell them to airlines. This sounds like a fantasy. How can this be possible? Normal people wouldn't do such a thing, right? Shouldn't this kind of people be big projects that can only be made by the state? Xiaobai, do you think this can be done? Zhao Xinyi asked suspiciously. I don't know. Try it. If it succeeds, the profit here will be huge. Jiang Xiaobai said. But Zhao Xinyi shook her head and stopped talking. It suddenly occurred to me that Jiang Xiaobai was able to go to this day, and others looked like a fantasy. Well, then you can rest assured, don't worry about family affairs. Thank you, Xinyi. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said affectionately, holding Zhao Xinyi in his arms. For so many years, no matter what he does, Zhao Xinyi has been unconditional support, silently helping him take care of his family, so that he can work outside without distraction. What are you doing? There is someone in the family. Zhao Xinyi's face was slightly red, and she pushed Jiang Xiaobai away. Ha ha. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and took Zhao Xinyi's hand. Zhao Xinyi struggled twice and did not struggle away, so she let Jiang Xiaobai hold it. However, her gaze kept looking in the direction of the stairs from time to time, for fear that Jiang Xiaobai or a few children would come down from the stairs. In the beginning, you should make canned food, you just want to make money, and then live, and then you set up a canning factory, just want to lead the people in the village to get rich. There is a saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In fact, it makes sense to think about it. You said that the current scale of Huiking Holdings is okay. If this continues, we will definitely have no worries about eating and drinking for the rest of our lives. But I just want people to be alive, with a bit of pursuit. Don't you think? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Zhao Xinyi and asked. Zhao Xinyi nodded. She knows her own man, not to mention the world, but she also has big ambitions and will not be willing to be ordinary. In fact, what I am doing now is quite extraordinary, but it may seem ordinary to my own man. So, I think if things are done this time, then Huiking Holdings will take another step. Jiang Xiaobai continued, but there is nothing to lose if you fail to do it. It's just a delay. If you go to Sichuan province smoothly, you may go to the polar bear side in the next step. Jiang Xiaobai talked to Zhao Xini about his general plan. To sum it up, if all goes well, there may be very little time at home this year. Go and go. I'm used to it a long time ago, but you have to come back for Yin Xiaoyan during the college entrance examination. And it's about to reach his 70th birthday at that time. During the Chinese New Year, everyone will discuss it with him. Zhao Xini also has plans this year. Okay, I must be at home then, Jiang Xiaobai agreed. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai got up early to wash, and Zhao Xini also got up to help him pack his luggage. Yin Xiaoyan's sisters and brothers have not got up yet, so if they can get up late in the first month, they will sleep more. Okay, I have packed your luggage for you. I will go to cook. You have finished washing, check it, and see if there is anything left. Zhao Xini called to Jiang Xiaobai, and then went to the kitchen. After washing, Jiang Xiaobai opened the suitcase and took a look. In fact, he couldn't understand it either. When he was on a business trip, he just stuffed 2 pieces of clothes. When he went out, he didn't have enough to change the clothes, so he would buy them again. If you don't have time to go out and buy, then just take a look, and the elders don't pay attention to this. But after getting married, it is different. Every time she travels with Zhao Xini will tidy up for him. What kind of seasonal clothes should be worn when traveling on business, and how many pairs of socks, razors, etc., should be taken for a few days on a business trip. It really doesn't matter how big or small it is. Actually, Zhao Xini didn't know how to do it at first. I don't understand. Since childhood, she saw her mother Han Lin packing his father's luggage every time he was on a business trip, but she didn't know what to pack. At the beginning, when Jiang Xiaobai went to the south and it was still cold in Jin province, she brought heavy clothes to Jiang Xiaobai. But when she came back, she found that Jiang Xiaobai didn't wear the clothes she took out. After asking, she knew what was going on. Slowly a long time, more times, she will understand. It will be. Looking at the suitcase, neatly stacked clothes and daily necessities, Jiang Xiaobai didn't look at it and closed the suitcase directly. If you look at the mess, this box may not close. And the daughter-in-law didn't notice any problems, so she couldn't see it, unless it was something special to bring. Close the suitcase carefully. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Zhao Xini busy in the kitchen in the living room, full of life, and there was a sense of indescribable happiness in his heart. In fact, there is no vigorous love between the two. The most thrilling encounter should be when someone was robbed by a train. Others have come so plainly for so many years, and there are no worries about firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea, but the ordinary can't be more ordinary. It's very ordinary, but I can feel the happiness of life from time to time in the ordinary. Warm and happy. Sometimes it's not about how much money you earn. Too much money has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, it's about having a car and a house, earning enough salary every month, and having a happy home. It is the happiest thing. Quickly, breakfast is ready. Come and eat quickly. Zhao Xini greeted, and the two sat down at the table. Why don't you eat? You eat first. I'll wait for the children to get up and eat with them. Zhao Xini said, tilting her head and watching Jiang Xiaobai eating, with a smile on her face. Cooking a breakfast for the person you like before leaving home, and then being able to watch him eat deliciously, this is also a very happy thing for Zhao Xini. End of this chapter. Chapter 962. Bind. Chapter 962. After breakfast, Jiang Xiaobai pulled the suitcase and lowered his head slightly. Zhao Xini gently wrapped the scarf around Jiang Xiaobai's neck. Jiang Xiaobai stretched out his hand, hugged Zhao Xini into his arms, and then slowly lowered his head. Zhao Xini knew what Jiang Xiaobai was going to do, but at this time the children were sleeping, and Jiang Xiaobai was going to travel again, so she was also a little bit reluctant. Close his eyes slightly, then raise his head to cooperate. After a kiss, Zhao Xinyi heard Jiang Lanlang's voice behind her before she opened her eyes. Barber, Zhao Xinyi flushed and pushed Jiang Xiaobai away, giving Jiang Xiaobai a hard look. Jiang Xiaobai was a little dazed. He looked up and found that Jiang Lanlang was standing at the door of the room, rubbing his eyes and looking at himself. Mom, baby, why did you get up so early? Zhao Xinyi went over and picked up Jiang Lanlang. Are you awake? Well, what is Baba going to do? Jiang Lanlang nodded and said, Jiang Lanlang will be 3 years old in a month or two, and he speaks clearly. Dad is on a business trip and will be back soon. Shall we send one to Dad? What's a business trip? It takes several days to come back from a business trip. Then I don't want Baba to go. No, Baba. Jiang Lanlang didn't know if he was getting up or what was going on, so he cried when he said he was crying. This little thing, I don't usually see you and can't bear me. What happened today? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head dubiously, and then took Jiang Lanlang from Zhao Xinyi's arms and coaxed him for a long time. Then he promised that Jiang Lanlang would return soon. Jiang Lanlang could not tell how fast it was soon at this time. I just think that the word very soon is much faster than I can come back in a few days. Uncle. Yin Xiaojun also came out of the room. Uncle, are you going out? Yin Xiaojun looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, Xiaojun, why are you getting up too? I heard my brother's cry, and when I opened my eyes and saw that my brother was no longer in bed, I went out to look for my brother. Yin Xiaojun replied in a daze. While speaking, Yin Xiaoyan and Jiang Xiaomai also got up, and they were all very sensitive to Jiang Lanlang's crying. I was going to sneak away. Don't disturb the children at home, let them sleep well, but they all got up unexpectedly. The family sent Jiang Xiaobai out, and Jiang Xiaobai threw the suitcase in the trunk. Then waved his hand, started the car and left. Jiang Lanlang waved his hands vigorously, grinning with gratitude and grieving gratitude. Dad, you come back soon? Jiang Xiaobai looked in the rear-view mirror and looked at Jiang Lanlang, who was stubborn and teary-eyed, standing on the ground without being hugged. Suddenly, there was in his heart. When the car was approaching Zhao Xiaojin's house, Zhao Xiaojin was already waiting at the door of his house, also carrying a suitcase. Soon, Jiang Xiaobai's black Crown sedan stopped. Jiang Xiaobai didn't have the boss pretense, got out of the car and greeted enthusiastically. Uncles and aunts, it's a good Chinese New Year. I'm sorry, this is a big Chinese New Year, so I have to trouble Xiaojin and I on a business trip. Jiang Xiaobai said cheerfully, took the suitcase from Zhao Xiaojin and threw it on the back seat. Oh, Director Xiaobai, don't say that. She goes to work and this is her job. With such a high salary, we are all afraid if we don't do some work. Mother Zhao said quickly. Zhao Xiaojin's father also followed up. Yes, Director Xiaobai, if Xiaojin wants to do something wrong, you should criticize her. It is right to do some work. Don't say anything is troublesome or troublesome. Jiang Xiaobai exchanged a few words with the old couple, and then got into the car with Zhao Xiaojin. Take care of yourself and call home if you have something to do. Zhao Xiaojin's mother told her daughter from beginning to end. But this sentence is not when talking to Jiang Xiaobai. The tone with a little politeness is different. Well, I know Mom. Let's go. Zhao Xiaojin nodded, and responded a little impatiently. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and nodded to the old man before starting the car and leaving. When we arrived at Huiking Building, 2 people from the security department were already waiting. They took Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi's suitcases and parked the car. Then the group went to Jinling Hotel, where Mukis Hong and Fenglun had breakfast. When came, the 2 of them had no luggage. Just a small bag. Let's go. The tickets are already booked. Jiang Xiaobai said. With 2 security personnel, a group of 6 people came to the train station by taxi. Zhao Xiaojin booked a sleeping car. Zhao Xiaojin and Jiang Xiaobai were in one car, while Mukis Hong and Fenglun were in the other car. It took more than 1 day and 1 night to travel from Longqing to Sichuan province. After putting away his luggage, Hong and Feng Lun arrived in Jiang Xiaobai's carriage, discussing matters after arriving in Sichuan province. At the very least, if I see the person in charge of Sichuan Airlines, it's best to sign a contract of intent. When Sichuan Airlines doesn't want it, then we'll be dumbfounded. Don't think about air rights. The country will definitely not give us air rights. If we don't give us air rights, then the aircraft will be just like a good thing. And such a big guy, there is not even a place to put it. Jiang Xiaobai said, of course, it's not really that there is no place to put it, but not just put it, but also need to be maintained, otherwise the machine parts will be rusted for 3 to 5 years. Who do you sell it to? I really thought that they were all filming TV series. After putting on the machine for 10 or 8 years, the protagonist was activated as soon as he left. Well, I think so too, otherwise it would be nice for us to get an airline by ourselves. Hong said regretfully. Brother Mu, don't think about this. The airlines are so easy. They are all monolosing goods. Jiang Xiaobai whispered. Later generations will also allow private enterprises to enter the aviation field, but it is useless and it is not something that private enterprises can play. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and continued. If we have confirmed the plan of Sichuan Airlines, we have to hurry up to talk to the polar bears. There is also unstable right now. We have to hurry up on one policy at a time. Well, it's okay, I'm familiar with it over there. I've been there many times over the years. Hong said casually. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. This kind of business has to follow Hong, otherwise, his eyes will be blackened. Is this really something ordinary people can do? Involves many places. Of course, the most important thing is to dare to do it. Eat a box lunch on the train at noon. Not to mention expensive, it was quite unpalatable. After the meal, Jiang Xiaobai lay on the bunk to rest. End of this chapter. Chapter 963 ran the course. Chapter 963. When Jiang Xiaobai went to Sichuan province for the first time, when Hong was in prison, he went to visit him and collected recipes from his home and beverage factory by the way. It was also the same time I met Liu Xiaomai, who was almost abducted by human traffickers on a train. And then there was the story of Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai later. This time I came to Sichuan province to be much more stable, after taking the train for a day and a night. At around 11 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Jiang Xiaobai and his party got off the car in Rongqing, the capital of Sichuan province. Get off the train, a few people took a taxi to find a hotel, and put down their luggage first. After some food, I took a taxi to Sichuan Airlines in the afternoon. However, the taxi driver could not find the way, so Hong was still showing the way. However, it was very difficult at the beginning of the business, so people can't find the office. When I came here last time, it took a lot of effort to ask someone to ask for the address. Hong said, and the taxi driver stopped after a while. Getting out of the car, Jiang Xiaobai looked around for 2 laps, then looked at Hong in confusion and asked, where is the Sichuan Airlines company? It's here, Hong said. Jiang Xiaobai took a closer look and did not see it. According to Hong, Sichuan Airlines was more difficult in the early stage. Maybe like Song Weigo when he went back to start a business, he would find a dilapidated office location and he would die. But there is obviously no place to put up a sign around here. There is no problem with my eyes. I still said that the sword immortal came out of the Sioux land, and the mountain gate was hidden. There, Hong said, pointing to a building not far away. Jiang Xiaobai calmly looked at it. Not far away was a 4-story building with a sign Yulin Hotel hanging on it. Isn't that a hotel? Zhao Xiaojin on the side asked. Hong nodded and said, yes. It's a hotel. That hotel is the office of Sichuan Airlines. Sichuan Airlines is so difficult. Jiang Xiaobai frowned, and he would be considered a big airline in later generations. Now it turned out to be renting a small hotel as an office place. No wonder others can't find it. Who can find it? This is so special. I ran into it when I was looking for a hotel. Well, this hotel was built by a private enterprise. Hong nodded and said, all right, go in and take a look. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Someone at the door asked who to look for. Mrs. Hong and Jiang Xiaobai looked for the leader they had met last time, but they couldn't find it. I was told by the staff to go out to run the route, and then I asked the person in charge of the company. It was also out to run the route. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. If this is changed to another place, Jiang Xiaobai may not believe it. He thinks it may be that someone deliberately avoided seeing him. But Jiang Xiaobai really believed in the Sichuan Airlines company, which rented a small hotel built by a private enterprise to use it as an office building. When can I come back then? Jiang Xiaobai asked. The staff shook his head and said, I'm not sure. I'm going to run the route later. The train will leave at 6 o'clock in the evening. Train? Jiang Xiaobai was stunned again. What train do you take from the airline? Yes, the train saves more money, the staff member said, and said to the table opposite to him, help me prepare the food on the road and bring more. I will not come back this time without running the next route. Jiang Xiaobai and Mrs. Hong walked out of the small hotel. Forget it. Wait in Rongqing has come, so I can't leave without seeing each other. Is this Sichuan Airlines really poor? Zhao Xiaojin said with her lips curled. Needless to say, compared with Huiking Holdings, even other private enterprises can't compare with it. Feng Lun looked at Jiang Xiaobai's beautiful little secretary and said with emotion, ha ha, Secretary Zhou, you think it's all your Huiking Holdings company. Go out and have a look. At this time everyone's life is very sad. Private enterprises, state-owned enterprises, it's not easy to stick to it. At the same time, I am quite envious. Huiking Holding Company is really a cow, and even a little secretary can't look down on an airline. But this Sichuan Airlines is indeed a bit poor. Leasing a small hotel built by a private enterprise as an office location, compared with the first tallest building in the province built by another Huiking Holding Company as an office location, the difference is indeed not 1.5 stars. In a blink of an eye, he has been living in Rongqing for half a month. During this half month, Feng Lun will go to Sichuan Airlines every day to see if the person in charge has returned. But Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xiaojin spent the whole day wandering around Rongqing without any distractions, as if he had come for a vacation. The person in charge never came back, and Mrs. Hong became anxious. But Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xiaojin are very calm. There are many famous snacks in Rongqing. The two are strolling in the streets and alleys every day. Come on, put some meat in the pot. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xiaojin were eating incense in a hot pot restaurant. Knowing this, I will bring your sister-in-law and them here for a holiday. Jiang Xiaobai said with some regret. Yes, I didn't expect this to be the case on this business trip. I like it, Zhao Xiaojin said as he put a plate of mutton into the hot pot. Hey, if I knew this was the case, I was eager to get on the pole, so why would I complain? Jiang Xiaobai stretched out his hand and squeezed Zhao Xiaojin's face. You eat less, it's only a few days now, you can get fat for a while. Zhao Xiaojin was unhappy, shook his head, and got rid of Jiang Xiaobai's hand and said, why, I'm baby fat, not meat. In the hotel, Mrs. Hong and Feng Lun were absent-mindedly drinking tea. Director Xiaobai is not in a hurry. What are people doing in a hurry? Huiking Holdings has developed well. This time the business is not good. It doesn't matter. Mrs. Hong shook his head. Jiang Xiaobai has this capital. But Nand Company, or he is different. He is eager to accomplish a big thing. Rongqing railway station. Two middle-aged men with bags got off the train like two famous workers. Pharaoh finally came back. Yes, it's not easy. For more than a month. If it wasn't for Sichuan Airlines, let's go to the airport and check it out before going home. We still have too few planes. It would be nice if we could bring in a few more planes. Otherwise, the routes will be open and we will have no planes to fly. Lao Wang said, he is the current person in charge of Sichuan Airlines. Yes. The last time that Nand Mukis Hong said that he could introduce the Tu-154 aircraft of the fighting nation, but I don't know if it will be possible. The Soviet drawing 154 aircraft, known as the Beautiful Man in the Sky, Does Nand have this strength? Is it that strength? I guess it's boring. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's go back. Old Wang shook his head and did not take this matter to heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 964. Don't sigh that the road to Shu is difficult. Sichuan Airlines will open for 9 days. Chapter 964. Mo sighs the difficulties in Shu. Sichuan Airlines passes for 9 days. When it got dark, Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xiaojin returned to the hotel with 2 security guards. The 2 security guards also touched their round stomachs, and they were a little overwhelmed with food. Where is this going out to work? This is coming out to enjoy the welfare. It has been more than half a month. Where is the fun and where is the delicious food? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Mucus Hong, who was just about to go out for dinner, and asked with a smile, Lao Mu, staying in the hotel all day is not boring. Don't worry, it's useless to worry. They always have to come back. I know. Mucus Hong nodded, but he didn't want to say anything more. And Feng Lun went out for a meal. Watching their boss Mucus Hong frown, Feng Lun thought for a while and said, let's go there after I finish my meal. Don't worry, don't you go this morning? Go again tomorrow. Mucus Hong shook his head. It's okay, it's not good. He'll go again. Feng Lun insisted, and Mucus Hong nodded, and said nothing. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai finished washing and preparing to rest, Mucus Hong and Feng Lun knocked on the door of the room. Xiaobai, the person in charge of Sichuan Airlines, is back. Mucus Hong's surprised voice sounded outside the door. I'm back. That's great. Well, be there early tomorrow morning. Jiang Xiaobai opened the door to let the 2 in. Well, when we meet tomorrow, we will set the matter down, and then we will go out and have a look over there as soon as possible. Mucus Hong said. Okay, the key is that Sichuan Airlines, I think they are enough to eat this batch of planes. Jiang Xiaobai frowned and said. This is also the reason why he was not too active after he came. It's okay, they will naturally find a way if they want an airplane, Mucus Hong said. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, which is true. After all, Mucus Hong also made this business in his previous life. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai and Mucus Hong came to the Yulin Hotel where Sichuan Airlines was located. I soon met Wang Yongdong, the current head of Sichuan Airlines. Hello, I am Mucus Hong. Hello, Boss Mu. I have heard from Lao Liu that your Nant has done well in Sichuan province over the past few years. Lao Liu is the deputy manager of Sichuan Airlines that Mucus Hong found last time. Thank you. Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Xiaobai from Huiking Holding Company, my friend. Mucus Hong introduced with a smile. Huiking Holding Company. Jiang Xiaobai. Hello, hello. Wang Yongdong and Jiang Xiaobai shook hands and said politely. It just seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and asked in surprise, Huiking Holding Company, is it the Huiking Holding Company of Jia Beverage and Jiang Xiaobai Clothing? Yes, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Really? The factory manager Xiaobai came here just now. Mr. Mu introduced that I didn't respond at once. Sit down. Sit down. Wang Yongdong greeted enthusiastically that the weight of Huiking Holding Company is different from that of Nand Group. Nand is in Sichuan province. Can he still not know what it looks like? It's just a look, average strength. Compared with other private enterprises, it can be regarded as strong, with background and connections, but it is engaged in trade. However, it is completely incomparable with Huiking Holdings. Jiang Xiaobai Clothing also has a shop in their Sichuan province. Home and beverages are also sold here, and I heard that a tall building in the province has been built. Going out this time, in some parts of the north, Huiking Holding Company is still very powerful. I don't know if Director Xiaobai is here this time? Wang Yongdong looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, Brother Mu, don't you? Jiang Xiaobai smiled and turned to look at Mucus Hong. Mucus Hong nodded and said, it's still the last time. I told Lao Liu that it was the batch of 154 planes on the polar bear side. I want to ask if we have any intentions here. Huiking Holdings will also participate? Wang Yongdong turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, if possible, Peking Holdings will participate and do something for our domestic aviation industry. Wang Yongdong thought for a while and said, we Sichuan Airlines are indeed short of planes. Let me tell you this, as long as you can get back figure 154, I just want to sell iron. Wang Yongdong said categorically. Jiang Xiaobai had a bottom. You tell me, Sichuan Airlines now has 2 domestically produced Yuan 7 aircraft, only 2. This is only available with the support of the Ministry of Aviation Industry, flying the route from Chengdu to Wangxian. Wang Yongdong smiled bitterly and said, it's just such a route, or a branch line. This time I went out with Lao Liu to open a main line, but we ran down. I'm afraid we don't have a plane to fly. Get it back. We definitely want it. Now there is nothing to fly to the branch line. I believe that Sichuan Airlines has a group of people like you, and it will definitely develop well in the future, Jiang Xiaobai said. We also believe. A few people chatted for a while, and then decided to go to the airport to have a look. In fact, Wang Yongdong was a little reluctant to take Jiang Xiaobai and the others, but Jiang Xiaobai insisted that he had no choice. In fact, before arriving at Shuangliu Airport, Jiang Xiaobai had already thought that Shuangliu Airport would be broken. But I really didn't expect it to be so broken. The dispatch room of the command center and the offices of the on-site security department were rebuilt on the old sites of the pigsty and bullpen. The on-site maintenance of the locomotive is located in a simple work shed, and the personnel can only go around to fight guerrillas during rest. There is no tractor at all. It is an old-fashioned Jiafang truck that has been obsolete and does not even have a large board to tow the plane. This is the lease of someone else. The on-site shuttle bus was also a very old and broken chain and van, with no chairs behind it, and a few bricks were used to make do with it. We, Sichuan Airlines, only had 32 million when it was founded a few years ago, and nothing else. No aircraft, no base, no office space, and no professional and technical personnel. Wang Yongdong introduced Jiang Xiaobai while walking around the airport with Jiang Xiaobai. At that time, it was even more difficult than this. It can be said that there was no tile on the top and no cone on the bottom. Reconstructed simple work shed. The summer is hot like a steamer, and in winter, there are cold winds on the walls, so cold that people can do nothing. Whenever it rains, it is often heavy rain outside the house, light rain inside the house. The rain outside stops, and the house is still dripping. It's not easy. You are amazing. Jiang Xiaobai really give Wang Yongdong a thumbs up. Look at the present, and think about the future. Sichuan Airlines has to be admired. Wang Yongdong's eyes exuded Moming's brilliance and said, it's nothing. We have this mental preparation. I believe that one day, our Sichuan Airlines will be good. Branch lines, main lines, fly out of Sichuan province, fly to the whole country, and fly to the world. Don't sigh that the road to Shu is difficult. Sichuan Airlines will open for 9 days. End of this chapter. Chapter 965. No one can enter Sichuan, no one can go out of Shu when old. Chapter 965. Coming out of Sichuan Airlines, Jiang Xiaobai was still full of emotion. It's not easy. Sichuan Airlines is really too difficult. There are only 2 domestically produced Yunqi, running a branch line. No wonder he ran the main line outside all day. It turned out that Jiang Xiaobai was still worried about whether he would get the picture 154 back. Sichuan Airlines will no longer need it, but Jiang Xiaobai is relieved now. Just like Sichuan Airlines, as long as you have a plane, you can think of yourself as an uncle, and you can buy it even if you sell iron. This is not just a talk. Just like when I set up a cannery, I lacked production lines and machinery. Can I not buy it? It's just to buy it. Although there may be really no pots and irons to sell. The rest is to find a way to get the plane back. The intention contract was not signed, so Jiang Xiaobai took Zhou Xiaojin on the train back to Longqing. As for Makiz Hong and Feng Lun, they have also returned to the South German company. The 2 pairs will meet in the capital after 10 days. and then go to the north. Jiang Dong, you must take me with you when you have this kind of business trip in the future. Zhao Xiaojin said reluctantly while looking at the retrogressive scenery outside the window on the train. Jiang Xiaobai said speechlessly, the beauty of thinking, that is, this special situation. How can it be like this every time I travel? When I retire, I will come to Sichuan province. This place is really very good in Pakistan. Zhao Xiaojin spent half a month in Chengdu and did not wait for nothing. He also learned a few words in Sichuan province. What bar she, what tortoise son, what not to suffer from a lousy is just the last two words. So I dare not say it in front of Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, you can't enter Sichuan without getting old, and you can't get out of Xu when you grow old. This place is really suitable for elderly care. What do you mean? Zhao Xiaojin asked. Jiang Xiaobai explained, you can't get into Sichuan. He said that the land of Sichuan is too comfortable. The land of abundance is gentle and beautiful. Besides the delicious food, the good mountains and the water, it is beautiful. Young people should have the world in mind. If they entered Sichuan early, those who are not determined will inevitably linger and reluctantly return. If this is the case, their life will be dull and difficult to achieve. I can't go out of Xu when I am old. Who wants to leave when he is so suitable for the aged? The director of Xiaobai is literate, and this is different and level. The security guard on the side smiled and complimented. Of course, part of it was true. You see that the young secretary can only learn Bashi is very good. He can also say that. But the director Xiaobai speaks differently, elegant and cultural. Haha, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, I also pick up people's teeth. Although the level of flattering of the security staff is not high, but with his honest appearance, it sounds more real and refreshing. A member of the security department, this level is pretty good. If the level is really the same as that of Li Losan, Jiang Xiaobai still had to suspect that the security department still had a few points of combat effectiveness left. Dong Jiang, are we really going abroad when we go back? I haven't gone out yet. The little secretary's topic jumped quite a bit. Well, I have to go to the north. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Zhao Xiaojin's eyes rolled, looked at Jiang Xiaobai pitifully and asked, well, can you take me to the north? Do you speak Russian? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Zhao Xiaojin shook his head. What about English? Know a little, say a few words. Hello, which love period rabbit mit oil? Gone, gone. Forget it. You should work honestly in the company. Jiang Xiaobai was speechless. This little secretary is a junior college graduate, and it is normal for him not to speak English. If this is another place, take it with you. But this trip is to the north, which is unstable. This road is also not safe, and there is a mixed bag of bad guys. Bring a little girl, who knows nothing and doesn't speak the language. It's a burden and can't be brought. The little secretary was depressed for a while, and he became happy, with a satisfied smile on his face looking at the ever-changing scenery outside the window. She is not an ordinary girl, she is still very self-motivated, otherwise, she will go to school or other units after graduating from junior college. What will she do in Huiking Holdings? Also understands Jiang Xiaobai's consideration, and at the same time discovered his own shortcomings through this matter. Secretly made up his mind, and when I went back, I would learn English and Russian. Of course, she also understood in her heart that Jiang Xiaobai spent money to hire herself, not to take care of her emotions and to coax herself, but to reflect her own value. Acting like a baby or making emotions is to find your boyfriend, not your own boss. When I got off the train at Longqing railway station, several people were very tired. It was not easy to go out for half a month and be exhausted. Li Longquan came back after the Chinese New Year. Jiang Xiaobai and others who drove over to pick him up. Send Jiang Xiaobai home first, then send the others back. Jiang Lanlan was still playing carefree in the living room, accompanied by Jiang Tishan. Xiao Ki was cleaning the sanitation of the house, and when he saw Jiang Xiaobai coming in, he quickly put down his work and helped with the luggage. Dad, How did you come back? Jiang Lanlong also dropped his car and ran over. Jiang Xiaobai bent down and hugged Jiang Lanlong in his arms. Do you miss Dad? Yes, Jiang Lanlong said milkily. Dad. Jiang Xiaobai sat on the sofa holding Jiang Lanlong and greeted his father. Well, I'm back. I will take a bath and sleep when I'm tired, and call you when I have lunch. Jiang Tishan looked at his son's appearance in the dust, and felt very distressed. Yeah, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and after taking a shower, Jiang Lanlong followed him on the bed. Jiang Tishan couldn't hold him either. He kept asking Jiang Xiaobai to play with him. After a long time, Jiang Tishan said that he would take him out to play, so he let Jiang Xiaobai go. At noon, Zhao Xinyi came back and saw Jiang Xiaobai coming back from a business trip with a smile on her face. Jiang Xiaobai is not at home. Although there are many people in the family, he always feels shortcomings. But when Jiang Xiaobai came back, the house became lively. Jiang Lanlong was also very happy, and he would let his grandfather Jiang Tishan feed him, and then he would run to Jiang Xiaobai's side. Zhao Xinyi had to hold her if she couldn't do it anymore, and finally ran to Yin Xiaojun's side. Brother Xiaobai, Sister Xinyi, I have to take a few days off in a few days. After eating, Kai Zhenhua started talking. Ask for leave. Okay. No problem. Is there anything I can do for you? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Kai Zhenhua vaguely said, no, it's at home. A blind date is arranged during the new year. The man looks good and the family conditions are fine. The two families have discussed it. I called yesterday and set a date, and I want to go back to get married. End of this chapter. Chapter 966 Different Xiao Ki. Chapter 966 Different Xiao Ki. Blind date for the new year. Get married now. Jiang Xiaobai was stunned, knowing that it was a blind date at this time, and got engaged. But it's not so fast, right? It's too fast. Okay. Kai Zhenhua nodded with a flushed face, and then said, I look good, and everyone in the family is quite satisfied. How many times have you seen it? Jiang Xiaobai asked curiously. Once. Dare to get married once? Jiang Xiaobai felt that this was a bit weird, and he would discuss marriage once he saw it. There will be flash marriages in future generations, but this flash marriage is not so fast, right? Kai Zhenhua said with some embarrassment. The family looks good, and the two parents have also met. I originally wanted to meet again, but I can't go back. The family decided on it. Xiao Ki, sister told you that getting married is not a child's play. Of course, sister is not against you. She said you should go back and take a good look. Zhao Xinyi also spoke, and said with some worry, she had heard people talk about this kind of thing, but it was the first time she saw her. She talked with Jiang Xiaobai by herself, and she also went to college, so some people don't understand this kind of blind date and get married once they meet. Jiang Xiaobai said, well, there are also people who will find someone to do the blind date, so you can leave in the afternoon. Go back and see the man again. You must be satisfied with yourself. Sister, I will come back after I get married. And the family said that he should also come out to work in Longqing. Kai Zhenhua said embarrassingly, don't worry, sister, we won't delay things. We will soon. To be honest, neither she nor her family can bear this job. Now I am paying 300 yuan a month, and there are red envelopes for the holidays and festivals. To be honest, with such a high salary, she is a woman who graduated from junior high school. Where can she find it? Outside is a bigger and more profitable factory, which is 200 yuan a month. Don't worry about this, and you can drive at home in a hurry. You can go back in peace. Don't be anxious to come back after the work is done. Jiang Xiaobai gave Kai Zhenhua reassurance. In fact, he said that Kai Zhenhua has done a good job these years, and he is also practical and diligent. Different from Su Daiqiang's Xiao Ki, he didn't think about embezzling money or other irregularities. People are easily satisfied, and Jiang Xiaobai or Zhao Xinyi initiatively proposed each salary increase. So Jiang Xiaobai is also willing to wait for her to come back instead of looking for another stranger. The environment is unfamiliar, and she doesn't know what her character is. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. I am really embarrassed. Hearing what Jiang Xiaobai said, Ki Zhenhua was relieved. She was afraid that it would take a long time to get married. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi were looking for a new nanny, and she lost the job. Hey, Xiao Ki, don't say that. Your name is elder sister, then we are a family, and you are dedicated to this family. Zhao Xinyi said, if you can get married, it is not easy for your family to find a job in Longqing, so let your little white brother help arrange it. Ki Zhenhua looked at Jiang Xiaobai with surprise in her eyes. Jiang Xiaobai smiled, nodded and said, no problem, if it's hard to find by then, I will help arrange it. Just one worker, Longqing's home and beverage factory, Zhengyu Construction Company, arranging one person is not easy. Thank you, sister. Thank you, brother. Ki Zhenhua hurriedly thanked again. When left, Zhao Xinyi gave Ki Zhen a red envelope of 300 yuan. Tell Ki Zhenhua that if she gets married, she will be a follower. If it feels inappropriate, it will be her salary this month. The reason why Zhao Xinyi said so was that she was afraid. Xiao Ki went back with the money, feeling that the other party was not appropriate, and was embarrassed to collect the money. So I just made it clear. Ki Zhen spent a great deal of gratitude and left. Zhao Xinyi called her mother Hanlin and asked to come over and help for 2 days. Jiang Tishan was fine at home to take Jiang Lanling, but Jiang Tishan was old, and Zhao Xinyi was not relieved to throw it directly to Jiang Tishan. Jiang Tishan is a man after all. If Jiang's mother is still there and is careful, there will be no problem with the child. This is the same as the difference between a father bringing a child and a mother bringing a child. Dad takes the child and does not lose it. Just stay alive. You can't ask him to dress the child when it's cold, or give him water when he's tired. He does not feel cold, and he will never realize that the child is cold. Even if he feels cold, he may not be able to think of dressing the child. Take the kids out to play. Fill a kettle of water, and bring them back after playing. So, Zhao Xinyi still feels to find her mother and rest assured. Jiang Xiaobai doesn't matter. Jiang Lanlang is 3 years old. It doesn't matter if the boy has a good skin. Just take medicine if he catches a cold. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai came to Huiqing building. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, he officially went to work. And now it has passed the 15th day of the first lunar month, and Huiqing Holdings has also stepped into formality. The entire Huiqing Holding Company is busy. Behind the huge grey-white front desk, 2 front desk executives are smiling to receive everyone who comes to Huiqing Holding Company. Behind them is Long Feifeng with big characters Huiqing Holding Company. Jiang Dongyou, Jiang Dongyou. Jiang Xiaobai greeted everyone with a smile. The little secretary Zhao Xiaojin was already waiting at the door with a pile of documents full of energy. Jiang Dong, Mr. Wang from the real estate company just came over to look for you. You didn't come. Let me tell you to come. President Xi also asked when you would come over, saying that he has something to do with you. This is the document that needs your signature during this period. Take a look. I have arranged the time sequence for you. In fact, there are 3 parts of financial documents. They are the advertising expenses plan of the home and the beverage factory this year, the joint operation expenses paid by the Educated Youth Canary joint venture to the state-owned enterprises, and the Feed Factory Research Institute expenses this year. Zhao Xiaojin said while making tea for Jiang Xiaobai. The huge glass ashtray was placed on the desk, and the sunlight shone in, reflecting the colorful light. Well, I know. Jiang Xiaobai didn't care about the documents on the table, but said, in this way, you can arrange for a small meeting later, so that President She, Vice President Zhang and Assistant Song will all participate, and it will be arranged in October. Click it. You now inform Wang Meng to come over. Let me see what's going on with him. If these documents are not in a hurry, I will read them later this afternoon. Okay, Jiang Dong, I'll make arrangements now. Zhao Xiaojin nodded, turned around and went out, and soon came in with Wang Meng and Chu Beiping. Come on, Meng Tsai, Peking. You sit down. Jiang Xiaobai was about to pour tea for the two of them. Chu Beiping quickly took from Jiang Xiaobai and poured a cup of tea for Wang Meng and himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 967 Report. Chapter 967 Report. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Chu Beiping and Wang Meng and asked, "How are the preparations for Chengxing Real Estate Company?" Director Xiaobai, "We are here to report this matter." Chu Beiping said, "A year ago, the company allocated 50 million yuan as the startup capital for our real estate. Now the company has basically prepared for it. It has invested 6 million in Zhengaiu Construction Company and owns 49% of Zhengaiu Construction. The two parties have already negotiated, and they have to find a suitable day to formally sign the contract. The design department of the real estate company is mainly recruited from the Longqing Design Institute, the Provincial Design Institute and the Longqing Academy of Fine Arts. Most of the personnel have already in place. At the beginning, Beiping didn't have any manuscripts. He just relied on a mouth and his own memory to speak. Wang Meng had to add from time to time. Shi Sheng also knocked on the door to come in, and sat down to listen. Our first project is the family building project of Huiqing Holding Company. Recently, after negotiation with the urban construction side, it is suitable for Longqing to try to do an auction. There are 2 lots in total. One piece island on Qingnian Road not far from Huiqing Holdings Company, and the other piece is near the railway station. This piece of land not far from Huiqing Holdings Company is about 20,000 square meters. And the starting price is 3 million. The other piece is bigger, about 40,000 square meters, and the starting price is around 5 million. Now the main competitor on Dragon City's side, or rather interested in these 2 pieces of land. At the beginning of Beiping, Jiang Xiaobai was also thoughtful. In fact, at this time, he has not really entered the golden age of real estate. If you want to make a lot of money, you might as well go to Hainan to play in enclosures. Anyway, everyone is playing drums and spreading flowers, so you don't have to fall into your own hands in the end. But that kind of money is too much to suffer after earning, and it is not Jiang Xiaobai's goal. Chengxing Real Estate Company, from this name can tell, Jiang Xiaobai expectations for this company. It's not just for fun, not to make a fortune, but to make the company bigger and stronger in a down-to-earth manner. But while enjoying the bonus, being able to build the house better is indeed something that I can do. Fortunately, many people have saved a lifetime of savings, or the savings of several generations, bought a house, or handed over to the richest man. In the end, I found out that if I didn't buy it was Lishui Garden. Lishui was a stinking ditch. Buying a house to get home appliances. You can only send home appliances if you buy home appliances. The word games are good for conversion, and even more hateful is some real estate certificates. Can't handle it. All kinds of pitfalls. The pitfalls are the savings of a few lifetimes. There are too many profiteers and black-hearted real estate agents. Jiang Xiaobai hopes that Chengxing Real Estate Co., Limited will be able to build a completed community, so that the buyers can live in comfort and peace of mind. What's more, it can set a benchmark or regulation for this industry. To sum it up, the price-performance ratio of land number 2 is higher than that of land number 1. The starting price of 40,000 square meters is 5 million, while land number 1 is only 20,000 square meters, and it turns out to be 3 million. The place is very convenient in the city center. Of course, if you want to talk about traffic, the number 1 land may have a slight advantage, but the average price in the middle is more than 500,000 yuan. Wang Meng waited for Chu Beiping to finish speaking, and added. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and pondered for a moment. In fact, in his opinion, the 2 plots are almost the same, and the difference of 500,000 is nothing. At this time, there is no clear regulation on the floor area ratio, and it can be recovered. Compared with number 2, this number 1 is basically close to the commercial area, and it takes only 10 minutes to walk. Moreover, land number 1 is closer to Huiking Holdings. It is possible that the existence of Huiking Building is also the reason why land number 1 is nearly 500,000 yuan more expensive than land number 2. Land 1 is going to be auctioned. The specific price has not been set yet. Maybe the final auction price will be much higher than the low price of the auction. This kind of thing is impossible, Jiang Xiaobai said, but he was feeling emotional. The land price at this time was really cheap, 3 million, 5 million a piece of land. For later generations, this price may be the price of a house. And this time you can buy a piece of land. Later real estate companies acquired land, and the premium reached 50%. I don't know how much, and even the 50% premium did not reach the highest standard of premium. One can imagine how big the profit is here. Okay, you can go ahead. I may have to go out in a few days. If you have something, you can make your own decision. Anyway, it's your real estate company's business. I only look at the final result. But the company's residential building is your first project. It must be a demonstration project. Jiang Xiaobai watched Wang Meng and Chu Beiping confess. Wang Meng and Chu Beiping nodded their heads and said, Director Xiaobai, don't worry about that, but the signing ceremony between us and Zhengaiu Construction, as well as the establishment ceremony of the real estate company, you want to attend. One is 3 days later, the other is 5 Queen of Heaven. 5 days, all right. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and agreed. Sent away Wang Meng and Chu Beiping, Zhang Wei also came. Jiang Xiaobai was about to talk to the two about his relationship with Nanmuki. Zhang Wei talked about his home and the beverage factory. One is that Jia Beverage Factory urgently needs to build a branch factory. And the other is the advertising cost of this year. The budget of Jia Beverage Factory is 2 million. 2 million advertising expenses at this time can be regarded as a huge expense. We plan to open up TV stations in the capital and various provinces this year, and want prime-time advertising time. Jia Beverage Factory initially relied on the junk advertising time of various provincial TV stations to make a good start. But this year is not satisfied. But Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement with these two things. Increasing the amount of advertising, marketing throughout the 1990s, and even later generations are very important. It is normal that the expenditure on publicity expenses is getting heavier and heavier in all expenditures. The construction of the branch factory is also due to production needs. The home and beverage factory can be expanded and can also meet the production needs. After all, expansion is not as good as building a branch factory, and building a branch factory can solve many problems in terms of transportation and supply. Have you selected the address of the branch factory? Jiang Xiaobai asked. The Magic City. It is suitable to radiate a part of the southern region. Well, okay, let's build it. If you need the headquarters here, you can directly mention it to President Xi. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, after talking about his home and the beverage factory, Jiang Xiaobai mentioned his trip to Sichuan province with the two of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 968 Eyelids are too shallow. Chapter 968 Eyelids are too shallow. Song Xin also knocked on the door and came in. Jiang Xiaobai motioned Song Xin to sit down and continue talking about her trip to Sichuan province. Find themselves from Makishong. Then the two make a plan, and then go to Sichuan province. What they have seen and heard in Sichuan Airlines, and the content of their conversations with Wang Yongdong of Sichuan Airlines and others. Waiting for Jiang Xiaobai to finish his trip to Sichuan province and what he was going to do next, Shi Sheng and Zhang Wei opened their mouths in shock. Song Xin was in a better state than the two, but she was also shocked. Huiking Holding Company is now a large private enterprise. The last time it was built as the tallest building in the province, it was already shocking. But what should I do now? Get the plane back from abroad, and then resell it? That's an airplane, not a car tricycle. The airplanes today are not for later generations. If you have money, you can buy a private jet. In this era, private individuals can buy cars without letting go for a few years, but now they are about to resell planes. This kind of project, not to mention private enterprises, even state-owned enterprises. Few dared to do it. All have to be led by relevant departments. For things like this, the Civil Aviation Department or the heavy industry can do it. But now that Jiang Xiaobai and Marcus Hong want to do this, Huiking Holding Company still has some strength. And NAND is a trading company, which can be considered to be somewhat related. If you do something else, it's certainly not a problem. But if you talk about reselling airplanes back and forth from abroad, this is really difficult. And this idea is really unexpected and shocking. Let's not say whether this can be done or not. It feels incredible just to dare to do it. Director Xiaobai. Are you kidding me? For a long time, Shi Sheng said dryly. Jiang Wei also opened his mouth, but did not say anything. The news was too shocking. And the ideas were too wild. Song Xin didn't say anything, but stared straight at Jiang Xiaobai, with an inexplicable light flowing in her beautiful eyes. Just kidding, you think him joking. Jiang Xiaobai eyes widened, and the group of people under his own hands had two shallow eyelids. Now I can't even accept canned food to change planes. If this is to be proposed in the future, blast the Himalayas into a big hole. This group of people still should not be heard as a fairy tale. The eyelids are too shallow. This is not good. I can't even think about it. How can I do a career? Can it be done? Shi Sheng asked. What does it mean to be successful? Listening to Shi Sheng's question, Jiang Xiaobai was so angry that he was going to shoot the table. Looking at Shi Sheng, he said, we, Huiking Holding Company, are among the domestic private enterprises. Without bragging, could it be that our eyes are limited to the domestic? We now have to look at the world, dare to think, dare to do it. I originally said that our Huiking Holding Company will go to the world in the future. Don't be so shallow, and keep your eyes on the long term. What does it mean to get a few planes back? Maybe our company will launch its own satellite in the future. His whole body trembled as he listened, and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, launch a satellite? What happened? Jiang Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and asked, you think it's impossible? I tell you it's nothing. The company gets bigger and bigger, and many things that were previously impossible will be realized. A few years ago, I said that I wanted to build the tallest building in Jin province. Who would believe it? But now, it's not built. Yes. Yes, Shi Sheng responded. He felt that Jiang Xiaobai was challenging his outlook on life every day. Especially today, the most serious problem is that small canned goods are exchanged for airplanes and sold back. In the future, I still want to launch my own company's satellites. Maybe I am really old, and my knowledge is no longer good. Just like factory manager Xiaobai said, I have shallow eyelids. But Jiang Wei's young expression is similar when he looks at it. The same shock and confusion on his face. His eyes are out of focus. Okay, let's go. This matter will be explained in detail when I get back from there. Remember that people cannot grow old. Jiang Xiaobai doesn't say much anymore, and if he strikes Shi Sheng again, he is afraid that the strike will be broken, and this matter is still going on gradually. Shi Sheng and Jiang Wei left. Song Xin was left behind by Jiang Xiaobai. Why? Do you want to take me, this beautiful assistant, on a business trip? Jiang Xiaobai listened, with black lines on his face. How good words come out of your mouth is full of ambiguity. Just when Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin were chatting in the office, the neighbors across from Jiang Xiaobai house, Yang Ruiping's house, Yang Ruiping and his wife Bai Wanru are also discussing at home. It is said that today is not the weekend, and both of them should be working at the unit, but today it is very rare that both of them have asked for leave at home. Ruiping, what do you think? Bai Wanru asked when she looked at her husband Yang Ruiping. Yang Ruiping rubbed his eyebrows in pain, very tangled, and said, I don't know what to do. Just when they started to work after the Chinese New Year, two colleagues of the Design Institute invited everyone from their unit to eat out. As a result, I found out that it was a treat from Huiking Holdings. The purpose is to hire people to work in Huiking Holding Company, saying that Huiking Holding Company has established a real estate company, and the design department needs people. The conditions given are not low, 400 yuan a month. If you do well, your salary will be higher after promotion. Moreover, the real estate company is newly established, backed by Huiking Holdings. It has 50 million in capital alone. Although they have complained more than once how bad the unit is, it's a King Shui government or something. I even watched others go to the sea countless times, and even thought of resigning and going to the sea for business. But at this time, one of them counts as one. Almost all of them are vacillating. Even if it is the King Shui Yemen, it is always an iron rice bowl. It would be a pity to just quit like this. Baiwanru is the same. Shengxing Real Estate Company has not let go of the Academy of Fine Arts. Of course, the scope of the main digging is much smaller, and only a few people are locked. Baiwanru, who graduated from Yangmai, was naturally in the field of digging by Huiking Holdings. The husband and wife were digging by Huiking Holdings almost before and after, so both of them hesitated. End of this chapter. Chapter 969. Water. Chapter 969. Add some water. Huiking Holding Company. Needless to say, it is second to none in our entire Shaanxi province, and it is also a leader among private enterprises nationwide. Wages, benefits, and treatment are all good. The first project to establish a real estate company this time is the family building of Huiking Holding Company. Baiwan talked about the advantages of Huiking Holding Company. He didn't know if he wanted to speak out objectively for his choice, or if he wanted these words to convince himself. If you do well after entering a real estate company, there are also channels for growth. Maybe you will be able to rise to the headquarters of Huiking Holdings. Also backed by Huiking Holding Company, there is a He beverage factory and Jiangxia by garment factory. Even in a real estate company, the future development will definitely be very good. Husband Yang Ruiping nodded and said, yes. The advantages of Huiking Holdings Company you mentioned are beyond doubt, but we both smashed our iron rice bowls. In case ... just in case, if something happens, maybe you want to come back in the future. Baiwan gave her husband a white look. When arguing with her a few days ago, she said she would resign and go to the sea. Now that the opportunity is in front of her, she is not willing. However, at this time, Baiwanru wouldn't say that to irritate her husband. She still had to think clearly and make a decision, so she said, if you stay on without pay now, at least at this stage, you will definitely be able to come back if you want to come back in the future. I'm afraid there will be problems after a long time, but there is no time to think about it anymore. The time given by Mr. Wang from the real estate company is 5 days, which means that at the latest tomorrow morning, we have to give someone an answer. Whether it is willing or unwilling, it is impossible to drag it all the time. Baiwan paused and continued, some others promised have gone to work, and those who did not agree directly refused. We are still here to hesitate any longer, just go, and one step later than the others in the unit. Then you mean to go? Yang Ruiping looked up at Yang Ruiping and asked. Baiwanru nodded and said, if you hesitate, or else just like that, I will stay on without pay and you will continue to work in the unit, so that if something happens, we won't both be out of work. Baiwanru hadn't finished speaking, so Yang Ruiping interrupted. No way, this daughter-in-law is working at the Academy of Fine Arts, and he is a little worried. Some time ago, he said that a male colleague went out to the sea to do business and earn money. If this is to let the daughter-in-law go to Huiking Holding Company by herself, then after seeing the wealthy people of Huiking Holding Company, it will not make him feel even more unmotivated. Well, let's all go. The big deal will be for nothing in the past few years. If Huiking Holdings has a problem, we can go to the south. I don't believe we still can't find a job. Yang Ruiping gritted his teeth and said, thinking about the content of going to the sea to do business with Baiwanru before, he also made up his mind to go out. Okay, just think about it, then let's all go. Baiwan immediately became happy after listening to her husband's decision. This is the man she likes. She doesn't look forward and backward, and dares to fight. Like you said, we are still young. If we are afraid of anything, we will start over again if the big deal is a big deal. Look at the neighbor next to us, who is also young, doing business outside. I don't do it very well. I go out in a car and I have a nanny driver at home. Yang Ruiping nodded. This may be the reason why their husband and wife are determined to go out. Those who seem younger than you can do it. Why can't you do it yourself? Using contact, I don't feel that he is better than himself. He can drive a car, live in a big house, and he can also. Yang Ruiping suddenly thought of something and said, speaking of Jiang Xiaobai, the boss of Huiking Holdings, it seems that the young man next door to our neighbor is not also named Jiang. Yang Ruiping didn't finish speaking, he was stunned, and Bai Wanru on the side was the same. The two of them seemed to be bombarded by five thunders. Suddenly, their inspiration flashed, as if they were empowering. In the original, they didn't think much about it, and didn't pay attention to it. Maybe occasionally when I heard people chatting, I also mentioned a word or two, but this time is not as developed as the internet in later generations. In addition, Jiang Xiaobai is not as typical as Ma Shenglai and Buk Senxing, giving reports and learning is not so famous, so most people can't remember it. But now Yang Ruiping inadvertently mentioned it. Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru realized it. This neighbor has 2 cars, lives in such a big house, has a babysitter at home, and has a driver's bodyguard outside. They have the same name and surname, and they all do business. Is it such a coincidence that there is a Jiang Xiaobai who is as good as it is? They are still in Dragon City. And so, Bai Wanru and Yang Ruiping looked at each other, and they obviously understood the other side's thoughts. Isn't it possible that you are really alone? Yang Ruiping said with a trembling voice. I have been entangled here whether to go to the boss's company, but the boss has always been his neighbor. I think it's very possible. Bai Wanru said, suddenly excited, and said, it's not very possible, it's too possible. We and Jiang Xiaobai are neighbors. After that, after the shock, Bai Wanru thought of a lot in an instant. This is the advantage of the two of them. In this way, let's visit now. No, I guess people are not at home at this time, and the contrast is too great. The two discussed for a long time, so they decided to get along as before and pretended not to know that Jiang Xiaobai was the boss of Huiking Holdings. But I don't know this, I don't know. I still have to walk more in the future to deepen the impression of the boss. Okay, then I will call Mr. Wang back now and say we will both go. Yang Ruiping got up and went outside to make a phone call, just in time to see Jiang Lanlan playing with soil at the door. Lanlan, uncle. Jiang Lanlan raised his head to see Yang Ruiping, shouted politely, and then continued to lower his head to play with dirt. Yang Ruiping thoughtfully, when he returned from the call after a while, he was still holding a handful of white rabbit toffee in his hand. Come, Lang Lang, I will give you candy. No. Jiang Lanlan shook his head, the expression on his face a little sad. What's the matter with the waves? I want to squeeze a car, but I can't handle it. Will that uncle help you? Okay, thank you uncle. Jiang Lanlan said crisply. One big and one small squatted playing at the door of the unit. Waves, where's the water? Add some more water, it's too dry, it's not easy to pinch. Okay, Jiang Lanlan replied, spreading his legs and separating his crotch pants. End of this chapter. Chapter 970 Bad Boy. Chapter 970. Yang Ruiping went home with a black line on his face, and ran to the bathroom after entering the door. La Yang, what did you do? Did you call? Why did you come back so long? Bai Wan asked as she walked over, watching her husband wash his hands with water under the faucet. What's the matter? It's not that I went to call, I called to wash some hands, and I asked you without answering. Bai Wanru frowned and said, what did you say? I asked if you made the call. What happened to you today? Had a fever? I hit. I said, tomorrow we can go to work directly at home. Don't mention washing your hands. I met a bear kid. Yang Ruiping didn't want to say more. Okay. At that time, we will go to the unit to talk to the leader first, and then take the time to go through the suspension procedures. Bai Wanru nodded and said. On the other side, the bear boy in Yang Ruiping's mouth was standing at the door of the unit, squeezing mud by himself. The neighbor uncle, he said yes to help me pinch the car, so he left. It's not about adding water. I added it for you. Why did you leave? When your brother comes back in the evening, ask your brother. Jiang Lanlan muttered while pinching the car by himself. Jiang Xiaobai processed all the documents for an entire afternoon. Look at the time, it's already more than 4:30 in the afternoon, and calls Ao Xiaojin over to take the files away. And then I am ready to go home. First go to school to pick up the Yin Xiaojun brothers and sisters, then go to the vegetable market to sell vegetables, and then go home. Kai Zhenhua went home to prepare for the marriage, but I don't know if it can be done. As soon as he got home, Jiang Lanlan came over and took Yin Xiaojun to tell Yin Xiaojun about the afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai gave Han Lin the dishes. Then he made a cup of tea and sat down on the sofa, watching TV and listening to the two little things muttering. As for Yin Xiaoyin, he went back to his room to do his homework as soon as he got home. This afternoon, the uncle next to us. Jiang Xiaobai listened to Jiang Lanlan muttering, but he probably understood what was going on. Oh, brother, I didn't tell you that I can't use urine and mud in the future. If you do this again, no one will play with you. Yin Xiaojun scared Jiang Lanlan. Jiang Lanlan nodded seemingly, then the two talked about other things. As long as Yin Xiaojun is at home, Jiang Lanlan is not annoying at all, just playing with his brother. Yin Xiaojun also likes this tiger-headed little brother very much. Although he is not his own, there is no difference between the two brothers and his own. Okay, let's play with you too, Jiang Xiaobai exhorted, and then went out to the opposite door and knocked on the door. Jiang Lanlan is a kid who is ignorant, but adults can't be ignorant. If you don't know, forget it. If you know it, you might want to talk to others. After all, people kindly play with you, but you pee and muddy let people pinch the car for you. At this time, Bai Wanru and Yang Ruiping had just returned home from their work unit. I really finished talking with the unit, and the two of them have nothing to regret, and it is too late to regret. On the contrary, they are relaxed, and the two are discussing something to eat this evening. I heard a knock on the door. Who? Yang Ruiping got up to open the door, and while asking, opened the door. Ginger ... Old Yang Ruiping subconsciously yelled Jiang Xiaobai 3 words, feeling wrong, and wanted to call the boss, but felt wrong, and finally said naively, quick, please come in. Jiang Xiaobai was a little puzzled. How Yang Ruiping reacted was traumatized by Jiang Lanlan. Bai seemed to be stunned when he saw Jiang Xiaobai, but he quickly reacted and greeted Jiang Xiaobai to sit down enthusiastically. Little Bai, come, drink water, sit down. Jiang Xiaobai sat down with tea. I haven't seen you some time ago. I asked my sister Xinyi, saying that you were on a business trip. Well, I went out. I went to Sichuan province before I came back. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xiaobai said embarrassedly, I went home just now, and I heard the child say that in the afternoon, Brother Yang, you and him and Mud, that's embarrassing. The child is not sensible. Jiang Xiaobai said. Yang Ruiping's face flushed red. He didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to come, and he actually said this. Bai Wan seems to be confused. Look at Jiang Xiaobai, and then look at her husband. It's okay, it's okay. Yang Ruiping waved his hands again, and this was truly ashamed and lost to Grandma's house. What do future bosses think of, that you are peeing and muddy with your children at your own level? Jiang Xiaobai didn't say any more. He lightly revealed this topic, and chatted for a while, before he got up to leave. Little Bai, stay at home and eat. No, I don't need to cook at home, I'll go back. Come and sit down when I'm fine. Jiang Xiaobai also smiled and sent out an invitation. The couple sent Jiang Xiaobai out of the door. After Feng Jiang Xiaobai left, Bai looked at her husband Yang Ruiping in a daze. Look at what I do. Yang Ruiping was a little awkward when his wife saw him. What the did you do? Jiang Xiaobai also came to apologize in person. Nothing. Say. Yang Ruiping vaguely said, it's in the afternoon. After Yang Ruiping finished speaking, Bai Wanru burst into laughter. What I said, you called back this afternoon and kept washing your hands. As a result, Xiao Lanlan became like this. Bai Wanru laughed and said, "Oh, my husband, is the mud easy to squeeze? Since you have already started, why don't you come back after squeezing it?" The man, just squeeze the mud. What are you laughing at? Stop laughing, I'm so embarrassed. This bear kid. Yang Ruiping looked anxious, and said with a flushing face, "I didn't expect that Jiangxia Bai would even come to apologize." In fact, Jiangxia Bai always consciously or unconsciously has the habit of later generations, and regards his neighbors as neighbors of later generations. In fact, the neighbor who put Jiang Lanlan on this matter at this time just laughed and cursed Bear Boy. He passed by with a smile. Who can really care? Bai Wanru analyzed. In fact, it's not a bad thing. At least the relationship between neighbors has gotten closer. Just now Jiangxia Bai invited us to sit there. Unlike the original time, it looks very polite, but there is always a little alienation in politeness. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's go out to eat at night. Yang Ruiping said. Oh, don't you touch me with your hands that use urine and mud. I washed my hands. Ha ha. Bai Wanru smiled as the flowers trembled. Yang Ruiping beside had a black line on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 971 First Day of Work. Chapter 971 First Day at Work. Early the next morning, Bai Wanru and Yang Ruiping had breakfast and went out. Instead of going to work as usual, they rode together towards Huiking Holding Company. When I came out just now, Jiangxia Bai next door hadn't left yet, right? Yang Ruiping said casually. Today, the couple also got up early. Normally, the unit goes to work at 9 o'clock. Furthermore, the Design Institute and the Academy of Fine Arts are Shimazu Yaemon and the school. It doesn't matter if you go to school without class, so it's usually between 8 and 9 o'clock in normal times. And the two swayed to work at the unit. A little bit later, a little bit early, no one will say anything. However, Huiking Holdings Co. Limited is at 8:30 and goes to work on time. Today is the first day they go. They can only arrive early. There is no reason to be late on the first day. It's good to have a car, and I can sleep a little longer. In the future, we will have money and buy a motorcycle. Yang Ruiping sighed. Bai Wanru pouted her lips and said, "What are you doing compared to others? They are the boss. So whoever will talk about it if you don't go today." Bai seemed to strike mercilessly. Yang Ruiping choked, was silent for a few seconds, and then said nonchalantly, "The leaders of Huiking Holdings are quite young. That Wang always seems to be not very old. He is still the deputy, younger." Bai Wanru nodded and said, "This shows that Huiking Holding Company pays more attention to ability." Just like Mr. Wang said, as long as you have the ability, qualifications are not a problem. The couple chatted, and soon they arrived at the downstairs of Huiking Building. Park your bicycle, lock it, and then walk towards the inside of Huiking Building. The moods of the two of them are quite complicated. Both of them are excited, and uneasy. This is not the first time they have come to Huiking Building. Before that, Bai Wanru didn't know how many times he had strolled in the mall of Huiking Building. But it was the first time I came in as an employee. How should I say, this place will be my working place in the future. Is the building built by our company, and there is a sense of ownership. There are many people waiting for the elevator next to the elevator. They are not in suits and shoes, but they are also very fashionable. There is no such noisy atmosphere in the unit, where older brothers greet them shortly. One by one, I met each other, and they just smiled and nodded in greeting. Ding, the elevator door opened, and a group of people filed in. Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru also hurried in. When the elevator stopped on the 17th floor, Yang Ruiping took a deep breath and walked out of the elevator. There are many people in suits and leather shoes. Come out with them. At this time, some eyes fell on the two of them, but just after a glance, they stepped on the brightly lit floor and went away. Chick, grey characters exuding a metallic texture. Huiking Holding Company caught the eyes of the two. 6 characters are hanging on the huge white bar counter, as if trying to rise into the air. The front desk executive lady in uniform smiled sweetly at the two. "Sir, ma'am, what can I do with you?" Gu Yang Ruiping swallowed, and Bai Wanru glared fiercely, and then said, "We are new employees of the real estate company, and Wang Meng always knows it." "Okay, what is your name?" "Please." Yang Ruiping reported the names of the two, and the front desk administrator picked up the phone on the desk and called Mr. Wang. Hiss. Yang Ruiping felt a sharp pain in his waist. He turned around and saw that his wife didn't know when he had reached out to the soft flesh of his waist. "Does it look good?" "It doesn't look good." "Then you still watched it." Bai Wanru's hand on her husband's waist rotated 360 degrees, and then released it again. "Two people, please. The office area of Chengsing Real Estate Co., Limited is here. You can go by yourself, and Mr. Wang is waiting for you." The gentle voice of the young lady at the front desk sounded. Yang Ruiping lowered his head, rubbed his waist and walked in the direction of the young lady's fingers. Chengsing Real Estate Company. Several green artistic characters appeared in front of the two. Next to is the character home in a seal script, but it is in red. The two walked in. The frosted glass door, and the double-glazed Venetian blinds separated offices. Through the Venetian blinds, you can also see the simple desks and chairs in the office. Yang Gong, Teacher Bai Wang Meng greeted him from his office. "President Wang, you can use my name, or you can call old Yang." Yang Ruiping said quickly. "Yes, Mr. Wang, we will be working in the company from now on. You call me teacher again. This will make people laugh at me." Bai Wanru also hurriedly said. "Ha ha, okay, La Yang, Sister Bai," Wang Meng said with a smile. Took the two to a large office. The three words "Design Department" are written on the office door. "Papa," Wang Meng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. "Come and introduce new colleagues to everyone. This is from Yang Ruiping Design Institute, and this is from Bai Wanru Academy of Fine Arts. He graduated from Yangmai. Everyone is welcome." After introducing the two, Wang Meng began stalking and asked them to find a seat by themselves. The design department has not yet elected a leader. These batches were dug up by themselves, and they came in the same time, within a few days. Who can be the head of the design department? Wang Meng was also going to observe the situation again. The design department has Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru former colleagues, so it didn't feel unfamiliar. Everyone chatted a few words at random, and then they started to pack up. Bai Wan looked at her husband in a low voice and said, "When we are resting, let's go buy a suit. You see everyone wears suits. The two of us are a bit nondescript." Yang Ruiping took a look around. Indeed, everyone else was wearing suits. I was still wearing a tunic suit, and his wife Bai Wanru was the same. Although she was not a tunic, she was wearing a pale yellow woolen coat. But she also had some dramas. Just as Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru were packing their things, Wang Meng came to Jiang Xiaobai's office. "Director Xiaobai, the time is almost there. Mr. Chen and the others have arrived, and the signing ceremony will begin soon." Jiang Xiaobai didn't arrive for a while, nodded and asked, "Where is it? A large conference room or a small conference room?" Wang Meng said, "In the small conference room. There are not many people in total, and we didn't notify the reporters. It was just a simple signing ceremony." "Okay." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai got up to go with Wang Meng, Zhao Xiaojin came over with a document. "This way, you go first. I'll go in a while." Jiang Xiaobai took the file and greeted Wang Meng. End of this chapter. Chapter 972 Chengsing Real Estate Company opened. Chapter 972 Chengsing Real Estate Company opens. In the signing ceremony between Chengsing Real Estate Company and Zhengaiu Construction, Jiang Xiaobai was just looking for a stage. Originally, Wang Meng wanted Jiang Xiaobai to say something, but Jiang Xiaobai refused and gave the stage to Wang Meng. "Today, our Chengsing Real Estate Co., Limited invested in Zhengaiu Construction. This is just the beginning. I hope that in the days to come, our two companies can complement each other, cooperate and achieve win-win results, and create greater brilliance." Wang Meng's speech has always been relatively concise. Chen Zhengyu said a lot. After a bunch of nonsense, he talked about the origins of Zhengyu Construction and Huiking Holding Company, and then said that he hoped that under the leadership of Jiang Xiaobai, both parties would make progress together. The applause at the scene was very enthusiastic. The final decision made by Wang Zhao was a 49% equity ratio, which is very grateful to Zhengyu Construction. In fact, at this time, it was Huiking Holding Co., Limited who proposed a 51% stake in Zhengyu Construction, and Zhengyu Construction had no way to refuse. However, Wang Meng always remembered what Jiang Xiaobai said, that professional things should be left to professional people. The business of Chengxing Real Estate Company is the real estate industry, not the construction industry. After holding a holding company, it also needs management, which will distract the real estate company's energy. In addition, it is not easy for Chen Zhengyu to establish Zhengyu Construction until today. It is like a child who has worked so hard to raise. You said you would take it away. Can there be no grudges in your heart? It is better to leave the controlling rights to others, and go lightly to engage in real estate, rather than the hard money of the construction industry. Director Xiaobai, thank you. After the signing ceremony, Chen Zhengyu shook Jiang Xiaobai hand and thanked him. Why don't you thank you? These are normal business operations. There is no thank you. Besides, the Zhengyu Construction that you fortunately founded is almost half gone with a little money. You don't need to feel distressed, Jiang Xiaobai said jokingly. Chen Zhengyu shook his head solemnly and said, I'm grateful. It's too late. Distressed. Hey, look, I can tell you a joke. Mengtsai, this old Chen has no humorous cells at all, Jiang Xiaobai said, and several people laughed. From then on, Zhengyu architecture can be regarded as his own. March 20, 1990, today is the day when Chengxing Real Estate Company was formally established. Bai Wanru and Yang Ruiping got up at 6 o'clock to clean up. They both wore suits. Solemnly, Jiang Xiaobai was also ready to go after 8 o'clock. After attending the unveiling ceremony of Chengxing Real Estate Company today, Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin are about to go to Beijing. At the door of Huiking Holding Company, a sign was hung up. The flower baskets at the door lined up in 2 rows, and the long red carpet spread far away. Elites in suits and shoes are busy at the door. The company with a better relationship has already come, and Huiking Holdings still has a lot of partners in Longqing and the province. Dean Liang of the Provincial Design Institute, with an old face like the bottom of a pot, watched Wang Meng greet him with a smile, and almost yelled at him. Without him, Wang Meng poached Liu Hui, who had worked so hard to recruit from the Provincial Design Institute. Dean Liang, welcome. Wang Meng smiled and stretched out his hand to Dean Liang. Dean Liang snorted coldly, not looking at Wang Meng. Wang Meng laughed, slightly embarrassed, but it didn't matter. Wang Meng, when I looked at you, I didn't think about it, but I didn't expect your boy to be bad. You can also be able to do it. Before, our design institute and their Huiking Holding Company had a good cooperation. As a result, your kid backhanded to our design institute. You can also do it. What? Old man Liang is such a qualified person. Now he is swearing angrily, and his hands are rustling. It was not easy to recruit Liu Hui, a high-achieving student who graduated from the Architecture Department of South China Institute of Technology in Architecture Design and Theory. Wages and benefits are all under pressure. After recruiting, I have been training for several years, and I have also participated in the design of Huiking Building. It is a real master. But now that Wang Meng was poached away in a blink of an eye, it is strange that Dean Liang can be happy. Dean Liang, I'm to blame for this. I don't understand the situation. I'm just asking to see if there are design talents. I don't know, but you see this is already the case. Wang Meng spread his hands together, with a helpless expression. This kid has been following Jiang Xiaobai for so many years, and he has already broken his studies. In addition to that honest look, unfamiliar people will really not be able to react for a while. Maybe they will believe it. However, Dean Liang is obviously not in this rank. Hearing Wang Meng's words, His hands were so angry. Fart. 2 days ago, I personally went to Wang Meng, but as a result, it was useless at all. Now I am fooling you by saying this. Wait a moment for Jiang Xiaobai to come. I will tell him a little bit. The words are not speculative, and Dean Liang is reluctant to look at this person who seems honest, but in fact he is a big treacherous man. In fact, Wang Meng did not expect Liu Hui to come over. Liu Hui called herself and agreed to come down yesterday afternoon. To be honest, I don't even know what touched her. Soon, Jiang Xiaobai arrived, and Wang Meng hurriedly greeted him. Elderly Ang, who is strong, also squeezed along the crowd to prepare to file a complaint. However, Wang Meng never gave Dean Liang a chance to sue. Director Xiaobai, the time is coming, let's start. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Of course it was Wang Meng's speech. Jiang Xiaobai just stood by to support Wang Meng. President Liang. Jiang Xiaobai greeted Dean Liang with a smile, and then set his eyes on Wang Meng, who was on the stage. Well, Dean Liang opened his mouth, but didn't have a chance to say it, so he could only hold back and talk later. In a burst of crackling firecrackers, Jiang Xiaobai and others grabbed the red silk and took it off. In the crowd below, Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru were talking while applauding. Hey! Did you think Jiang Xiaobai saw the two of us? I don't know. So many people may or may not have seen it. Then you said we will pretend not to know each other in the future, or go there to sit in the evening. This. Let's look at it again. Okay. After setting off the firecrackers, a group of people walked towards the inside of the Huiking building. Came to Huiking Holding Company, and then Jiang Xiaobai came to the stage and said a few words. But it is nothing more than words of encouragement. But at this time, they saw Yang Ruiping, Bai Wanru, and Liu Hui. But Jiang Xiaobai didn't care, thinking that he had come to cheer for the opening of the business. Especially Liu Hui and Dean Liang are there. It's normal to bring his subordinates with you. However, Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru are a bit strange. The City Design Institute said in the past, is there any intersection between Huiking Holdings and the Academy of Fine Arts? End of this chapter. Chapter 973 Complaint. Chapter 973 Complaint. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking when a group of people walked to the hotel. Dean Liang finally took the opportunity to file a complaint. Director Xiaobai, Dean Liang. Director Xiaobai, you Wang Meng are not too particular? What do you mean? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback and looked at Dean Liang. This old man is in his 50s and is about to retire soon. Huiking Holdings Co. Limited has cooperated well in the construction of the Huiking building project. The old man is still very decent. He belongs to the kind of person who has dedicated his whole life to the unit. Although Jiang Xiaobai can't achieve this level, he still admires this kind of person. But what does it mean to suddenly sue Wang Meng? Wang Meng is also an honest child. How can he bully him? Again, there is a bad old man. There is nothing worth bullying, and the two can stand by each other. Dean Liang glared at Wang Meng, who was next to him, and then he said, this kid is not careful. He poached Liu Hui from our Provincial Design Institute. Dean Liang said that he gritted his teeth. But Jiang Xiaobai was stunned. He saw Liu Hui just now, and thought that Liu Hui was here on behalf of the Provincial Design Institute, but he did not expect that he was already a member of the Qingxing Real Estate Company. This Liu Hui has the impression that he has a professional counterpart and talent. It was the old man Liang who took a lot of trouble to dig it back. As a key object training, Liu Hui was also regarded as one of the main designers when designing the Huiking building. Educated, capable, and trained by old man Liang for several years, it can be said to be a rare talent. This kid looks honest on the surface, but he is actually not honest at all. I warned him when I found out, but he still went his own way. Dean Liang was still counting Wang Meng's crimes in tears. Jiang Xiaobai also made a straight face, and quickly comforted old man Liang. The old man was so old, this man's capable man was dug out, and he was so angry. What if you get angry again? Dean Liang, you should calm down first. and I will teach you a lesson in a while. It's really outrageous. I don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Let me tell you, Director Xiaobai, I will also look at your face, otherwise. Dean Liang put out a few more cruel words, and Jiang Xiaobai also kept smiling. Okay, Mr. Liang, don't get angry anymore. I will criticize and educate him severely when I look back. Let's go, and have a good drink later, Jiang Xiaobai said. Chen Zhengyu on the side walked over. Jiang Xiaobai said that he was unaccompanied, and then talked with Chen Zhengyu and left. Oh, it's not. Dean Liang was stunned and severely criticized education. This is over. Criticism and education should be done. The key is that my people return it to me. It's really not good, so there is no need to criticize and educate. I just want people. Dean Liang, let's go, Wang Meng said with a smile. Although the old man told him for a long time, Wang Meng was not angry. And he doesn't know how old this old man is. What do you think? Although Director Xiaobai was polite, how could he vomit out what he ate? I really think that Director Xiaobai is a kind person. Similar to what Wang Meng thought, Jiang Xiaobai almost didn't laugh when he heard Wang Meng dig Liu Hu over is in front of the heartbroken Dean Liang. Otherwise, you have to praise Wang Meng severely for his beautiful work. Just deal with it, and hope to return the person back. What do you think? Oh. Dean Liang sighed softly. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that since Liu Hui had already left, she would not come back again. After all, that is a living person, not a piece of goods. You can let both of you come and go. Since Liu Hui has made the decision to join Huiking Holdings, she will naturally not return to the Provincial Design Institute. Director Xiaobai, what's the joy of being so happy? In fact, it's not a happy event, it just dug talent. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said to Chen Zhengyu, yes, the couple of Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru just now were also with Liu Hu and others. I hadn't figured out at the time, what is the intersection between this Academy of Fine Arts and Huiking Holdings, but now it seems that it is possible that these two people were also dug over by Wang Meng. Although it was a little coincidence, it was just right to dig into his neighbor. But it is not impossible. A group of people chatted. When they arrived at the restaurant and Wang Meng brought everyone from the real estate company over to Jiang Xiaobai to toast. Liu Hui, welcome, welcome, welcome to join our Chengxing real estate company. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook hands with Liu Hui. In the future, I would like to ask the manager of Xiaobai to take care of me. Liu Hui said generously. In fact, she also knows that it is not good to switch to Huiking Holdings. I'm sorry, Dean Liang, but the current Provincial Design Institute has been idle since Huiking building. Even if there is, it is a small project, or some factory buildings. She is still very young, very young. She does not want to just go on like this. That's why she made this decision. Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru are not qualified to be brought by Wang Meng. After all, Wang Meng could not lead a bunch of people running around. However, when Jiang Xiaobai was toasting at the table with wine glasses, he saw Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru, who really sat at the Chengxing real estate company's own table, instead of where the guest is sitting. Brother Yang, Sister Bai. Jiang Xiaobai greeted well. Xiaobai Director Xiaobai, I didn't expect this. Bai Wanru looked surprised when he watched Jiang Xiaobai said. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head and said, come on, you are welcome to join. Let's talk more later. After a drink, Jiang Xiaobai didn't linger much. He turned and left. But Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru were on the table where they were a little bit lively. Lao Yang, do you know the Director Xiaobai? I have never heard of you. The hiding is pretty strict. Yes, Lao Yang. Your kid is good enough, and the director of Xiaobai calls you Brother Yang. A group of people talked a little enviously. Lao Yang, what is the relationship between you and the director of Xiaobai? Tell us, are you relatives? Yang Ruiping waved his hand. As soon as he was about to say something, he heard Bai Wansu speaking. Oh, it doesn't matter, it's just acquaintance. Everyone don't guess. Bai seemed to be casual. Everyone laughed and said whether or not they believed, but they didn't ask any more. Obviously, people don't want to say, How can it be acquaintance? They want to talk about a relative, a friend, etc. And everyone might still believe it. End of this chapter. Chapter 974 Set off. Chapter 974 Departure. On the way back from get off work in the evening, Yang Ruiping, who was riding a bicycle, looked at his wife in doubt and asked, "Why didn't you tell them in the morning that we and the director of Xiaobai are neighbors, so they know that we have a relationship with Jiang Xiaobai? Isn't it better for our future development?" Bai Wanru listened, turned her head and glanced at her husband, and then said, "Say you are the head of Elm, you are not happy, you are the original King Shui sect of the Design Institute. If you change your unit, you will be eaten up by someone with your belt and bones." Yang Ruiping was not happy anymore, frowned and said, "What are you talking about? Although I'm honest, but I'm not a fool. I'm not a fool, I ask you. I said I just know them with Jiang Xiaobai. Do you believe it?" "No." Yang Ruiping shook his head. "Isn't that right? Neighbors. Is the relationship between neighbors very close? If it's a 10-year-old neighborhood, it's okay. But many people in the unit know how long we have moved here. So what do you think of a neighbor relationship? It's not a big deal, but I said so mysteriously. They will make up for themselves if they don't believe it. Friends, relatives, in short, no matter what they guess, they must have a stronger relationship than their neighbors, and it's all about them. What I think is not our bragging," Bai Wanru said. Yang Ruiping's eyes lit up, but he still refused to admit defeat. He just didn't think about it for a while. "I can't explain that I am a fool, on the contrary, I just haven't been exposed to this kind of thing. Of course, and more importantly, many people know where our family is. If we say that we are neighbors with Jiang Xiaobai, if some people want to play tricks, go to visit. And if Jiang Xiaobai is bored, who do you think will be blamed?" Bai Wanru said. Yang Ruiping was really taught this time. He really hadn't thought of this. Now that he thinks of it, he is a little scared, and almost offended the new leader. When passing by the supply and marketing agency, Bai Wanru stopped the car. "What are you doing?" "Why buy canned food and snacks? I will go back to the neighbor's house and sit down in a while." Today, Jiang Xiaobai recognized both of us. He can still be regarded as not knowing each other. Okay. The two returned from shopping, and they saw Jiang Lanlan playing in a car in the small garden at the gate of the unit. There was a small shovel beside, and Yang Ruiping did not dare to talk, and walked towards the house without squinting. The couple waited at home until they heard the movement of Jiang Xiaobai driving back, waited another 10 minutes or so, then brought things to the door. "Brother Yang, Sister Bai, please come in soon." Jiang Xiaobai greeted him with enthusiasm as always. "Director Xiaobai, don't call brother, you are my leader," Yang Ruiping said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and said, "Hey, what leaders do not lead? This is not in the unit. Besides, we don't pay attention to this in our private enterprises." Yang Ruiping and Bai Wanru, of course, would not take Jiang Xiaobai's words seriously, just laugh and let Jiang Xiaobai call his name again. "I was surprised when I saw you at the conference this morning. I thought it was an intersection with your unit. You came to join us. I didn't expect everyone to become colleagues." Jiang Xiaobai made tea for the two with a smile. "We didn't expect that Xiaobai, the director of Huiking Holding Company, was actually you. I was surprised when we saw it today." Yang Ruiping also said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai did not refuse the canned food and snacks brought by the two. But when the two left, Jiang Xiaobai packed 2 boxes of tea leaves. We can't take this." Jiang Xiao couldn't help but stuff the tea into Yang Ruiping's hand. "What can't you take? You guys come over with canned snacks. Didn't I accept it too? We are neighbors, we are courteous. If you don't accept it, take the canned food and snacks away." Yang Ruiping still wanted to refuse, and Bai Wanru took it. "Then thank you, Director Xiaobai, we will go back." After sending the two away, Jiang Xiaobai didn't care. He went back to play with his son Jiang Lanlan for a while, and was going to the capital in 2 days. Song Xin is already going through the procedures for going abroad. On March 25, Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin boarded the train to the capital early in the morning. Of course, Li Longquan and 7 people from the security department were accompanied. There are 10 people in a line. It is not Jiang Xiaobai who wants to make a big fanfare, but the road is really unsafe. Putting away the luggage, Song Xin stretched her waist, revealing her proud figure inadvertently. Then he looked at Jiang Xiaobai, who was drinking water. Gudong, Gudong, how does it feel to take a beautiful assistant out of the house? Pleasant to the eyes. Jiang Xiaobai put down the water glass and said as he looked up and down, Song Xin. Virtue. Song Xin glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, and then took out the itinerary prepared in advance and talked to Jiang Xiaobai. After arriving in the capital, Mukis Hong and Feng Lun arrived earlier than Jiang Xiaobai. Also followed 2 people who looked like bodyguards, but compared with Jiang Xiaobai's security lineup, it was very thin. Lao Mu, noob, go, find a place to stay first, and then talk in detail, Jiang Xiaobai said. At this time, when taxis in Beijing are booming, taxi drivers are also a tall profession. A group of people took 4 taxis and found a hotel to stay in. Brother, who is this? This is my assistant Song Xin, and one of the shareholders of Huiqing Holding Company. I have returned from overseas study, and there is no problem in English or Russian. Jiang Xiaobai gave a brief introduction. Hello, Mr. Mu. Hello, how are you? Song Xin shook hands with Mukis Hong in a hurry, even if she greeted her. Awesome, brother. Where did you find the talents? Foreign students. Mukis Hong was a little bit emotional. At this time, college students are very valuable, not to mention sea turtles overseas students. It's not like the flood of overseas returnees in later generations. You go out and find a small unknown country. After 2 days at a third-rate pheasant university, you dare to come back and brag about yourself. We are college classmates. Come and help me when we come back. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. A group of people have lived there, and they don't have any intentions to go out and play, and they are not here to travel. Briefly touched, confirmed the itinerary, and then Jiang Xiaobai came to the front desk of the hotel, grabbed the phone on the table and made a call. Hey, this is Jiang Xiaobai, look for Bai Hang. Soon, Bai Hang's voice came over the phone. After contacting Bai Hang, they agreed on a meeting place. Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin said hello and took Li Longquan to leave the hotel. End of this chapter. Chapter 975 Cannot Go Back. Chapter 975 Can't Go Back. Seeking hotel. When Jiang Xiaobai and Li Longquan arrived, Bai Hang was already waiting with people. Brother Xiaobai, Hang Tsai. Jiang Xiaobai frowned as he looked at the air flowing behind Bai Hang, who would make normal people want to hide away, but he didn't say much. You guys find a place to eat some food around here. Bai Hang was still a little winked. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai unwillingness, he immediately dismissed the people around him. The 3 people entered the Xiqing Hotel, and after finding a box to sit down, Jiang Xiaobai looked at Bai Hang and asked, "What's wrong? Are you having trouble recently?" Bai Hang should know that he didn't like these people and brought them. There was only one reason, and I had to bring them. Nothing. Bai Hang shook his head, reluctant to say more. Jiang Xiaobai didn't ask any more, but still persuade. You have to come back to the capital. You will come back, but after you come back, try to stay away from the original right and wrong. Hang Tsai. Listen to my brother's advice. You will have to pay it back sooner or later when you come out, and you will not end well if you continue to mess around. I really don't want to hear your bad news one day. Okay, I know, Brother Xiaobai. Bai Hang nodded earnestly, then looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, Brother Xiaobai, is there anything wrong with you coming to Beijing this time? Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, I am passing by when I came to Beijing, and I will set off to Lao Mao the day after tomorrow. Over there. Go to Lao Mao, over there? Before he finished speaking in the vernacular, Jiang Xiao was interrupted by Bai Hang. Lao Mao, it's not safe over there. Needless to say, over there, it's very dangerous on this road. Brother Xiaobai, you don't know, many black men in the capital are buying and selling goods on this train from Beijing to Moscow. I heard them talk about it. if there is no one on this road. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, I know, this time I brought 7 people besides Long Quan, and there are also 2 bodyguards on the other side, which should be enough. And I'm looking for you, just to get some guys and defend yourself on the road. Bai Hang said, it's okay to get some guys, or else, brother Xiaobai, let me take someone to accompany you. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, I don't need enough people. In this way, you can help me prepare the guy and let Long Quan pick it up tomorrow. Okay, Bai Hang nodded and said, then I'm ready. It's still at this point tomorrow. Brother Li can come and pick it up. I'll help find someone to see if I can find someone on the way to talk and help. Busy. Okay, Jiang Xiaobai did not refuse Bai Hang's kindness, nodded and agreed. Okay, that's it. Eat. Jiang Xiaobai and Bai Hang have not seen each other for a long time, and they talked while eating. Your kid is not too young, so hurry up to find a girl and start a family. Don't hang around outside all day. Bai Hang smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xiaobai, you don't know me yet. I am used to being free and I don't want to start a family. There are good girls, but if you talk about getting married, I really don't have this plan. Okay, you kids. The leaves in the tens of thousands of flowers don't touch your body, but you can't go on like this, you still have to get married. Furthermore, during the Chinese New Year, I called Meng Tsai, and Meng Tsai said that he is not in Jianhua village anymore and he wants to build a house with a real estate company. Well, but you said that building a house is a construction company, and a real estate company is a real estate operation, and building a house is 2 concepts. After the 2 had eaten, Jiang Xiaobai took Li Longquan and walked out of the Xiking Hotel. Go, Hang Tsai, think about what I said. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and left with Li Longquan. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's back, Bai Hang's spirited look disappeared, with a bitter smile on his face, and muttered to himself, Brother Xiaobai, why don't I want to be like you said? Jinpun washes my hands. But people can't help themselves in the arena. I'm leaving. There are so many brothers. It's not that you can quit if you want to. There are some things that you can't turn back. Brother Bai. The group of people who followed Bai Hang also came over after dinner. Let's go back. Bai Hang's face regained his vibe. What kind of family or looking for a girl has nothing to do with him. When Jiang Xiaobai and Li Longquan went back, Mukis Hong and Feng Lun were just right to get out of the hotel. Where have you been, Xiaobai? We went to the room to look for you just now, and they said you were out. Go out and do something. This road is more dangerous. Let people prepare something for self-defense. Jiang Xiaobai said directly without concealing it. Well, let's go out to have some dinner together. Don't go. I have eaten. You go. Pay attention to safety. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, Song Xin has already gone home. In fact, in the capital at this time, social security is much better. After all, it is at the feet of the emperor. But not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Song Xin went back. Jiang Xiaobai still let 2 people follow. After returning, Jiang Xiaobai rested, and Li Longquan went to get his things back the next afternoon. Then it was ready to set off. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Jiang Xiaobai and others arrived at the train station. When entering the station, a bunch of people with big bags and small bags were waiting in line. The crowd was not decent. Bai Hang came over to send Jiang Xiaobai, and said to Jiang Xiaobai in a low voice, it's the line from the capital to Moscow. Those who carry the big bags are all hired by the Black Master. You can carry your bags, but you can also get started at critical moments. There are the most people like this on this line, and many times the goods are sold out without a place. International downfall at this time can be regarded as a special group spawned by the characteristics of the times. It did not disappear until the 21st century. Of course, the main reason is the lack of production materials on the polar bears. Wash basins, toothbrushes, towels, hot water bottles, etc. are all hard-headed goods over there. The industry over there is developed, and all kinds of machinery and equipment are relatively cheap. Strictly speaking, Jiang Xiaobai and Ma Qizhong are also going to be the masters this time, but the things they buy and sell are different from these seemingly large-scale masters. Is not a small commodity, but an airplane. They are the biggest downfalls. I don't know the bad guy who went to Moscow this time, and I didn't get on the line. Brother Xiaobai, you must be careful on the way, Bai Hang said with some worry. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, it's okay, don't worry, we don't have any valuables. If anyone wants it, just give it to them. Okay, go back, we pitted. End of this chapter. Chapter 976. Small Eyes. Chapter 976. Little Eyes. Several people finally got on the bus, and the tickets for the sleeping berth were also obtained by trustees. You don't need to squeeze in the hard seat compartment, you feel a lot more relaxed after getting in the car. This car departs from the capital and passes through Manzulaya until the train is available in Mos. The two cities run opposite each other once a week. It takes 6 days and 6 nights in the middle of the train, and the most people on the train are not passengers, but fell. In the 1960s, it was called speculation, and in the 1970s it was called Erdau dealers. In the 1980s and the 1990s, there was this mixed respect term failure. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai believes that Lord should be regarded as a neutral term, and it has nothing to do with good or bad. It is just a group produced in this special economic period. Train hard seats and sacks are common props of fell men. In fact, not to mention hard seat cars, even sleeper cars are the same. But you guys don't care about the money. If you go out, as long as you can come back safely, it's almost the same without counting the money and getting cramps. Jiang Xiaobai and a group of people caught everyone's attention in this, not only because Jiang Xiaobai had a lot of white people, there were no more than a dozen bags under the hands of that one man. Dare to run this line, can I bring less goods? The key is Jiang Xiaobai, who wears different clothes. Seeing that others are big bags and small bags, I can't wait to bite one with my left hand and the other with my right hand. And Jiang Xiaobai and others are basically empty-handed, but Li Longqun and others are holding a small black bag with a bulging bag inside. If this comes back from Moscow, it is normal. The goods have all gone out. Of course, they came back empty-handed. But this is where to go. How do you play and how to make money if there are no goods? Does it all depend on grabbing? Of course. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Moreover, Li Longqun and the others are strong in stature. They are not easy to provoke, and it is possible to prepare to grab them. But the key is that their team is still a beautiful girl who is not acting in a TV series. I really thought it was a heroine. The force value is outrageous. Bringing a woman is a drag. It is impossible to prepare to grab something. Jiang Xiaobai and his group are at odds with the surroundings. But Jiang Xiaobai didn't care. There were so many people in him, unless they were in a special situation, otherwise, he would not mess with others, and it is estimated that others would not dare to mess with himself. Moreover, Jiang Xiaobai's carriages are all his own, and there is no need to communicate with others about other things. But these 6 days and 6 nights, thinking about it makes people feel difficult. Fortunately, Song Xin was there, and then Li Longqun and another security guard. The 4 of them played cards. Oh, brother, I'm in the car next door. There's nothing to come over and chat. The visitor is a fat middle-aged man. He is also a person who can't be found in the crowd, wearing a leather jacket. The most prominent place is a pair of small eyes. As long as you smile on your face, you can see it. Are you going to Mos, too? Little Eyes didn't wait for Jiang Xiaobai to agree, so they walked in, but didn't sit down. Jiang Xiaobai looked at these little eyes, put down the card in his hand, leaned back, and changed to a more comfortable position. Then smiled and asked, brother, what's your last name? Muyagui, surname Shin. The last name is Shin. If you are thinner like this, you don't need to make up when you go to play Shingongbao. Jiang Xiaobai muttered in his heart, pointing to the opposite bed and said, brother Shin, sit down. Okay. Small Eyes reached out and rolled up a little bedding before sitting down. You are going to Moscow, right? But looking at you, it doesn't look like an inferior, but it doesn't look like you are on the road. and it's not in the system. It's a bit curious, so come over and make a conversation. How do you know that we are not in the system, nor in the way? Jiang Xiaobai became a little interested, knowing that he and others are not bad masters, unless it is blind. But if it is said that it is not within the system or on the road, then Jiang Xiaobai will be a little curious. You must know that Li Longqun and others are not merciful. Intuition. Little eyes pointed to his head, and he said with a smile, I ran this line. The person on this train is not me. As long as it is me, I can guess the same thing. Don't look at this car. There are more than 9,000 kilometers along the way, and it will take 6 days and 6 nights, but I am familiar with every place. I dare not say that it is the same as my own home, but it is not much different. How long have you been in this business? Jiang Xiaobai asked. This group of international baddies rely on this international special train to eat. People say they are familiar with their own jobs, but they are really not bragging. It's been 5 or 6 years. Earlier, I heard people say that you can make money by running here. As long as you work hard, you can make money. It doesn't matter. At the beginning, I used my own money to resell it, went to the factory to get the goods, and then got into the car with my own back. Be robbed, bullied, the worst time. Small eyes are very talkative, and speaking also gives people a heart-to-heart feeling. But Jiang Xiaobai is just listening to a story, and he can stick to this line for 5 or 6 years. It's so embarrassing, and it's a long time ago that people even eat their belts and bones clean. Now, I have a large warehouse in Xushui Street in Beijing. By the way, you know Xushui Street, right? I know. Jiang Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Xushui Street became prosperous because of the God Lord, and Xushui Street is also known as the International Destroyer Warehouse, and it has gradually become an important channel for mutual understanding between my country and Eastern Europe. Before leaving the border, this train was still very safe. Xiaoyan talked with Jiang Xiaobai for a while, and then returned to his car. After getting out of the carriage, his small eyes were thoughtful. For a long time, he didn't get a word out. Instead, he told others a story for a long time. Director Xiaobai, this person. Don't worry about him. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, it is estimated that it was here to find out. This is normal. It is normal for a group of people like us to appear on a good international train. It is normal to be uneasy. Okay, take the time to rest. After crossing the border, I can't sleep even if I want to sleep. Jiang Xiaobai said. He covered the bedding and started to rest. Li Longqun and others are the same, but 2 people are left to watch and take turns to rest. The further you go north, the more desolate you can feel. After leaving the customs, the sky seems to have become much lower. The scenery outside the car window is not quite changing. When parking in the northeast, a lot of bad guys came up again. Some of these northeast lords still greet each other with the lords from the capital. Obviously they know each other. After all, they are all people running on the same line. Although the language differences between the 2 places are obvious, everyone is their own on this international train. End of this chapter. Chapter 977 Crazy. Chapter 977 Crazy. The police got off the car on the border, and they won't follow into there. After getting off the train, they will wait for the incoming train to board, and then take care of the safety of passengers entering the national border. But when entering the polar bear border, Jiang Xiaobai and others are on the train. At this time the police here will not get on the train, and there is no such habit here. So the carriage at this time is basically an outer floor place, and no one is in charge. Li Longqun looked at the faraway policeman, felt the commotion of the crowd in the car, and woke everyone in the security department. Firmly guarded the positions of the carriages where he was, and saw that the little eyes that came to the car to talk just now did almost the same movement. There were 3 or 5 people who followed them. All of them showed their eyes and looked uncomfortable. Small eyes also politely smiled at Li Longqun. Li Longqun nodded as a greeting. Soon there were shouts from other cars. Li Longqun's gaze condensed, and he was in chaos soon after he left the border. Inadvertently looked towards the small eyes, and saw that there was no change in the expression of the small eyes. Chaos is normal. The train running on the Great Plains is like a mobile prison. There are 3 schools and 9 students inside, and everyone has them. Noisy sounds sounded from time to time, and then stopped. But the carriage where Jiang Xiaobai and others were in was always quiet. However, this quiet stayed for a while. When the train stopped in a small town, a group of people from fighting ethnic groups violently knocked on the windows of the train. Li Longqun and others quickly became vigilant, but their small eyes showed a smile on their faces. Opened a car window and said something loudly in Russian. Soon the person in the car handed 3 pieces of fur. And then the small eyes handed out a warm water bottle through the window. Someone also came up on the door of the carriage, holding a pile of fur and the like, and even people with long knives and firearms. Jiang Xiaobai woke up listening to the voice outside, and walked out of the box to look at the situation outside. Li Longqun and others tightly guarded Jiang Xiaobai behind him, as if facing an enemy. The whole carriage is a mess, and various languages are mixed in the carriage. Poor men took out large packages of goods. Local people waved the fur in their hands, holding large buckets of yogurt. Removing pieces of goods from the hands of the fallen man, Jiang Xiaobai saw that Xiaoyan didn't know what he said to a person of a fighting nation. Little Ai actually took off his leather jacket and exchanged for a delicate long knife. About 10 minutes later, the people of the fighting ethnic group in the carriage got out of the car. The train also started again, and Li Longqun and others were relieved. It's so crazy, even if you change the goods, it's still special. There are people who wield a long knife and get on the car to exchange firearms. Small Eyes obviously had a good harvest, and they counted the goods returned with a smile. But Jiang Xiaobai was a little curious about this smile. His eyes were gone. How could he see and count the goods? I knew that this line was crazy, but I didn't expect to be so crazy that no one would care about it at all. Small Eyes finished counting the goods, and walked towards Jiang Xiaobai. But Li Longqun and others stopped. They had already seen the crazy scene just now, and they didn't dare to be careless. Let him come over, Jiang Xiaobai said. Li Longqun and other talents let their Small Eyes come. Small Eyes took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over. Jiang Xiaobai did not refuse either. The two lit up their cigarettes and took a puff. Only when their little eyes looked out the window and said, "Go crazy." Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, "I can't imagine that there are still long swords and firearms." Small Eyes smiled and said, "It has been circulated a few years ago that a car of watermelons can be exchanged for a tank. This is all a small mess, and the big ones are directly packaged in a car. Watermelon for tanks." Jiang Xiaobai also had to admire this group of bad masters. He really dared to think and do it. By the way, after 5 more stations, there will be soldiers here. You'd better hide the US dollars at that time. Otherwise, they won't care if you are a bad man, and you will just confiscate you. The place is reasonable. Small Eyes finished speaking and got up and left. "Thanks." Jiang Xiaobai nodded to indicate that he knew. The rest of the journey was basically the same repeated scenes. Jiang Xiaobai saw a man from a fighting nation. Taking advantage of the time before driving, he quickly snatched a thermos from Little Eye's hand, and then bent down and followed the train track. Ran away. The Little Eyes are cursing, but Jiang Xiaobai can see that the Little Eyes should be accustomed to this kind of people, and it is enough to scold a few words, and there is no violent rage or anything. After 4 stops, Jiang Xiaobai saw a lot of people, skillfully prying open the mezzanine on the top of the car, and then hiding the US dollars inside. Jiang Xiaobai also learned everything, and asked Li Longqun to pry open the mezzanine on the top of the carriage, and then hid the money he was carrying. Born in a foreign country, it's not a place to reason with you. If you pitch you will pit it. Who knows who you are? The name of Huiqing Holding Company may be better in Longqing and going to the Dangxi. Even if it is out of Shaanxi province, the name of Huiqing Holding Company may not be so easy to use. What's more, it's in a foreign country, and it's for nothing if you suffer. As the night approached, A group of border inspectors from uniformed fighting nations got into the car with police dogs and began to search the cars one by one. Some people's money was revealed and confiscated directly, but most people hid well and escaped a disaster. The border inspector got off the train, and the train continued to move. When the train arrived on the fourth day, I encountered a train grabber. This is the second time Jiang Xiaobai has encountered a train grabber in his life. But this time is different from the last time. Last time there were two people, Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi. This time Li Longqun and other 8 people, plus 2 people led by Mukis Hong and Feng Lan. A total of more than a dozen people, and all of them are carrying guys. Basically, they are not dangerous. On the morning of the 7th day, the train finally stopped at Moscow. It is now April, but Mos is naturally in the long and cold winter. The people who were freezing after the train shook straight, but the people at the station were not surprised by Jiang Xiaobai group of yellow-skinned people. Because there are too many bad masters, there are still several big markets in Moscow, which are basically filled with people from the capital or the northeast. Let's go. If it's correct, the person I made has already drove to pick us up. Mu Zongxing said. End of this chapter. Chapter 978 Miller Market. Chapter 978 Miller Market. Jiang Xiaobai didn't know how Mu Zongxing contacted the people here. Anyway, Mukis Hong has this ability and always knows many people with great magical powers. Maybe this is the magical place of Mukis Hong. The one who came to pick up Jiang Xiaobai and the others was Anderson, who came with 3 Volga cars. My name is Jiang Xiaobai, and I will come to Jin province in the future. You can find me if you have anything to do. Jiang Xiaobai was saying goodbye to Xiaoyan. Little Eyes said that he was going to the Miller Market, which is also very famous in the local area. Okay, where are you going? I can tell you if I don't know the way. Little Eyes said with a smile. No, someone is here to pick it up. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and pointed to the 3 Volga cars on the side. Small Eyes for a moment nodded and bid farewell to Jiang Xiaobai. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai taking the people into the Volga car, he muttered in his small eyes and mouth, I really didn't guess wrong. I am a big man. There is still a car to pick you up here. And from that look, the person who picks up should not be an ordinary person, and the temperament on his body is a bit like a soldier. This is Andre, this is Jiang Xiaobai. Mukis Hong grumbled and said, Jiang Xiaobai really did not expect that this guy could still speak Russian. Song Xin whispered translation beside Jiang Xiaobai. Because of the language barrier, they were in the car again. That is, after saying hello, the two did not communicate anymore, but Mukis Hong talked to Anderson. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Jiang Xiaobai was slightly disappointed. I thought that Mos should be an old Volga car running all over the street, with red propaganda posters everywhere. The girl in Braji at home sang Katushaw. Only now I found out that it was all wishful thinking. It's not like that at all. Outside, bloated ants walked past. There were no Brajis or Katushas. The car quickly stopped at a place. Song Xin introduced it, and Jiang Xiaobai knew that it was a hotel. Andre left, but the 3 drivers who brought him did stay. In order to protect Jiang Xiaobai and others, he took the train for 6 days and 6 nights. To be honest, Jiang Xiaobai was the first time in his 2 lifetimes. Sit down in the restaurant of the hotel. I was going to have a big meal. When the dishes came up, I found out that it turned out to be roast beef patties, butter rolls with cream, cornflakes soaked in yogurt, and a pickled cabbage. Jiang Xiaobai casually took a few bites and then put it down. He really couldn't eat it. As a result, at this time, the waiter brought another cup of black tea with white sugar and a piece of dark chocolate. This kind of food can be regarded as a good meal in Mos, but Jiang Xiaobai is really not used to it. After taking the train for 6 days and 6 nights, I couldn't even eat a full meal, and then I had to continue to endure it until I took the train for 6 days and 6 nights to return home. Thinking about Jiang Xiaobai, I felt a little headache. I had known this a long time ago and let Mukis Hong come here by himself, suffocating his nausea and ate something. Jiang Xiaobai went back to the room to rest. It was noon since this awakening. Jiang Xiaobai was still hungry. When Jiang Xiaobai got up, Mrs. Hong and Anderson were already chatting in the dining room. Mrs. Hong is much older than Jiang Xiaobai, and he doesn't know how he has such a good spirit. Both parties are very direct, and they have agreed to go to the place to check the goods tomorrow, and then talk about other things after reading the goods. Anderson said goodbye. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the table full of beef scones and the like again, worrying, was unwilling to eat, so he took Song Xin, Li Longqun and others out. There are 3 cars left by Anderson, which is really convenient. Ask if they know Miller Market, Jiang Xiaobai said to Song Xin. Soon the driver murmured a lot, and Song Xin said to the interpreter, they know that this is a very famous market in Moscow, and there are so many good things. Nice one. Jiang Xiaobai murmured, listening to Xiaoyan said that most of the Namal market is domestic bad guys, and they bought them with domestic unsaleable goods. Many companies have offices in Moscow, transporting goods, and then wholesale. 3 Volga cars stopped at the Miller market, and suddenly there was chaos inside the Miller market. After several drivers got out of the car, the chaos intensified because of their uniforms. However, this situation got better after Jiang Xiaobai and others got off the car. Many Jiang Xiaobai and others who saw the same yellow skin and dark eyes relaxed a lot afterwards. At this time, it is true that you are making money, but it is also very risky. The polar bears are very chaotic, and they are from a foreign country, and they don't know how much they are bullied. Small Eyes were squinting the inventory, and I heard someone from outside saying that another inspection was coming. When I was hurriedly packing the goods, I heard news from someone that it was not the inspection, but was from my own country. Small Eyes called the person under his hands over, and after asking a few questions in detail, they knew the details. I heard that they came here in 3 Volga cars, was headed by a young man, and his Small Eyes suddenly thought of something, dropped the goods in his hand and went out. Brother Jiang. Little Eyes smiled as Jiang Xiaobai greeted him. But when I saw 3 drivers in uniforms not far away from Jiang Xiaobai and others, I felt a sigh. This is a long-standing habit. I am afraid when I see people in uniforms here, because they are different from those in China. You reason with others, and they talk fist with you. Brother Shen. Jiang Xiaobai was originally looking for Little Eyes, but he didn't expect Little Eyes to appear by himself. Brother Jiang, are you here for a stroll or something? I told you that I am very familiar with this market, whether you are buying something or. Small Eyes patted his chest and drank Jiang Xiaobai while talking. Some people in the surrounding big market were also talking about it. What's the background of this man? I know this young man like I look at my Little Eyes. 3 Volga cars, and drivers in uniforms, don't come by. Not a big domestic figure, but why are you so young? The woman next to him is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman when I grow up. Be careful, if someone hears you, beware of something wrong. You don't have to guess. Wait a while and ask the Little Eyes to know. I really didn't expect that these Little Eyes still know this kind of person, and everyone should pay attention to it in the future. Don't offend him. Not only some bad masters, but even some people in the black zone, they are usually at the top of the food chain in this Miller market, and they dare not pant loudly. End of this chapter. Chapter 979. First time flying. Chapter 979. I don't go shopping or buy things. I'm looking for you, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Find me? This time it was the turn of the Little Eyes to be shocked. Jiang Xiaobai must nodded and said, yes, I am looking for you. This is not a place to talk. Go to your booth and talk. In fact, it's okay to get in the car, but now that you have reached the Miller market, I just went in and took a look. Okay, please here. A group of people walked into the Miller market and came to the booth of Xiaoyan. In fact, the Smallid stall is just like the stall in the vegetable market of later generations, but the depth is a bit longer. There are piles of goods piled up in a mess. Little Eyes introduced the goods purchased from the office of a domestic factory in Moscow. Okay, I won't go in anymore. Just say a few words here. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at it twice, and was not interested in going in. You say, "How do you eat here?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "Just eat outside." Little Eyes didn't understand why Jiang Xiaobai asked. Then, "Do you know, where are our domestic restaurants? Or where can I buy domestic ingredients?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. The Little Eyes understand it now. "Brother Jiang, are you not used to the food here?" "Okay, this is normal, many people are not used to it, but there are no domestic seasonings here, so it's impossible to cook." "I'm okay. One is because I can eat the food here, and the other is because I stayed for a while and then returned to China." Those international students and those who are looking forward to stay here are miserable. Speaking with the Little Eyes, his eyes narrowed and said, "But I can get a little bit. It was obtained by a countryman from here, so I won't be a problem at all." "Really? Great, thank you. I don't want more, just have a week's worth," Jiang Xiaobai said in a pleasant surprise. "Still, these gangsters have a way out." "You wait, he'll be back in a while." Little Eyes left, and it took about half an hour to come back. There is a small bag in his hand. Actually, there are not many things. It is impossible to be as complete as the domestic preparation. "How much?" "I will pay you," Jiang Xiaobai said, and Song Xin took out her wallet. "Not much, $50. Small Eyes finished speaking, and then quickly explained, "I am not cheating you, it is a price to get the goods. I can't buy this stuff at all." "It's okay." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and didn't care. "In fact, this is quite expensive, $50, hundreds of dollars, and I don't know how many things can be bought in China. But this is not domestic after all. If it is in China, Jiang Xiaobai will not have to look for Small Eyes to buy things." Jiang Xiaobai has also seen the grand scene on the train. It is not a problem to double ordinary things several times, or even more than 10 times. And this thing, in this place, you can't buy it even if you have money. "By the way, this is my address. You can come and find me if you have something to do." "I should be here for a week." Jiang Xiaobai was preparing to write the address, but found that special, even a bunch of Russian, he can't write it. Then handed it to Song Xin with a little embarrassment. After Jiang Xiaobai went back, it was another tossing meal, and a hot hometown meal was prepared during dinner in the evening. Mudkaz Hong appeared at this time, came to have a meal. Jiang Xiaobai and others also ate round belly. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai and Mudkaz Hong went to an airport of the Moscow Aviation Department. The strength of the fighting nation in industry at this time is worthy of being one of the best. A Tu-154 plane is parked in the airport. This is the basic model. There are other models such as Figure 154A, Figure 154B, and Figure 154C. Figure 154A shows, Anderson said. Song Xin translated to Jiang Xiaobai on the side, but some professional terms, Song Xin could not understand or translate. But even if he could translate, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't understand it, and Mudkaz Hong was about the same. He was not a professional person. "Only know that this plane is good." "What kind of power unit?" 3 Kuznetsov NK82 turbofan engines. "What is the tail cone of the auxiliary power unit outside the non-pressurized cabin, and the rest of the cabins are airtight pressurized cabins, etc. Ask him, can we take a look inside the plane?" Jiang Xiaobai whispered to Song Xin. Song Xin turned her head to look at Anderson, July Gulu quickly finished speaking in one sentence, turned her head and said, "Song Xin." He said yes. "Then we will arrange for someone." Jiang Xiaobai and others boarded the plane. At this time Anderson said something Jiang Xiaobai could understand. The aircraft has 3 seats for the pilot, co-pilot and flight engineer. The basic standard layout is 6 seats per row, 54 seats in the front cabin and 104 seats in the rear cabin, for a total of 158 seats. Jiang Xiaobai tried to sit in the seat, but it was still quite comfortable. "Lamu, you let him arrange people and fly around," Jiang Xiaobai said to Mudkaz Hong. After lunch, the plane took off. Jiang Xiaobai felt it. It was okay, not much different from the planes of later generations. However, compared to Jiang Xiaobai casual appearance on the plane, Li Longqun and others are much more nervous. They had never been in a plane before, and they almost flew to the sky without being scared to death one by one. In fact, airplanes are the safest among all transportation, and the probability of accidents is the lowest. But some people are scared and feel that flying in the air is not practical. Originally Song Xin was also going to see Jiang Xiaobai getting embarrassed, but she didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to enjoy it. It's been more than 10 years since I was born again. This is the first time I fly by plane. The speed of the tortoise is really unbearable, and it is the speed of the airplane. Xiaobai, this is your first time flying by plane? Song Xin looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked with some confusion, otherwise, you think I can buy air tickets as a self-employed person? Jiang Xiaobai asked back. The first time I took an airplane, it was the first time I took an airplane in my life, but I don't know how many times I took it in my previous life. Not afraid? Afraid of what? Song Xin was taken aback. What was she afraid of? You can't see Li Longqun and the others with pale faces, thinking that when you first took a plane, you were also nervous to death. End of this chapter. Chapter 980 Braj and Katushaw. Chapter 980 Braji and Katushaw. I have taken a plane, but this is the first time I can enjoy this kind of chartered flight. The plane circled the sky and landed at the airport soon. It feels pretty good, except that the cabin feels a bit cramped. The takeoff performance is good, and it feels good when landing, not too bumpy. In fact, Sichuan Airlines at this time will not ask too much, as long as it is to get the plane back. The next step is to negotiate. Here are 4 basic models of figure 154 that are planned to be sold. The total asking price is 400 million yuan worth of small commodities, but they have to decide on the type of small commodities and inspect the goods. 400 million is too high. Tell them that with these 400 million yuan of goods, we have all imported Boeing aircraft. 300 million yuan of goods. I guarantee the quality of the goods. The two sides are negotiating with you and me. The price was stuck at 330 million that night, and the fighting nation refused to say anything about it. Early the next morning, negotiations continued in the conference room. In the middle, Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin called Anderson out of the meeting room. You make a handful here, and then I will purchase a large amount of raw materials from your side. I guarantee that the minimum will not be less than 1 billion RMB. No, Lucoin. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Xin did not translate it, but looked at Jiang Xiaobai in a daze. Is it really good to deceive people like this? 1 billion rupee. At this time, $1 can be exchanged for more than 4 yuan, about 5 yuan. And the price of $1 for the renminbi is about 1 yuan and 6. In other words, 1 billion rupee is equivalent to about 3 billion yuan. More than 3 billion. Last year, Huiking Holdings made a profit of only more than 100 million. A full 3 billion, that is, the 4 to 154 planes this time are enough for Huiking Holding Company to drink a pot. Song Xin felt that Jiang Xiaobai was frozen here. 3 billion, it is not worth the money to buy Huiking Holdings. Little Bai, did I mishear it just now? Jiang Xiaobai stared at Anderson, and said without looking back, no, you just turned it over to him. 3 billion rupee. Kylie Grant. Anderson's eyes widened. 3 billion rupee, 4 pictures 154 is a big order, but it is more than 300 million yuan, which is about 100 million yuan when converted into rupee. This is a billion-dollar purchase, which is 10 times larger than this business. Xiao Bei, this foreigner asks you, how do you prove that you have this strength? Jiang Xiaobai said, you tell him that you will know when they go to our country. Okay. Song Xin translated it truthfully. The eyes on Anderson's face were cloudy, and he finally nodded for a long time. In the conference room, Makis Hong was still fighting with each other, spitting out. After Jiang Xiaobai and Anderson returned to the meeting room, they quickly agreed. Agree, Do you agree? Mrs. Hong was still full of doubts. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Xiaobai suspiciously. Jiang Xiaobai nodded slightly towards Mrs. Hong, and then said, "I'll talk about it later." Okay. Mrs. Hong nodded. The two parties did not sign any contract, and then they agreed that after Jiang Xiaobai and the others returned, they would prepare the goods in half a month, and then they would check it out. If you are satisfied at that time, we will discuss the delivery method. The talk was over, and Anderson gave a ball in the evening. At the dance party, Jiang Xiaobai finally saw a few decent fighting ethnic girls. But unfortunately, Jiang Xiaobai does not speak Russian. When you can't communicate with your sister, you still need Song Xin's translation. And what to translate? Can you put on Braji and sing Kato Shaw? At this time, I know the importance of mastering a foreign language. Song Xin shook the red wine glass and sat down beside Jiang Xiaobai. I just danced with Anderson, and there are some fine beads of sweat on the tip of my nose, which looks crystal clear and lovely. No, just come here. I didn't take a look at the local customs. It's a pity. Jiang Xiaobai retracted his gaze and said lightly, "What kind of customs? The girl in Braji sings Kato Shaw?" Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. "Fucking, are you the round worm in my stomach?" "This can be guessed. Don't look at me like that." Song Xin curled her lips and said with some disdain, "Don't men just think about this? I thought that when I came here, the streets were full of girls wearing brajids and singing Kato Shaw." There was nothing unexpected. Kato Shaw depicts the beautiful scenery when she returns to the earth in spring, and a girl named Kato Shaw misses her lover who left her hometown to defend the frontier. It is a love song. Because this song is simple and smooth, it has been widely sung for many years and is very popular. This song played an extraordinary role in that war, so it was widely circulated. Ahem. Jiang Xiaobai said righteously, "What are you talking about? What the man wants." "By the way, can you sing Kato Shaw?" This shameless dog man, Song Xin licked her ruddy lips, approached Jiang Xiaobai slightly and asked softly, "I can sing. Do you want me to buy another Braji?" Jiang Xiaobai listened, and suddenly he was unwilling to say, "Who do you think of me?" Song Xin was taken aback. She heard Jiang Xiaobai continue to say, "I'm such a stingy boss. Shouldn't I take you on a business trip and give you some local special gifts? I'll give you 2 sets of braggies, but I still need you to buy them." Shameless. Song Xin blushed, but she didn't refuse what Jiang Xiaobai said, and hummed softly. Just as the pear blossoms are blooming all over the world, there is a soft veil floating on the river. Kato Shaw is standing on the steep bank, singing like a bright spring. Actually, this song is better sung in Russian, but Song Xin knew that Jiang Xiaobai could not understand Russian, so she sang it softly in Chinese. It sounds good. After Song Xin finished singing, Jiang Xiaobai applauded Song Xin. "Don't forget the gift you promised me." Song Xin left with her wine glass. Jiang Xiaobai was still a little dazed. That night, after returning to the hotel, Jiang Xiaobai found that Little Eyes was waiting anxiously at the entrance of the hotel. He saw the Volga car coming by, and his eyes lit up to welcome him. "Brother Shen, why are you here?" After Jiang Xiaobai got out of the car, she looked at her small eyes and asked with a smile, "My goods have been stolen." A large quantity of goods is worth living, and most of them are other people's goods, not just my own goods. If this batch is not returned, it is estimated that it will be able to escape other people's pursuit and killing. Dare to come here. It is clear that the weather in Moscow is still very cold, but his small eyes are sweating profusely. End of this chapter. Chapter 981 frame. Chapter 981. Don't worry, come in and speak slowly. Jiang Xiaobai comforted his little eyes, then looked at Anderson and said, "Maybe something needs your help." After Song Xin translated it, Anderson agreed without even thinking about it. What he is thinking about now is that Jiang Xiaobai 1 billion yuan transaction. Such a large-scale transaction, he doesn't know how much profit he can get out of it. The group of people walked into the lobby of the hotel and sat down. Only then did Little Eyes begin to talk about what happened to him. "A month ago, when I came here to pick up the goods, Medv, who was collecting protection fees in the Miller market, came and told me that it was because I had a stable supply of goods and spoke good Russian. The boss is very optimistic about me and asked me to manage a small building in the market. I am responsible for the decoration and management, and pay them a portion of the profit every month. I went to see it. There are more than 20 warehouses and more than 10 booths in the small building. I took over. After taking over, more than 20 warehouses and more than a dozen stalls were rented out soon, and the profits were quite substantial. When you went, Brother Jiang, it was my small building. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. The small building should be a product of the 19th century. It looks a bit dilapidated, but the quality of the house is very good. The location in the Miller market is also good, and the flow of people is good. I usually run around and leave a few people here to take charge. It was fine yesterday. I received a call this morning before I went to the market, saying that all the cargo owners in more than 20 warehouses paid several million yuan. The goods were looted. Speaking with small eyes, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he has made some money over the years, it is more than 20 warehouses with millions of goods. How can he be compensated? Small Eyes shook his head and said, "No, here is the Miller market. There are various forces in the market. The relationship is complicated and it is useless. Today, I didn't even dare to go to the market. The consignor had already started looking for me everywhere. I asked my friend to say that I was taken away by Moscow's people, so I could deal with it. If this batch of goods cannot be found, I will only be able to sneak back home in a desperate manner," said the little eyes. Their eyes dimmed, but fortunately, they have been back before liberation for the past few years. "Do you have anyone to suspect?" Jiang Xiaobai asked, rubbing his brows. "Have." Little Eyes nodded and said, "I suspect that it was Medv. They designed to frame me. I thought at the time, how could there be such a good thing as dregs in the sky? But at the time I was dazzled by profit. But I have no evidence." The little eyes drooped and said dejectedly. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head and said, "Some things don't need evidence, it's just a gang that collects protection fees." Jiang Xiaobai turned his head and said something to Anderson. Anderson nodded and turned to call, "Brother Jiang, be safe and not irritable." Half an hour later, two of Anderson's men returned with two people. One of them, his small eyes blurted out, "Medv." It's just that the two of them looked a little embarrassed, and they were almost brought in. Anderson said, Song Xin said to the interpreter, "These two people have already confessed, one is Medv and the other is Medv's boss. The goods are at theirs, so just send someone to pick it up." Actually, I don't need Song Xin to translate, so I can understand it with my little eyes. He can speak Russian and speaks pretty well. Song Xin is mainly translated for Jiang Xiaobai, and Anderson also said it to Jiang Xiaobai. As for the small eyes, he didn't pay attention from beginning to end. He just looked at Jiang Xiaobai face. The small eyes stared at Medv with red eyes, as if to swallow Medv in one bite. "Bad bastard, I am your uncle, cheating me. I will kill." "Okay, then you go to pick up the goods, and they will follow the normal procedure here." Jiang Xiaobai patted Little Eye on the shoulder. Little Eye is a good person. He reminded him several times when he was on the train. In the Miller market, I even found domestic seasonings for myself, so that I can eat more comfortably. Of course, there may be some utilitarian mentality in the small eyes, but overall it is good. Little Eyes looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said with gratitude, "This time if it wasn't for Jiang Xiaobai, and he couldn't find his goods, the best way to take it was to sneak back to the country. I don't have to think about running this line in the future, and the worst result may be that I can't run. I'm blocked by an angry shipper, and I'm going to end it is self-evident. After all, it's worth millions of dollars, and how much is a life worth? It's okay, it's nothing. If the address is Huiqing Holding Co., in Longqing, Jin Province, you can find out when you go." Small Eyes were startled. This tone is not easy in China. Longqing, the provincial capital of Shaanxi Province. As long as you inquire, you can inquire about it. If you dare to say such things, it only shows that most of the people in Longqing know about Huiqing Holdings. Of course, He didn't feel that Jiang Xiaobai was bragging, and he could force him to desperate things, which could be solved in one sentence. Also, they are still abroad. People like this can't brag with themselves. It can be said that if they don't know them properly, they probably can't talk to them. I can't think of it. At the beginning, I was holding such a little utilitarian heart on the train, reminding others, and helping them make a seasoning, so that I can help myself so much. I am really lucky. Of course, this matter of myself is not a big deal here, but it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a life-saving grace to myself. Small Eyes stood up, bowed deeply to Jiang Xiaobai, then turned and walked out of the hotel. I don't know how many shippers are waiting for me in the market over there, so I have to hurry up and get things done. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for me. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Song Xin and said. Anderson didn't care about it either, waved his hand and got up to say goodbye, which is not worth mentioning to him. Stayed in Moss for a week. After finishing his business, Jiang Xiaobai went to watch a drama with Song Xin, and of course he did not forget to send Song Xin Bulaji. A week later, Jiang Xiaobai, Song Xin, Mukis Hong and others boarded the train returning home. End of this chapter. Chapter 982 Distribution of Benefits. Chapter 982 Distribution of Benefits. After entering the domestic border, the domestic police boarded the car. Jiang Xiaobai and the others were relieved, except for the two who took turns on duty. Everyone rested. Rest assured. Moscow went to the end of March. It was already mid-April when Jiang Xiaobai and others stepped on the land in the capital. Went for a week, stayed in Moss for a week, and then came back and used it for another week. This trip lasted almost a month. It was not that Jiang Xiaobai had not traveled so long in the past on business trips, but he did not feel so tired. I don't eat well abroad, sleep well, and worry that some people want to harm me all day long. I'm back to China now. I always feel at ease in my heart. A few people came to Don Glaze Hun, and the lamb slices thin as cicada wings were tossing in the pot one by one, and then took a chopstick, dipped in the sauce, and the food was called a comfortable one. Come, go one, cheers. A group of people drank happily, everyone drank a little, even Song Xin drank 2 glasses of beer. Wait, when it's almost time to eat, then we can discuss the next thing. Although I have returned to China and have been tired for such a long time, I still cannot rest, because the people over there will come to receive the goods after more than half a month. Half a month, that is, plus 6 days on the road, and it's about 20 days when it's full. Not even a month, but Jiang Xiaobai and Mu Zongxing together have to raise about 300 million yuan in goods. This is not a small challenge. 300 million yuan of goods involves dozens of large and small commodities. And the time given is so short, so there is no need to count on rest and the like. Today I have a hot pot meal, drink some beer, and go back to Mai to sleep. This is considered a rest. In this way, the first thing is to determine where the goods are stored, but it goes without saying that the capital is easy to transport. So for goods worth about 300 million yuan, we need at least 24 warehouses, or even dozens of warehouses. Xushui Street. Jiang Xiaobai and Mukis Hong said in unison. Then smiled Jiang Xiaobai and said, "It's right, isn't that little I back? I'll contact him tomorrow." Xiaoyan also came back with them in the same car. After getting off the car, she had to invite Jiang Xiaobai and others to dinner. But Jiang Xiaobai refused, saying that he wanted to thank him for a while. After running so far and having such a big incident, it is estimated that Little I is also anxious to go home. Yes, Little I said that he had a warehouse in Xushui. Then contact Xiaoyan tomorrow, first fix the warehouse, and then Xiaofeng will stay here to pick up the goods. Mukis Hong nodded and said, "The key is that there are so many products. Where shall we buy it?" Song Xin had a drink. Her face flushed. "Wenzhou." Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and said. Mukis Hong listened to Jiang Xiaobai words. His eyes lit up. Wenzhou is a good place. Regardless of the amount of goods you want, you can basically buy everything in Wenzhou, so there is no need to go to the second place. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. but the only thing is the quality of the goods. Counterfeit goods can be allowed, but the quality cannot be problematic. Yes, Hong nodded. Anyway, this shipment was sent abroad. Canned food is no longer needed. I will let the educated youth cannery deliver the goods directly. I will arrange it tomorrow, Jiang Xiaobai said again. Anyway, this is what I want to sell. Such a large order, of course, is that the fertilizer will not flow out of the outsider's land. Hong has no objection. Then, after finishing the warehouse, we are ready to go to Wenzhou. Sichuan Airlines will wait for us to settle down, and then contact. Yes, everyone is discussing one by one. Finally, Hong said, Xiaobai, how will the profits be divided between the two companies this time? As soon as Hong said this, the atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became subtle. As the saying goes, the brothers still settle accounts. What's more, Jiang Xiaobai and Hong are not real brothers, they are friends. Good friends, and this is a matter involving two companies, plus the 4 planes that have been sold for 300 million yuan, and it is no problem to sell Sichuan Airlines for more than 400 million yuan. This is a profit of more than 1 billion yuan. If you don't explain it clearly, you will inevitably have something wrong. Brother Mu, don't you think? Jiang Xiaobai pushed the question back. Hong nodded and said, well, I said, our South Germany is an empty shelf. We can still get millions of dollars, but we definitely can't handle hundreds of millions of funds. That's why I'm looking for you, Xiaobai. So this time you need to work harder for money matters. And when I was there, Anderson insisted that the price would not be reduced by 330 million. Otherwise, it is estimated that the price would not be able to come down. Hong said this after a pause, and continued, it stands to reason that we South Germany get a tenth, but it is not easy for South Germany. In this way, let's get 2 or 8 points, and we South Germany get 20%. The remaining 80% of the profit goes to you. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head and said, too few. This way, if the family doesn't say 2 things, half of the family is the fairest. Jiang Xiaobai said. Hong was stunned. Fenglun was stunned. Don't look at how much the 28th and the 5th are separated, but that's tens of millions. Judging from the minimum profit of about 100 million yuan, Jiang Xiaobai gave up 30 million yuan of profit all at once. 30 million, not a small amount, and Jiang Xiaobai took the initiative to let it out. Atmosphere. This is what Hong and Fenglun are thinking at this time. Without Brother Mu, I didn't have the opportunity to participate, so 5 to 5 points are the most appropriate. Jiang Xiaobai said. Last time, Hong played the game of empty gloves and white wolf. There is no cargo at all, or just send the cargo to the capital for people over there to see. After reading the cargo, Hong said that you just fly the plane and stroll around. After the plane came over, Hong immediately took the plane mortgage loan, then paid the factory money, and the factory shipped the goods. It took only a few hours for the plane to fly here, but there was only 1 train to Moss available every week. Hong did this business after the time difference. However, after Jiang Xiaobai was born in this life, Hong immediately rose to work with Jiang Xiaobai. But Jiang Xiaobai knew that Hong could make this business even without himself. No, too much. My brother is holding a hot hand. Others are doing business for a little profit, and they are arguing, but when it comes to Jiang Xiaobai and Hong, the two are giving way to each other. Finally, it was settled by 6 or 4 points, and the delicate atmosphere on the table became more peaceful again, and it was a bit more lively than before. End of this chapter. Chapter 983. Not an outsider. Chapter 983. After discussing the business, a group of people continued to drink. Relaxed after returning home, everyone drank a lot. When was over, Jiang Xiaobai sent Song Xin home, and Li Longquan and others went to the hotel with Hong. Song Hanbin watched Jiang Xiaobai back with his drunk girl, and hurriedly greeted him. Xiaobai, When did you come back from there? Why didn't you come back home, drink it like this outside? I just came back to relax and have a meal outside. Song Hanbin took the girl from Jiang Xia by hand. Then Jiang Xia by also followed into the house and sat down in the living room. Song Hanbin helped her daughter into the house and gave it to his wife to take care of him. Then he and Jiang Xia by made tea and sat down on the sofa. In fact, Jiang Xia by did not drink less tonight, but most of them are beer, which is better. Light up the cigarette and the two chatted. Of course, the main thing they talked about was this trip to the north. Really ready to do it? This is not a small business. Your Huiking holding company wants foreign trade rights but no foreign trade rights, and air rights but no air rights. If something happens, this is not worth it. Song Hanbin is still a little worried. First of all, this idea is quite unreasonable. This kind of thing is handled by the relevant departments. It takes a long time for a project to go from project approval to approval. What's more, it is a private enterprise to do it. It is not reliable in any way. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, "We don't have one. This matter is also difficult for us to do, but it would be much easier if Sichuan Airlines came to do it." Sichuan Airlines? Yes. Otherwise, they are so anxious for the plane. Can they do nothing? Okay, you just have to know it in your heart. Song Hanbin no longer said, Jiang Xiaobai has always been very reliable, and over the years, he has proved himself with things time and time again. A garment factory has become a well-known brand in China, with dozens of shops all over the country. Private enterprises have built the tallest buildings in the province, etc. If you let yourself see these things, it would be legendary. Talking with Song Hanbin for a while, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't hold on. Unknowingly, he fell asleep on the sofa. Song Hanbin covered Jiang Xiaobai with a quilt. "Forget it, just sleep here." Woke up the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai found out that he was sleeping in Song's house. The kitchen also came knocking sound. Song Hanbin that the goods have been eating breakfast. The sound of running water in the sanitation. It is obvious that Song Xin has already got up and is washing. Xiaobai woke up. Song Hanbin just finished eating, and wiped his mouth to go to work. "I'm anxious to go to work, so I just have a bite." "Your sister-in-law is cooking in the kitchen. You will eat something later, and I will not accompany you." "Okay. I drank too much last night," Jiang Xiaobai said embarrassedly. Song Xin, brushing her teeth, her mouth full of foam, poked her head out of the bathroom. "It's okay, it's not an outsider. You wait for me to wash up." After finishing speaking, Song Xin continued to clean up, and then Jiang Xiaobai watched Song Hanbin's face in front of him slowly turn black. Extremely weird. This. Jiang Xiaobai was also a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. Song Xin doesn't mean that. What does it mean if it doesn't mean? Moreover, when my daughter talks, the outsider myself explains. It seems that the extended content appears more. But the point is that Song Xin said this sentence, which is really easy to make people ambiguity. She slept in a girl's house, and the girl said that she was not an outsider, as if she had something to do with the girl. Actually, if Song Hanbin said that, the two had known each other for many years and stayed at home for one night. Song Hanbin said that it's no problem if it's not an outsider. But if Song Xin said this, Jiang Xiaobai would have jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clean it. Fortunately, Mother Song also came out of the kitchen at this time. She looked at Song Hanbin and said, "Why aren't you going to work?" "Oh, I'm leaving." Song Hanbin turned and walked away with a black line on his face. Mother Song was in the kitchen just now, and she didn't hear anything in the living room. She didn't know what had happened. She watched Jiang Xiaobai, smiled and said, "Why didn't you sleep more? Did I bother you in the kitchen?" "There is no sister-in-law. I am the one who caused the trouble," Jiang Xiaobai said quickly. "What are you talking about? What is the relationship between you and Lao Song and Xina?" "It's too strange to say that it is troublesome. I will wash and eat breakfast later." Mother Song turned and went into the kitchen. Jiang Xiaobai was a little dazed. "What relationship?" "The ghost knows what the relationship is. How can the mother and daughter both talk so much in the early morning? When Jiang Xiaobai entered the bathroom, Song Xin had already prepared her toiletries. After breakfast, Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin went out to the hotel. Director Xiaobai, why didn't you come back last night? Li Longquan asked with some confusion. Stayed at Song Xin's house for one night. Oh. Li Longquan's voice was dragged along. Jiang Xiaobai quickly added speechlessly, I chatted with her dad Song Han bin a bit late yesterday and drank too much, so I did not come back. After speaking, he stopped talking to Li Longquan, and came to the front desk and started calling. Soon he got in touch with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan heard Jiang Xiaobai say something was wrong with him. Without saying anything, he asked Jiang Xiaobai's address and said he would be there in a while. Hung up, Jiang Xiaobai called Li Losan again. Prepare 20 million canned food, fruits, vegetables, canned ribs. Everything. Please contact the train and wait for my message to be sent to the capital. Okay, I will prepare now. I will look at the inventory. It should be ready in 5 days. Li Losan said. 20 million cans is not a small amount. Okay. How many factories do we associate with educated youth canneries? 5 or so. Okay, so, you can find 2 more temporarily, and then inform them that we may have a foreign partner to investigate, about 20 days or so. Jiang Xiaobai confessed. I see, I will arrange for someone to do it. Hang up the phone for a while, the little eyes arrived. Brother Jiang, what do you want? Brother Shen, sit down and talk. Jiang Xiaobai and Mrs. Hong smiled and greeted them sitting down with little eyes. Then he said, that's the case. I am going to rent a warehouse on Silk Street. Didn't you say that you have a warehouse on Silk Street? I think you're familiar with it. Can I introduce it to you? No problem. There are few things in my warehouse, so we'll vacate it when I turn around and give it to you. The little eyes said unambiguously. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaobai, he might not be able to return from the side of the fighting nation. Even if he returned by luck, he wouldn't have to count on it in his life. So what a warehouse is. End of this chapter. Chapter 984 Warehouse. Chapter 984 Warehouse. No, Brother Shen, I want a lot of warehouses. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, even if his small eyes let out his own warehouse, it was useless, not enough. How much do you want? I will find someone I know to show you 2 more. The little eyes said in a big way, not like a businessman at all. Of course he is not doing business with Jiang Xiaobai now, but repaying his favor. 20, let's see the details. What? 20? The little eyes almost didn't fall off the chair. Brother, how big business are you doing? 20? This is too exaggerated. His own business is neither big nor small, so he rented a warehouse, and the big business is 3 to 5 warehouses. The 3 or 5 warehouses all use train wagons for delivery, but that's it. Only 3 or 5 warehouses are used. More than 20 warehouses. What are you doing with so many? I want to collect about 300 million goods. Jiang Xiaobai said. 3.3 billion. My little eyes felt my head buzzing, and my speech was uncomfortable. I really met a big boss. 300 million worth of goods. This is not the same level as my own bad masters. If you wait for someone, this is considered a bad master, then that person is the ancestor of the bad master. 300 million. How much money would you get? Master Bai, are you kidding me? The little eyes are starting to call the Lord. Of course, there is also this saying in the Beijing dialect, the Lord, are not worth money. Small eyes spoke, and before Jiang Xiaobai could speak, he said, no, I didn't mean you didn't have this strength, or you were too shocked. 300 million. How much money would you get? 1 snakeskin bag and 2 snakeskin bags. It is estimated that a person can't steal it. What a mess. Jiang Xiaobai said silently, it's just a bigger business. Well, but Lord Bai. Don't call me Lord Bai, call me Brother Jiang, or Xiaobai. Okay, I know Lord Bai. Little I said. Forget it. Jiang Xiaobai didn't bother to continue correcting the name of Little Eyes. So let's be the Lord Bai, Master Bai, If you really want to collect 300 million yuan in goods, I don't recommend that you station in Xushui Street, said the little eyes solemnly. Why? The warehouses in Silk Street are small warehouses. The warehouses that are not too large are generally used by the dumplings to the north. Of course, the dumplings also have to dump the goods to the south. But most of the cargo volume is not too large, and it is basically impossible to vacate more than 20 warehouses. There are only so many warehouses in Xushui Street, and more than 20 are vacated at once. Plus more than 20, it's not necessarily enough. That's 300 million goods, and some goods storage is not just enough to have a warehouse. Small Eyes talked about one thing. Jiang Xiaobai and Mukis Hong both nodded, and the little eyes made sense. This is indeed the negligence of the two. When the two of them had only considered the warehouse in Silk Street, the men rented warehouses in Silk Street. But neither of them has been to Silk Street, and they don't know how big the warehouses in Silk Street are, and they haven't considered the storage environment. Is there any place in the capital that can meet this need? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Of course there is. There is no warehouse in Beijing. But it just takes time, Little Eye said. But I know that there is a factory that was brilliant at the time, with a lot of warehouses, but now it's lonely. There are some bulky goods. The bad guy here rents the warehouse there. My little eyes squinted and said. When he mentioned the factory, Jiang Xiaobai remembered that Dark Sing Glass Factory has a warehouse, and Song Hanbin also has a factory warehouse. In this way, Lamu, let's go to this factory with Xiaoyan. If it doesn't work, I still have two friends I know, so ask again. Jiang Xiaobai said. Great. A group of people got up, took a taxi and went to the factory that Little Eye said. A big factory on the edge of the capital was originally a cannery. It was a big one. The factory manager came forward to personally receive Jiang Xiaobai and others. After hearing about Jiang Xiaobai and others' demands, similar to the expression of Little Eyes at the time, his jaw almost dropped in surprise. Then took Jiang Xiaobai and others to see the warehouse, but the factory manager also said that even if all his warehouses are freed up, he can't hold 300 million worth of goods. What's more, there are still some warehouses that cannot be vacated. At that time, their cannery was quite large and exported to foreign countries, but there was no mention of when the inventory could reach 300 million. Therefore, 300 million worth of goods definitely cannot be put down, but it can put down about 100 million goods. A total of 15 warehouses are empty. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and finally signed a contract with the factory for a 2-month lease. In this way, Lamu, you guys will look for it again. We go to the friends we know to inquire. Jiang Xiaobai said. The soldiers were divided into two groups. Jiang Xiaobai took Song Xin and Li Longquan by taxi to the Dark Sin Glass Factory, while Mukis Hong, Feng Lun and Xiaoyan continued to look for warehouses in the capital. Who are you looking for? Jiang Xiaobai and others got off the car at Dark Sin Glass Factory and were stopped by the security guard at the door. At this time, the sales of Dark Sin Glass Factory were very high, and cars lined up at the door to pull goods. The large characters with metallic luster gleamed on the iron gate. I'm looking for Director Jin Gyoen. Do you have a reservation? No, my name is Jiang Xiaobai. Tell the Director Jin, he will know. Jiang Xiaobai, how does this name feel a bit familiar? The security guard at the door muttered, and he couldn't remember it for a while. But watching Jiang Xiaobai and the others are extraordinary, and they are well dressed. They are not ordinary people at first glance. So they still went into the doorman's house to call. At the same time, he stared closely at Jiang Xiaobai and the others, for fear that Jiang Xiaobai would accidentally run in. Hey, Director Jin, someone is looking for you, and ask Jiang Xiaobai to let them in. The security guard asked cautiously. This Dark Sing Glass Factory, when he first came, felt that it was different from other factories. It was vigorous, and the authority of the factory's leaders was also particularly high. Jiang Xiaobai, hurry up, come in. Are you a pig brain? You don't know who the director of Xiaobai is? Have you ever studied the culture of the factory carefully? Jin Gyoen yelled on the phone, The little security guard was already stunned. What's wrong? The last time a superior leader came to check, he didn't recognize him and stopped him. The director of the factory not only didn't behave himself, but he also praised his serious work. How could he stop a young man and be impatient with himself? End of this chapter. Chapter 985 Grievances and Doubts. Chapter 985 Grievance and Doubt. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Director Jin, the little security guard said aggrievedly. Please. Forget it, I will pick it up by myself. After Jin Gyeon hung up the phone, he ran towards the door of the factory. The little security guard took a few deep breaths in the guard room, and finally suppressed the grievance in his heart. Then I came out of the guard room, and when I left the guard room, I saw the Director Jin rushing over. Director Xiaobai, why are you here? Why don't you tell me in advance, so I can pick you up? I blame this newcomer for being ignorant and stopping you at the door, which is really outrageous. Jin Gyeon hurriedly explained to Jiang Xiaobai that the matter of people taking the tea to cool will never appear to him, and it is impossible to appear on him. Hurry up and apologize to the director of Xiaobai. No wink at all. Jin Gyeon turned around and reprimanded the little security guard, who opened his mouth, and the aggrieved people almost cried. Okay, Lao Jin, people are also responsible for their duties. I apologize. What a good working attitude like this. Let's go in and talk. Jiang Xiaobai patted the security guard on the shoulder and walked towards the factory with someone. When Jin Gyeon, Jiang Xiaobai and others were there, the little security guard looked up stubbornly to keep the tears from falling. But as soon as Jiang Xiaobai and Jin Gyeon left, the little security guard turned around and returned to the guard room. The tears in his eyes couldn't stop falling, and he was so wronged. Obviously, I have fulfilled my duties, why would I be trained? The little security guard was crying, and the head of the security department pushed in. Xiaolin, what's the matter? Who deceived you? Why are you still crying? Don't cry soon. No one bullies me. Why is that? Someone wants to enter the factory. I don't know him and stop him. Then I called, and the factory manager trained me. Really? Impossible, isn't it possible? Manager Jin can't. Who did you stop? The head of the security section asked with some confusion. Really? It's Jiang Xiaobai. Director Jin calls him Director Xiaobai. A young man. The little security guard was interrupted by the head of the security department before he finished speaking. You really deserve to be trained. When you come to the factory, organize you to study the development process of Darksing, but you just don't want to learn. You deserve to be scolded. Jiang Xiaobai, the director of Xiaobai can also be called by your name. The head of the security section said, and then ran to the outside of the security section. This new security officer was trained and he was not wronged at all. He returned Jiang Xiaobai. In Darksing Glass Factory, you dare to shout the 3 words Jiang Xiaobai. It means that the director of Jin is calling Director Xiaobai respectfully, and you dared to call his name directly just a few days after you came here. Is still young. What's wrong with the young? Anyone who looks at the elderly in the factory knows it clearly. Without the director of Xiaobai, Darksing Glass Factory would not be as brilliant as it is today. Perhaps it would have been unable to pay wages long ago. Can still be ordinary. As long as you work hard, you can earn more than 200, or even 300 yuan a month. I don't look at other glass factories. Really? Although the director of Xiaobai had offended people and left because of the reform, no one in the Darksing Glass Factory would be grateful to the director of Xiaobai. In less than 10 minutes on this side, after being trained by the immediate boss and the boss of the immediate boss, the little eyes did not dare to cry. He wanted to understand exactly who this Jiang Xiaobai was. It was fine for him to stop the leader last time. Instead, he was praised. But today I was trained twice. Soon, the little security guard found a colleague, a middle-aged man who is not too young, who speaks and kindly, is also his master. After listening to the little security guard, his master sighed with a bit of hatred for iron and steel, and then he told him who this Jiang Xiaobai was. It was the winter of 1979, and the director of Xiaobai was less than 20 years old that year. and he came to our Darksing glass factory. At that time, our Darksing glass factory had been losing money for several years in a row. The wages were not available for several months, and there was no need to count on benefits and the like. After the director Xiaobai came, quickly attacked, proposed a method of assessment, and rigorously rectified the sloppy atmosphere in the factory. But I heard that this assessment method is not the director of the factory. Mr. looked around, and saw no one. He whispered, "How is it possible? How many years has been the deputy director of the factory director?" It was brought up by the director Xiaobai, and anyone with a discerning eye could see it, but he was just pushed out. Later, from the assessment, when it comes to float glass, when it comes to tempered glass, one by one, the grievances in the eyes of the little security guard disappeared, and he listened with great gusto. Why did the director Xiaobai leave afterwards? The reform offends people, but everyone in the factory remembers what the director Xiaobai did for us. Darksing. I never came back after I left. After finally coming back, I was stopped by you. Think about it, can you not be trained? Shouldn't you be trained? While the master here is educating the ignorant apprentice, in the office of Jin Guoyan on the other side, Jiang Xiaobai was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Song Xin by the side looked at the furnishings in the office. I came here to see. Before Jiang Xiaobai had finished speaking, Shen Zhenlan appeared at the office door. Director Xiaobai, you are here. Someone told me just now that I still don't believe it. I didn't expect that it was you who came back. Shen Zhenlan walked in with a smile, even in the presence of Jin Guoyan, the current factory director. Shen Zhenlan did not evade a bit. Director Xiaobai came too suddenly. Otherwise I would have notified you, Jin Guoyan said with a smile. Several people were talking. Xu Ping, Diong Hong, Shen Shadong and others all came in. Xiaobai director. Old Xu, he is still so young, he hasn't changed. Old Du, it's been a long time since I saw him. Him in a blessed figure. Jiang Xiaobai also greeted each other. Looking at the crowded office, Jin Guoyan felt bitter. Needless to say, I have been the factory manager for so many years now, and I can't compare with Jiang Xiaobai. I just don't know if one day they retire and come back to the factory, they will treat themselves like Jiang Xiaobai now. But it's impossible to think about it. There are a lot of people in this world who go to cool tea. Jiang Xiaobai has really made great contributions and changes to Darksing Glass Factory. And after Jiang Xiaobai left, he was not retired. The private enterprise Huiking Holding Co., Limited, which he was doing outside, was also flourishing. That's why it was like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 986 Eagle Strikes the Sky. Chapter 986. I came here today because of a private matter. I want to ask Darksing Glass Factory for help. After a few people chatted for a while, Jiang Xiaobai spoke bluntly. What's the matter, Director Xiaobai? Don't hesitate to say. Your business is Darksing's business, Jin Guoyan said without even thinking about it. Yes, Director Xiaobai, you just need to tell me. Yeah, Director Xiaobai. Others also began to speak. That's the case. I want to use Darksing's warehouse to store a batch of things. Let me say that it's not a contraband, but ordinary goods. But the quantity is a little too much. I found a large warehouse outside but still couldn't put it down, so, Director Xiaobai, I need you to run for this matter. Just call me, Jin Guoyan said. Shen Zhenlan said with a smile, Director Jin is wrong. If Director Xiaobai makes a phone call, wouldn't we not see Director Xiaobai today? Yes, I guess Director Xiaobai is mainly to come back to see us and see Darksing. Everyone was talking babblingly. What is the use of the warehouse? Okay, about how many warehouses can be vacated? I still have 200 million worth of goods on my side, and there is no place to put them. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. How much? The smiles on other people's faces disappeared, and the number of 200 million really stifled them. 200 million. My goodness, 200 million goods. Darksing Glass Factory has been developed in the past few years, and it has been shaking up, but its annual sales are several million. When it is good, it can be tens of millions, and at most, it is 20 to 30 million. Everyone is already happy and don't know what it is. This is just sales. The real profit is only a few million. But Jiang Xiaobai turned out to be 200 million goods when he opened his mouth. 200 million. I want to buy 200 million goods. What's the matter? I don't mean to put them all here. We count as much as we can put them. Jiang Xiaobai said, the 200 million worth of goods must be put in the Darksing glass factory, which is definitely not enough. And Song Hanbin is still needed. After a long time, Jin Guoyan and other talents reflected and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, Director Xiaobai, what business do you have? 200 million worth of goods. There are 4 to 154 planes for sale on the side of the fighting nation. I went there some time ago and negotiated. I used about 300 million goods to exchange these 4 to 154 planes. Jiang Xiaobai said. A group of people were even more shocked. 300 million yuan of cargo was exchanged for 4 to 154 planes from there. The director of Xiaobai is still the director of Xiaobai. After leaving the Darksing glass factory, he has not only been devastated. On the contrary, it feels a bit like diving into the sea, and the eagle hits the sky, and from then on it feels like flying into the sky. Director Xiaobai, what you do in this business is really unexpected. Come back after changing planes. Director Xiaobai, Jin Guoyan will not accept anyone in my life. I will serve you. Okay, don't say these are useless. Quickly count the number of warehouses that can be freed up, and roughly how many goods can be stored. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand. His tone is no different from when he was the director of the factory. But none of the people present felt that something was wrong, because he was Jiang Xiaobai. Just as the hustle and bustle in Jin Guoyan's office, Darksing Glass Factory's office was also very lively. The office department has always been the most well-informed place. Of course, I also got the news of Jiang Xiaobai's return at this time, and he was talking about them one by one. Why is the director Xiaobai coming back? Is the official reinstated? The official reinstatement, you are stupid, you don't want to think about it, just to mention to the director of Xiaobai. Can the director of Xiaobai be willing to come back? Have you never heard of Huiking Holding Company? I haven't heard of Huiking Holding Company. Then Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory should have heard of it. Jia Herbal Tea should have heard of it. They are all enterprises under the name of Factory Manager Xiaobai. People still care about a Darksing Glass Factory, and they are unwilling to let people come back. Anyway, I don't want to come back for me. I know Jiang Xiaobai Clothing. I didn't expect it to be owned by the director of Xiaobai. If I knew that, when the director of Xiaobai was still in the factory, he asked for a membership card with the director of Xiaobai. I heard a 20% discount. Several people were talking, and suddenly someone looked at a separate desk in the front of the office. Deputy Director X, you had a good relationship with Director Xiaobai at that time, and Director Xiaobai valued you very much. Why don't you go to the factory director's office to see? Yes. Sister X, Director Shen and they all went to the factory director's office. It was X Fangling who was called Sister X. He looked up and smiled and said, the people who passed by were all from the factory committee. I, the deputy director of the office, went there. What did it look like? X Fangling smiled on her face, as if she didn't care at all, but her heart was full of bitterness. After Jiang Xiaobai left the Darksing Glass Factory, Jin Guoyan soon promoted her to the deputy director of the office according to Jiang Xiaobai arrangement. X Fangling went from a temporary worker to deputy director of the office. This rate of promotion, especially for a woman, is already fast. Of course, all this is because of Jiang Xiaobai, and after Jiang Xiaobai left the Darksing Glass Factory, she never contacted Jiang Xiaobai again. I feel that the fate of the two is exhausted. Jiang Xiaobai is no longer the director of the factory. A college graduate may still be very promising in the future, but in the future, he will also return to Jin province, and the two have nothing to do with each other. I originally thought that maybe the two of them would never see each other again in this life, but I didn't expect to know about Jiang Xiaobai from time to time since then. Is just in the newspaper. or heard about it. But today Jiang Xiaobai returned to Darksing Glass Factory. To be honest, her mood is very complicated now. As soon as Xfangling finished speaking, she heard a loud noise coming from the corridor. She was the closest to the door, and subconsciously stood up and walked towards the door. When she heard Jiang Xiaobai voice coming from the corridor, she subconsciously had to go back, but was squeezed out by the crowd swarming behind her, and it was impossible to go back. "It's the director of Xiaobai, I guess it is." "Yes, I heard it all at once." "Director Xiaobai," someone shouted. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and waved to the crowd, and then saw Xfangling at the front of the crowd. "Sister X, is it alright to come in?" Very good. Welcome Director Xiaobai to visit the factory." Xfangling's face was a little red, but no one cared. It was normal to see the long-lost factory manager Xiaobai a little excited. End of this chapter. Chapter 987 can still count like that. Chapter 987. Jiang Xiaobai has arrived at the Darksing Glass Factory. Jin Guoyan and others have to keep Jiang Xiaobai for a meal. Jiang Xiaobai has no choice but to resign, so he agreed. But he did not rest and called Song Hanbin in Jin Guoyan's office. Song Hanbin had nothing to say, so he agreed without saying anything. It means that the time is to rush, and at this time Yibuxing is a colored steel house, otherwise Jiang Xiaobai can build a row of warehouses with colored steel sheds. Director Xiaobai, I just asked someone to take a look at it. 4 warehouses can be freed up. If you can store cans and the like, there will be no problem with 3,050 million goods. After Jin Guoyan finished speaking, he said with some embarrassment, Director Xiaobai, you also know that our Darksing Glass Factory has this strength. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, okay, 30 to 50 million yuan will do. There are other factories that have agreed to use it for the warehouse. It doesn't matter. At noon, inside the canteen of Darksing Glass Factory, it was very lively. Many workers learned that Jiang Xiaobai would come over to toast and talk to Jiang Xiaobai in the future. Jiang Xiaobai is also not rejecting all those who come. They are familiar old workers, and there is no need to reject them thousands of miles away. After eating, Jiang Xiaobai and Liu left, and he didn't have much time to delay. After returning to the hotel, Mukis Hong, Xiaoyan and others also returned. How about it? I can vacate more than 20 warehouses on my side, and give a friendly price. One is Darksing Glass Factory, the other is. Jiang Xiaobai wrote about his own situation. I also found a few warehouses here, but they are too scattered and have not been settled yet. Mukis Hong said. He has found nothing here. The main reason is that the time is too short, just one morning. Unless it is an acquaintance, it is a particularly reliable acquaintance. Otherwise, it is not possible to talk about business in one morning. Jiang Xiaobai suggested, in this way, let's not wait anymore. Now the warehouse is enough for now. Fenglun and Xiaoyan are responsible for the rest. Let's go to Wenzi to talk about the goods. Don't finish talking to the last 300 million warehouse, but the warehouse is empty and no goods can be put in. Mukis Hong also nodded, agreeing to Jiang Xiaobai's proposal. The total time is more than 20 days, which is indeed a little nervous. I still need to go to Wenzi to find goods. Once the goods are found, they need to be sent to Beijing. Trains need to be arranged. All of these take time. Wasting a day on the issue of warehouses is luxury enough. In this way, I will find someone to see if I can get some plane tickets. Mukis Hong said. It's good to dare, Jiang Xiaobai said. He was almost vomiting when he took the train recently, and it can save time if he is flying. Mukis Hong finished speaking. He got up and went out. When two people cooperate, he also wants to show his value. Jiang Xiaobai went out on his own, and bought 2 warehouses from big factories at a friendly price. He couldn't get to the warehouses, so he had to get 2 plane tickets. Jiang Xiaobai took the time to rest in the hotel. When it was late, Mukis Hong came back, full of alcohol, but he still got back 4 tickets. This is from Beijing to Qiantang tomorrow morning, and then the train will go to Wenzi in Qiantang. Mukis Hong almost couldn't stand anymore, and he couldn't speak easily. Of course it's impossible to go directly from Beijing to Wenzhou. At this time, Wenzhou's airport is still under construction, and it's just completed. At this time, there are very few flights in various places. Big cities can be better. Small cities. You don't have to take the train fast. People first send Mrs. Hong to rest, and then Jiang Xiaobai and Feng Lun talk about what he needs to do in Beijing. For the two factories I mentioned, you can go directly when the time comes. I will write down the phone numbers of their factory directors later, and you can directly contact them when the goods arrive. 20 million cans. I have already arranged it here, and I will send it to the capital in about a week. Then you can organize someone to pick it up. Okay, I took a note of Brother Xiaobai. Feng Lun nodded. Yeah? Jiang Xiaobai finished explaining, and on the way back to send Song Xin, only then did he talk to Song Xin about his arrangements after leaving. When the time comes, you will go back to Longqing. There are only 4 air tickets. Then I will take Longquan, and you will take other people back to Longqing, responsible for communicating money with the company. Jiang Xiaobai said, and paused and continued. Of course, there is one more important thing, that is the 1 billion rupee business that Anderson and I talked about. What? Song Xin turned her head to look at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. Isn't this just a joke? Can we really do such a big business? How can we have so much money in Huiqing Holding Company? Song Xin said. This specific situation, I will tell you later. Rest assured, since I dare to do this, it must be sure. But it is definitely not to fool Anderson to tell you 30 million. My Jiang Xiaobai's credibility is more than 30 million, and I am also reluctant to throw people abroad for 30 million. I must do it. Don't think too much about specific things, just remember that we must make the momentum of our Huiqing Holding Company like a joint venture of a canning factory. We will also put the brand of our canning factory, as well as clothing factories, and beverage factories. It is best to exaggerate how many companies there will be when I visit them. Don't be afraid of being overwhelmed. It's just bragging. We must make people believe that our Huiqing Holding Company is worth 1 billion yuan, and it is best to be renminbi. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Xin rolled her eyes. Huiqing Holding Company is worth 1 billion yuan. What a joke is that if you include some brand value, it is considered good that it can be worth 500 million at this time. Returning 1 billion yuan, and paying the rupee, is just smashing the pot and selling the iron, and then selling all the employees of Huiqing Holding Company by the catty is not enough. I don't think there is so much money. It's okay. That's what you think. Of course you know you. But what about outsiders? Not to mention people from abroad. What can they see if they are watching the flowers? Jiang Xiaobai saw what Song Xin was thinking and smiled and said, for example, Huiqing Building, they know that we have sold it, so there is no problem with the valuation of that building at 200 million yuan. There are also the Educated Youth Cannery holding the joint venture factory. Do they know that it's not ours? All the products produced in the production workshop are our Educated Youth cans. We told him that this is a production plant in our cannery. Don't they dare to say it? There are also our Jiang Xiaobai clothing direct sale stores, franchised stores, flagship stores, etc. Can they be valued a lot, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 988 Aircraft. Chapter 988 Plane. Jiang Xiaobai said, Song Xin has been stunned, and she can still do this. Obviously it's not my own thing, so I have to say it is my own. But thinking about it carefully, what Jiang Xiaobai said really makes sense. He took them to see the associated factories and said it was his own. Producing Educated Youth cans, is there a problem with your own factory? As for the franchise stores under the clothing factory, the difference between self-operated stores is even less noticeable. It is said that it is Huiqing Holding Company, and there is nothing wrong with it. Can this be the case? Song Xin said in surprise. Why not? Jiang Xiaobai asked. There were some scammers in the previous life who didn't even know the boss of the factory. They were able to take the victim in for a stroll, saying that it was his own factory and the victim could believe it. There is no reason to be here. it won't work. Jiang Xiaobai estimated that as long as they took them into the factory for a stroll, they didn't need to emphasize it specially. Then Anderson and the others went to the production workshop to see the educated youth cannery, and they would be able to know whose factory it was. As for the franchise stores and direct-operated stores under Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory, not to mention, many people can't tell the difference, and they don't understand the difference between franchise stores and direct-operated stores, or whether there is a difference, let alone Anderson and others. So the information in the two places is not transparent, and there is more room for manipulation. That's not enough for 1 billion rupee, Song Xin said quietly. After listening to Jiang Xiaobai calculation, she really didn't dare to say that it was less than 1 billion yuan. If you count this way, it really can be more than 1 billion. If it is not enough, take him to see Jinling Hotel again. I am also a shareholder of Jinling Hotel, and see if there is no problem. There is also the New Hope Group, which is doing well, and I am a shareholder. Song Xin nodded. Such a calculation is not enough, but at least it looks like it might be almost qualified to make such a large business. As for whether this is a fixed asset and how to change it into money, Song Xin doesn't want to ask anymore. She first do what Jiang Xiaobai ordered, and wait for the rest to talk about it later. Jiang Xiaobai unrelenting thinking, he really can't keep up with the rhythm. In other words, few people can keep up. The 300 million business hasn't settled yet, so I think about the 3 billion business. Send Song Xin to the door of the house. Jiang Xiaobai thought about it or went in and chatted with Song Hanbin for a while before leaving. You have only come back for a day, and you have to run to Zhejiang province without a break. It's too hard. Hey, there is no other way, it's just hard work and can't get off. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. You are also young. When you are my age, you won't be able to run. If I need to run around at my age like my old brother, then I will have to fail much. Listening to Jiang Xiaobai's words, Song Hanbin was taken aback, then pointed at Jiang Xiaobai and laughed. As expected of you, Jiang Xiaobai, I believe what I said. I am old, and if I am 20 years younger, I will not work in a state-owned enterprise. What, Song brother, you are always strong. Huang Zong and Liu are 60 years old, Jiang Xia is 80 years old, Shi Taijun is 100 years old, Sun Wukong is 500 years old and learns from the West. Bai Susan only came down to fall in love at 1,000 years old. Jiang Xiaobai said quite well at the beginning. Song Hanbin nodded, but when it came to the back, Song Han was full of black lines. What is this? 500-year-old Xishan learns from scriptures, and 1,000-year-old falls in love. Ha ha, let's go. Jiang Xiaobai waved, got into the taxi and left. Song Hanbin muttered. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but laughed at the 500-year-old Xishan learning what Jiang Xiaobai just said. Very good. Young people are just like young people. I can't blame the girl for liking him. If you are a woman, you might also like him. Domineering when you should be domineering, when you should be responsible, and radical when you should be radical. It has been more than 10 years since I knew Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai has been walking step by step to today. Can be regarded as a miracle. Thinking of the girl, suddenly Song Hanbin's expression became distressed again. The girl likes him, but he is married, so he can't keep on going like this. The girls are now old girls. If they don't get married, they won't be able to marry again. I blame this Jiang Xiaobai. He, who is thinking of me? Jiang Xiaobai muttered while sitting in the taxi, and rested after returning to the hotel. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai took Li Longquan. Mrs. Hong also took a bodyguard, one of the two people he took when he went abroad. The Beijing airport at this time is completely incomparable with later generations. Holding the plane ticket and boarding pass just started from the computer. After going through the security check, we waited in the terminal. The security check is much looser than later generations. Basically, there is nothing you can't bring on the plane. Then there was a broadcast soon. I'm sorry to inform you. A lot of Barabbas. And Jiang Xiaobai understood it. It's late. It's normal for the plane to be late at this time. as long as it can fly today. In this way, idle is also idle. I will call Wenzi first and let them arrange it. Mukizhong said. Bored Jiang Xiaobai looked towards Mukizhong after hearing the words. Lamu, you still have friends in Wenzu? Look at what I said. I don't have two friends. When I was engaged in foreign trade, many goods were sent from Wenzu. How could I have no friends in Wenzu? Mukizhong said, patting his chest. Don't look at him over the years. He hasn't made much money, but he has run across the country, and he knows a lot of people, and there are acquaintances everywhere. In addition, Mukizhong is also very bragging, and there are people who are willing to invest to help. Soon Mukizhong finished the call and returned, but the plane still did not take off. Wait until noon before starting to register to take off. At this time, the quality of flight attendants cannot be compared with later generations, and the service attitude certainly cannot meet the standards of later generations. Fortunately, those who can fly by plane at this time are all cadres of a certain level, and their attitude is definitely better than those who take other modes of transportation or trains. As for how to send Mao Tai by plane, or drink it for free, it was all in the 70s and 80s, and it has been cancelled at this time. But Jiang Xiaobai doesn't matter. At this time, civil aviation planes have more legroom than later generations, and they are much more comfortable. Mukizhong, this cargo plane was lit up shortly after taking off. This is an incredible thing for later generations, but it is normal at this time. Jiang Xiaobai did not politely click on one. He must experience what it's like to smoke by plane. End of this chapter. Chapter 989 US. Chapter 989 Aozu. After arriving in Qiantang City, Jiang Xiaobai and others did not stay much. Boarded the train to Aozu without stopping. When future generations mention Aozu, people's first impression may be the phrase, Jiangnan Tannery has closed down. Then the second impression may be a real estate speculator. Of course, Aozu people are still making leather shoes at this time. In the history of my country's reforms, Aozu is a place that is prone to misreading. This is the earliest budding place for private enterprises in our country. In the eyes of some people, it is a hotbed of capitalism and a malignant tumor that must be removed. In the minds of others, it seems to be the mecca of the market economy, a vanguard of private forces breaking through the old system. For a long period of time, whenever the policy trend changes, the first signs can often be sniffed here. Just like the 8 Heavenly Kings incident in 1982, after the 8 Heavenly Kings incident, the first wave of economic purge was ushered in. Before the reform and opening up, because of the inconvenience of transportation and the lack of resources, they were very poor, and the average person was less than half a mu of land. After the reform was released, the strong entrepreneurial desire hidden in the hearts of Aozu people was released. In Aozu, once a successful model is discovered, almost everyone will replicate this success and then become bigger and stronger. They have left their hometowns since they were very young. They are the first group of people in our country to have market awareness, and they are also the first group of people to make money in business activities. In Aozu, my country's earliest trading merchants, the first professional markets, the first private banks, and the first joint stock enterprises appeared. For many years, they are like catfish fighting for their lives, appearing in every field where there is a profit opportunity. They sell small commodities and speculate on real estate everywhere. Go to Shaanxi province to contract small coal mines, build underground oil fields in Qin province, and go to Zhuzhou to resell cotton. They are the earliest commercial practitioners, concept disseminators, new product promoters, as well as the earliest smugglers, and fake and shoddy product manufacturers. They are always on the edge of the law, always be able to catch the business opportunities that have just sprouted in the first place. Desperately. It was getting dark when I got on the train from Qiantang City. Jiang Xiaobai and others took the train all night, and only set foot on the land of Aozu at about 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. Came to pick up Jiang Xiaobai and others. They were a short, dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a young driver, driving a van and carrying the big brother in his hand. After seeing Mukizhong, the middle-aged man was very happy, and talked to Mukaz Hong enthusiastically. But Jiang Xiaobai and Li Longquan on the side looked boring. I felt like I was back to the side of the fighting nation, but I couldn't understand a word anyway. The dialect of Aozu is considered to be one of the most difficult dialects across the country. Some people used the Aozu dialect as a secret language during the anti-Japanese war. Before, Jiang Xiaobai didn't believe it, but now after hearing the man in front of him say hello to Mukaz Hong, Jiang Xiaobai is a little bit convinced. But I still admire Mukaz Hong. I can speak Russian and Aozu dialect. If I don't speak other languages, I'm good at language talent. I really don't understand. I can't understand a word. Mukaz Hong talked to the middle-aged man for a while, and then introduced to Jiang Xiaobai. This is Xu An, Boss Xu. He also has his own factory in Aozu, who makes thermos. Hello, Boss Jiang. Xu An looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said with a smile, this time using Mandarin. Hello, Boss Xu. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, saying hello. Say hello. The group of people got on the car, and Xu An continued to say, Brother Ma has already told me that this time you are going to purchase about 300 million goods, right? I have already distributed the news. In the past few days, I don't know how many inquisitions, 300 million purchases, such a large order. I don't know how many people have turned red. Xu An said with a smile. In fact, it is not just other people, but he is jealous. Although it is not that these 300 million purchases the same product, but there are many types. On average, there are at least several million orders for one category. At this time, a list of hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even tens of thousands of dollars, is not a small list for some factories. What's more, there are millions of orders, so a group of people are like smelling sharks. It is swarming. In fact, including him, he is also thinking about whether Mukaz Hong and Jiang Xiaobai can get the goods from them. I have probably read the type of the list. There is a kettle, so I make a kettle. Although I and Mukaz Hong are acquaintances and friends, it is clear that this time it is not Mukaz Hong who has the final say. So it depends on Jiang Xiaobai thoughts. I have arranged a place. In a while, you will go to the hotel to have dinner and rest afterwards. I will arrange a reception banquet at noon. At the same time, people in charge of other factories will come to participate. Xu An said as he watched Jiang Xiaobai and Mukaz Hong's faces a little tired. Tried to suggest again, otherwise, arrange this wind reception banquet until the evening, so you guys have a good rest, and you take the train and fly again, and come here on the way. Xu An didn't finish speaking, so Jiang Xiaobai interrupted. There is no need to rest. One morning is enough. We still hope to get things done as soon as possible. Correct. Mukaz Hong also nodded, still saying that, this time the time is tight. They didn't have too much time delay. Jiang Xiaobai had been on business for more than 20 days and was a month old. After returning to China, he did not go home to have a look. He just went straight to Aozu after finishing his work in the capital. Okay, then proceed according to the original plan. Xu An nodded. Soon the car arrived at the door of the hotel, and took a bite early. Jiang Xiaobai and the others took the time to rest. As for the sanitary environment of the hotel, the elders don't pay attention to this. While Jiang Xiaobai and others were resting in the hotel, the businessmen in Aozu also received accurate information. A group of factory managers flocked to the Aozu hotel, because the reception banquet for Jiang Xiaobai and them was held at the Aozu hotel at noon. Jiang Xiaobai and others planned to purchase more than 40 products. Xu An estimated that there would be a lot of people coming, so if you booked 12 tables, a table with about 10 people, then 120 people can be seated. Compared with more than 40 kinds of goods, it has tripled. Moreover, it was just a reception banquet, and it was not the site of a bidding meeting. With 120 people able to come, Xu An felt that he was quite a lot. End of this chapter. Chapter 990 God of Wealth. Chapter 990 God of Wealth. Xu An thought very well, and planned adequately. But obviously there is a big discrepancy between the plan and the actual situation. Just less than 10 o'clock in the morning, more than 80 people have come. and with the increase of time, the number of people is still increasing. Lao Jiang, you are here too. I thought your big factory would not come to join in the fun. What about it? Our big factory, our state-owned big factory is about to let your private enterprises run yellow. If you don't show up for activities anymore, it will just go bankrupt in 2 years. Director Jiang, don't get excited. Let me just talk about fair competition. I didn't say not to let you come. Pharaoh, I came here so early. I remember your factory is not short of orders. There is no shortage of orders. There is no shortage of small orders. Can large orders be missing this time? The purchase amount of 300 million yuan. Let alone our factory. It is estimated that all factories in related industries in Aozu will come over. At least it is a purchase amount of several million, or even tens of millions. Whoever does not come is really a fool. Boss Liu. A group of people are chatting in the restaurant. Many people know each other, and greet each other, which is not lively. Xu Xiuan can be regarded as a person who has seen big scenes. But today is really an eye-opener for him. I have reached about 100 factories now, and this kind of scene is really rare in normal times. It is when the relevant industry meets, everyone is basically not coming together. Either this is something, or the other is not at home. But today, one of them counts as one, so I don't have time to make time to come. Several millions and tens of millions of orders, needless to say. Put it at this time, it can feed a factory in later generations, let alone at this time. Manager, add a few more tables. Xu Xiuan found the manager of the hotel. Add more? How many tables? Let's add 2 more tables first. If you add later, let's talk about it later. Okay, what kind of industry conference are you holding? Why are so many people here, making kettles, clothes, soap? No. It's a reception feast at noon today. Xu Xiuan also said with some emotion, the reception of the wind banquet. If someone who does not know it can imagine that this is just a reception of the wind banquet. The wind reception banquet, old Xu, don't you joke. So many people come to participate in the wind reception banquet. Who is the leader? The manager in the hotel was full of disbelief, and said with a curled mouth, I don't know these guys yet. Even if there is a big leader coming over, they will not get together. With this time, they are already busy with their business, so they can reach so many people. Is not a state-owned enterprise. The manager of the state-run hotel still looked very thorough, but unfortunately it was of no use. He really guessed wrong, and it was really just a banquet. It's really a banquet, but it's not the leader, but the god of wealth. Xu Xiuan chuckled lightly and said, okay, hurry up and prepare. I'm busy now. With so many people, I will go to the door to have a look. The god of wealth. The hotel manager murmured. He was really curious about what god of wealth could bring so many people together. Pharaoh, welcome, welcome. Xiuan, okay, you still know such a big man. I think the scene today, but it is big enough. The whole Aozu area. Everyone can come. No, 300 million fat meat is on his lips. Who doesn't want to take a bite? Xu Xiuan said with a laugh. Boss Liu, Boss Jiang, it's been a long time since I saw you. It's been great recently. I heard that you made a big order some time ago. When it was about 11 o'clock, Xu Xiuan found the hotel manager again. Add 2 more tables. There are already 16 tables. How many people are there? Our restaurant is also ranked in Aozu, but the reception of 16 tables is not a few times a year. Don't worry, you can't miss your money. What do you mean? Am I talking about money and money? You didn't say this in advance. The workload was increased so much at once, and the back kitchen was a little too busy. Help. Tell everyone, Xu Xiuan will definitely not let everyone work in vain, and I will thank you all afterwards. Xu Xiuan said. The hotel manager nodded and agreed, watching the manager go away. Xu Xiuan cursed secretly in his heart. What is the virtue of a state-owned hotel? If it is a private hotel, there is a business that can make money, it is nothing to be tired. I don't know how happy it is. But in a state-owned enterprise, it depends on the mood of others. In the future, the business will grow bigger, and I will open a restaurant by myself, and never come to this place to be like you. Do you know who it is? I have heard some news about Mukaz Hong. Can he get 300 million yuan? Xuz is far from fooling us. Hee. Mukaz Hong certainly can't get it out. Although Nand is also a foreign trader, it's just a few million business. Oh, Lao Li, bullish, you just have to call millions of business in your mouth. No, can't you listen to me? Say. This time, the main thing is the Huiking Holding Company, the one in Jin province, which is very strong. Educated youth, canned food, Jiangxia buy clothing, home and beverages have all heard about it, all of which belong to Huiking Holding Company. A private enterprise built the tallest building in the province. Yes, 300 million island, of course an astronomical number for us, but it is not a big deal for others. I have heard of this Jiangxia buy, but I have never seen it. I heard that he is a young man. Him not very old. Him quite famous in Jin province. It has strength, has a wrist, and is a personal thing. Xu Yuan has taken a big advantage this time. It is the first to get their moon near the water, and the platform is related to Mukaz Hong. He has worked so hard and will definitely take care of him. The other people who are making kettles are under a lot of pressure. It's more than pressure. Xu Yuan is not an ordinary person. This time he took the lead. I don't think other people who are potters have any chance. When a group of people were talking about it, Jiangxia Bai woke up too. It was Li Longquan who woke up. Jiangxia Bai. Directixia Bai, time is almost up, it's time to clean up. Boss Xi has already sent someone over to pick it up. Yeah? Jiangxia Bai rubbed some scarlet A's. During this period of time, he had been running around, so there was no time to rest. Laomu and the others are up. Woke up. Okay, I will wash my face to wake up, Jiangxia Bai said and walked into the bathroom, pouring cold water on his face. Feeling sleepy finally subsided. End of this chapter. Chapter 991 Smooth Sailing Shows My Heart. Chapter 991. What time is this? Why haven't you come yet? Yes, didn't you say it's 12 o'clock? In the Wenza Hotel, as time passed slowly, the impatient people became a little impatient, and began to complain with broken mouths. Everybody, Sheoan don't worry, Sheoan don't worry, I've already contacted, and people will be there soon. Before Xu Yuan finished speaking, he saw the taxi stopping at the door. A smile appeared on his face suddenly. Say Cao Cao will be there. Xu Yuan walked out quickly, and Jiangxia Bai, Mukaz Hong and others just got out of the taxi. Boss Mu, Boss Jiang, how are you resting? Very good, thank you Boss Xi for the arrangement. I have bothered, Jiangxia Bai said with a smile. Where is it? How can it? Please come in, Xu Yuan said modestly. Okay. Jiangxia Bai was taken aback when he walked into the hotel. How come there are so many good guys? I would like to introduce everyone. This is Mukaz Hong from Nand Company. Boss Mu, this is Jiangxia Bai, Boss Jiang from Huiking Holding Company. Hello Boss Mu, Boss Jiang, welcome to Wenzhou. Mr. Jiang, I've been admiring my name for a long time. Good manager Xia Bai, young and promising, welcome to Wenzhou. Everyone was talking babbledly. Jiangxia Bai nodded slightly, smiled and nodded, arching his hands even if he had said hello. Xu Yuan brought Jiangxia Bai and others to the main seat, and soon the dishes came. The waiter began to serve dishes. The first dish was a large seafood soup. In the large bowl was a small boat made of hundreds of dollar bills. Jiangxia Bai counted a total of 6 boats made of dollar bills. What is Boss Xu? Jiangxia Bai looked at Xu Yuan in confusion. Xu Yuan smiled and explained, this is our rule here, which means smooth sailing, 606 smooth sailing. It is used to entertain distinguished guests. Boss Mu, Boss Jiang, please. Mukaz Hong took a small boat out of it, and Jiangxia Bai also took out one in a decent way. Li Longquan also had a share. Looking at the boat on the table, Jiangxia Bai said heartily, this seafood soup is not drunk. Who knows how many people the dollar bill passes and how many bacteria are on it. And it was taken out by the bank. It also smelled like ink. So it's weird that the soup can be drunk when it is soaked in the soup. What a pity. This seafood soup looks pretty good. Thank you. Boss Xu, this is too polite. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and thanked him. Mukaz Hong also smiled and said, thanks to Lao Xu, I am interested. Mind, last time I came here, I didn't have this rule. This time I brought a big business here and there is this rule. But this is also human nature. The 6 small boats alone cost $600. If they were exchanged for a small RMB 3,000 yuan, they would be sold out by one person. It is estimated that Xu Yuan should go bankrupt in 2 days. Two distinguished guests. I am definitely going to do the best of the landlord friendship. Xu Yuan was also very happy. 3,000 yuan is nothing compared to tens of millions of business. This old Xu is really bleeding. Isn't this smooth sailing a boat? Why did old Xu get 6 of them? Who do you give a boat? It's not appropriate. Get 6 of them and get them out of the 6. I really have an idea. Spend a small amount of money and do big things. This time, Lao Xu can be regarded as having a good time by the water. Yes, Mr. Xu is shrewd. Compared with the list of tens of millions of dollars, it is really not worth mentioning. The key things are also comfortable. For someone like Jiang Xiaobai Mukaz Hong, who can purchase hundreds of millions of dollars, you have to pay attention to gifting, and they are not short of money. The key is to look at your heart. Sportsman, heart. That also depends on the quality of the goods. The quality of the goods is not good, and the heart is in place. I don't believe that Jiang Xiaobai can really want it. Someone put forward different opinions. It was from the state-owned factory. He was most uncomfortable with these private factory owners. One by one, in order to make money, they do everything they can, and flattering is nothing. At the beginning, there were no private enterprises or anything. They wanted to be second-hand dealers, and they all depended on whether the state-owned factories could supply goods or not. If you don't give the goods, you can only hold back. Now, there are a large number of factories outside. All kinds of goods are available, some of which are of good quality, and some people take risks for their own interests and use shoddy goods. A few years ago, in the Wulnman Square inches the downtown area of Gyeongtang City, a fire burned more than 5,000 pairs of fake and low-quality leather shoes, causing a national sensation. Our people lost their faces and became the country's 3 major counterfeiting centers. Of course, the quality of the goods must be excellent, but if the quality of the 2 goods is similar, someone laughed. What about the state-owned factory? Not used to you, thought it was in the past, holding us by the neck. We are chatting here. And the second dish is also here. Is also a big seafood soup pot. This time, there is no dollar bills in the big soup pot, but a small pot floating in it with 10 imported watches regularly. This is also a new catering culture in recent years. Everyone is sitting here, just to show your feelings, Xu Yuan said with a smile. Mukaz Hong unceremoniously reached out and took it, thanking Xu Yuan in his mouth. Jiang Xiaobai can only hold it. He doesn't care whether the watch is not a watch, but it's all people's mind anyway. With so many people present, it would be too ugly to refuse. It's just that there are too many tricks. When will I be able to eat? Smooth sailing, showing your heart. There are so many tricks. And wearing a watch is not cheap. Xu Yuan is really interested. Li Longquan touched the watch in his hand, and he was also a little emotional. He has been traveling north and south with Jiang Xiaobai over the years. He has experienced many things, but this is the first time he has seen so many tricks. Fortunately, the things Jiang Xiaobai worried about did not happen. After taking the watch, these tricks were finally over. Started to officially serve dishes, but most of them are mainly seafood. Of course, Xu Yuan wanted to continue playing tricks, but it was too late, and the price was indeed high. Come, welcome Boss Mu and Boss Jiang to visit Wenzhou. On behalf of the factories in Wenzhou, I welcome the 2 bosses. Xu Yuan finished speaking with a glass of wine, then drank it all in one go. Jiang Xiaobai and Mukaz Hong also said polite words and had a drink. The people on the other tables not far from the side listened to Xu Yuan's speech and were already scolding secretly. You represent various factories and enterprises in Wenzhou. Can you represent it? Who are you? Isn't it just right to meet? There is such an opportunity. You guys who know are bragging, but those who don't know think you really are the president of the Chamber of Commerce in any industry. End of this chapter. Chapter 992 Cooperate with Powerful Factories. Chapter 992 Cooperation with a Capable Factory. Waiting for 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Jiang Xiaobai whispered to Mukaz Hong. Lamu, come on, just announce our rules, otherwise, if you are toasted like this, I guess you will have to fall down in a while. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, more than 10 tables, even if one table comes over to toast a glass of wine, there are more than 10 glasses. It doesn't really matter if it's other times, but now it's really tight for time. It's not what Jiang Xiaobai wanted to see if he wasted a day in vain. You declare, my head is a little dizzy, these turtle suns, this is killing us both. Mukaz Hong whispered to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai did not refuse any more, stood up with a wine glass, gave a light cough, and then swept his eyes to the audience. In the restaurant, the noisy crowd soon calmed down, all eyes were on Jiang Xiaobai. This young man is a lot younger than them, and even some people outside are about to catch up with Jiang Xiaobai in age. Everyone knows that the topic is about to come. And if so many people come over, it must mean to give a standard instead of simply eating, drinking and having fun. Of course, if Jiang Xiaobai has time to play, they are not willing to accompany him. Everyone, first of all, thank you for coming to participate in this reception banquet today. I believe why we came to Wenzhou, everyone knows in their hearts. In the capital a few days ago, Brother Mu and I were still worried about this large purchase. The time was relatively short and we purchased a lot of varieties. If we really went from place to place, it is estimated that we would be exhausted. Know when I can purchase it back. So Boss Mu and I thought of Aozu. Aozu is a place with outstanding people, and it is also the forefront of our domestic reforms and liberalization. You Aozu people have been turned into Jews in our country, and your business is doing well. Jiang Xiaobai praised for a while. Everyone was very happy, a scene of enjoyment. Many people are afraid that Jiang Xiaobai is young and vigorous and can speak well, but now it seems to be very kind. Director Xiaobai has been awarded. Director Jiang is too polite. Everyone said in a rush, but they did agree with Jiang Xiaobai words. How's it can have today, it was their Hausa people who broke out themselves. Close to the subject, everyone knows that we want to purchase hundreds of millions of goods. And I can tell you from the person in charge, yes, it is 300 million goods, no, it is 280 million to be precise. Because if we know that all of our Huiking holding company understands that we have a cannery, and can purchase 20 million cans, we will come by ourselves. Boss Jiang, we also sell canned educated youth here. I have eaten it. It's pretty good. This nationwide canned educated youth is one of the best. Everyone carried the sedan chair, and everyone praised the educated youth cannery. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the educated youth canned food is good or not. The real situation is that the fertilizer does not flow into the outsiders' fields. Could it be possible that outsiders can make money without using the products of their own factories? To tell you the truth, we are going to export this batch of goods to the fighting peoples. Of course, we will not ask for the goods at a time of 280 million. But in batches. The main reason is to send it out every week. There is only one train to Moss, and it will not be transported in a short time. Mukaz Hong in his previous life was able to make this business with nothing but white wolf. It was this time difference. Although Huiking Holding Company has strength in this life, but it wouldn't be a fool to send 300 million worth of goods to the capital in one go. The goods are stored in the warehouse in the capital, and so many funds are taken up, so fools can do this kind of thing. I will give everyone a copy of the purchase share list for all the products in a while, and then I will still be here 2 days later. Hold an on-site bidding meeting, and everyone will compete in secret bidding. Jiang Xiaobai said that at this time, the following finally started to discuss. Concealed bidding competition. This thing is to test the bidders. In many cases, they would rather open bidding competition than bidding for hidden bidding. The hidden bid is invisible to anyone, and it is only an opportunity to bid. Often the price of the winning bidder will be lowered. Of course, you have to guarantee the quality of the product. This will be clearly stated in the contract. If you find inferior products, Huiking Holdings has the right to break the contract. Jiang Xiaobai said. The people below looked at each other. No one really refuted this. Wenzhou is now regarded as one of the 3 major counterfeiting centers, and many people do not trust it. Of course, it's not that Wenzhou's products are all fakes. It can only be said that there are quite a few counterfeit and shoddy products. After winning the bid, our Huiking Holding Company signed a contract of intent with the winning bidder. It is only an intention contract. Your factory will ship to the capital. If there is no problem in the north, then Huiking Holding will immediately make a deposit. Jiang Xiaobai talked about his own rules one by one. The purchase order of 200 million yuan is indeed large, but relatively speaking, there are many restrictions. Someone stood up and asked, Boss Jiang, can we make a deposit first, and then we will ship it? If there is no deposit, we will ship it to the capital. If the goods are not seen by us over there, wouldn't it? Jiang Xiaobai interrupted without waiting for him to finish, saying, we Huiking Holding Co. Limited replenishes the freight in full, so we can rest assured that we will not lose money. Moreover, our Huiking Holding Company is still there. Jiang Xiaobai, is still there and can't run. The man did not give up, and continued to speak. Boss Jiang, I didn't mean that. I mean, our small factory has a small turnover of funds. Send a batch of goods to the capital. If there is no fund recovery, it will affect other businesses in the factory. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. The man smiled, and then he heard Jiang Xiaobai say, your consideration is reasonable. But our Huiking Holding Company still hopes to cooperate with powerful factories. In an instant, the man's face turned red. Although Jiang Xiaobai said it euphemistically, everyone could understand the meaning. You and others can't even open the capital turnover. What qualifications do you have to want this order? The man opened his mouth, wanted to say a few hard words, turned around and left, but thinking about the large order, he finally sat down boringly. The people next to him did not persuade him. He was going to get angry and really left. Everyone was missing a competitor. But just such a sentence made everyone know Jiang Xiaobai again. It's so good to talk. Young people are still sharp-edged. Of course, it's mainly customers who bully the shop. It's okay to have an opinion, but if you want to take someone's order, you can only endure it. End of this chapter. Chapter 993 Ogilvy. Chapter 993 Ogilvy. Jiang Xiaobai finished talking about the rules this time, and then continued, okay, everyone, go back and prepare. I hope to see you at the bidding meeting in 2 days. Thank you. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, Mukis Hong also stood up, and the two raised their glasses as a gesture. After drinking the wine, they got up and left. Jiang Xiaobai and Mukis Hong are gone. Of course the others are also going to leave. The master is gone, what else are they staying for? And I have said everything that should be said, and the conditions have been clarified. The list is indeed a big list. And don't worry about it, it can be produced slowly, which is pretty good. But other conditions are equally harsh. Cast a hidden bid to ensure the quality. The quality is not good, and the contract is unconditionally broken. If you don't have a penny of the deposit, you have to ship it. If you don't like it, you must return it unconditionally. Everyone got up one after another, and left in twos and threes. This condition is too demanding. Didn't it take us seriously? He also voted for a hidden bid. Even if the bid is won, it is not necessarily. Isn't this bullying us to death? Luki, who is a leather jacket, looked upset, said, that's it, don't care about others, I won't bid anyway. This is not bullying our Aouser people. I just don't have this list, and I can't lose our Aouser people's face, said Wang Sheng. Okay, Lao Wang, it really deserves to be my friend. I think so too. If this is done for business, if a foreigner comes to do business with our Aouser people in the future, what can we do? This can't be done first. Luki nodded in agreement. Well, that's it. The two talked loudly, and many people could hear them. The angry expressions on their faces made them think, what happened to Jiang Xiaobai? That's it, it's enough. You two sing and play together. Who should you play for? Someone couldn't stand it and said aloud, what is not acting? I was reluctant. It's still not acting. Inaozu, who doesn't know who the two of you are? As long as you have money to make money, when will you manage the integrity? Do you know what integrity is? Don't think that you don't know what you two think. I'll show it to you. If anyone really believes in you two, he won't bid, but if you are in the middle of your arms, one less competitor will count as one. How is it possible? How can you think of me this way? We are not such people. Are you Wang Sheng? I cried out. Wang Sheng also nodded his head again and again with grievances on his face. Everyone smiled and did not speak anymore. Obviously, most people knew the virtues of these two people. People who don't know, after all this, they understand. Everyone stopped talking about Liu Kai and Wang Sheng, and walked outside discussing the bidding. Although the conditions are harsh, the money that should be earned must be earned, and it is precisely because of the harsh conditions that everyone believes it more. If Jiang Xiaobai had no conditions, everyone would have to wonder if it was a scam. There are many types of these small commodities. Our factory produces lighters. I looked at the lighter list for 5 million. 5 million lighters. No factory in Aussie has such a large production volume. Means that it takes a long time, otherwise, no one will be able to get it out at once. Yes, but it is because of the long time required and the conditions are right that everyone is willing to compete, so the bidding will be more intense. In 2s and 3s, most of the discussions are gathered by people from different industries, and colleagues will never discuss them together. The peers are enemies, and everyone is a competitor, so the relationship is naturally not much better. After returning to the hotel on the other side, Marcus Hong followed Jiang Xiaobai to Jiang Xiaobai's room, sat down, and sent 2 pots of tea. Drinking tea while chatting. Hidden label, Xiaobai, you have a way. This hand can keep our costs to a minimum. It is estimated that we have 250 million for goods worth 300 million yuan. We are party A, holding such a large order. Of course the right to speak is in our hands. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. That's true, I remember you used this trick when you bid for Huiking building. Well, eat it all over the sky with one trick. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Is indeed a trick that has spread all over the world, and all the large and small factories in Aozu City have begun to take action. 280 million purchases, and an average purchase order of at least several million, tens of millions, makes every factory be tempted. Aozu Ogilvy down jacket factory. Director Liu Genqing smoked cigarette after cigarette. The deputy factory manager was a little anxious on the side. He tried to speak a few times but he held it back. Finally he couldn't help but said, Brother Liu, we must seize this opportunity. Our Ogilvy down jackets have been very effective over the past few years. No, if this continues, maybe one day it will go bankrupt. Liu Genqing was a little bit distressed, I think too. But how fierce the competition this time is, you don't know. Now everyone outside is crazy. I heard that many factories are ready to make no profits. Fart. The deputy director can't listen anymore. They don't want profits. Their fake and inferior products have more production costs. They don't want profits. They just have less profits. Before, they made fake and shoddy products, and then they started a price war with us to seize market share, and asked me to say we can't. Before he finished speaking, Liu Genqing interrupted him. No, they do what they do, and we can't learn from them. That would cause someone to poke the backbone from behind. Black cotton and glass are used in the down jacket. You say they really dare, and we don't make money without conscience. Liu Genqing said categorically. The deputy director did not speak to refute. After Liu Genqing finished speaking, the deputy director said, but anyway, I think we still have to fight for this opportunity. Even if it's like what others have said, don't make a profit, at least this list can maintain the normal operation of the factory, and then we will find ways to make money in other ways. Okay. Liu Genqing nodded. In fact, that's it. If you look at the past situation, they still don't have any chance, because the inferior down jackets produced by other people's factories are quite low in cost. They just don't want profits. In fact, there is not much advantage in terms of price when competing with others. Liu Genxing and the deputy director of the factory both understand this in their hearts, but they understand it. But what can be done? The deputy factory director is willing to make fake down jackets, but Liu Genxing disagrees. End of this chapter. Chapter 994 Bidding Meeting Part 1. Chapter 994 Bidding Meeting Part 1. 3 days later, it was still Aozi Hotel, but this time it was in the conference room, not the restaurant. Someone arrived at the entrance of the Aozi Hotel early in the morning. Unlike the relaxed and happy expressions a few days ago, the factory directors today have serious and powerful faces. Obviously, the mood is not too good. The hidden mark means that if you want to win the order, you have to bloodlet, and the competition is so fierce, it is bloodletting. With all kinds of tension and worry, it's weird to be able to relax. Xu Xiuan stood at the door to greet him. He was still smiling, because Jiang Xiaobai and Marcus Hong had promised him a 5 million heating kettle list. Of course, the heating kettle list was more than 5 million. It should be about 10 million in total, but the 5 million is given out without competition. Of course, the price is not very high, and it is a bit cheaper than the normal shipping price. But there is not much cheaper. There must be profits, plus the turnover of 5 million, so it can make a lot of money. And there is no need to worry about the survival of the factory for a long time. Later generations of big companies said that we are only 18 months, 3 months, or 1 month away from bankruptcy. He's talking about being prepared for danger in times of peace, but at this time the factory is really worried about closing down. The competition is fierce, and once there is no order, you have to wait for the bankruptcy, and there are 5 million orders, so you don't have to worry about sales for a long time. So even if there are 5 million orders left, it doesn't matter if Xu Xiuan can't get it. And this is also Jiang Xiaobai and Marcus Hong's reward for Xu Xiuan's busy schedule. If it hadn't been for Xu Xiuan's presence, let's not say whether it could be done so smoothly. Even if it is completed, it will take a long time. Boss Liu, welcome to attend the on-site meeting of Huiqing Holding Company. At 9 o'clock, the meeting room on the 3rd floor will start on time. Director Wang is here, please come in. The meeting room on the 3rd floor. Xu Xiuan led some people to receive him at the door, completely looking like his own housework. It made a few people who also work as a kettle factory feel a lot of pressure. Xu Xiuan smiled and leaned forward, and the faces of several factory owners who made kettles were very ugly. Xu Xiuan, this kid is so eye-sighted. It seems that he has been close to the water, and he has taken the share of the heating kettle. It is normal to win. Xu Xiuan originally participated in the whole process, helped organize, and made a lot of effort. Even if they gave Xu Xiuan the share of the thermos, they couldn't say anything. After all, they are all private enterprises. To whom they want to give the share, that's their freedom. But if you took the list and came over to see some of our jokes with a smile on your face, that would be a bit too much. Welcome to participate in the bidding meeting. Xu Xiuan, is it interesting for you to say this? The list has been taken, but we still have to look at some of our jokes. Is it interesting? Yes, Xiao Xuzi, if you do this, you are not afraid that you will not be able to survive in Aozi in the future. Xiuan, young man, stay aligned when doing things. Don't do anything absolutely. The bosses of several factories that make kettles started to condemn, and they became angry with the enemy. In an instant, Xu Xiuan was taken aback, and then said with a wry smile, everyone, misunderstandings, misunderstandings. I am not a joke to you. I took some orders, but only half of them. I came over to tell you, the remaining half I'm not going to fight for the order. It's also related this time. People think that I am busy again, so I give a bite to eat, and I have to trouble every boss in the future. This matter can be explained clearly. Competition belongs to competition, but if you do too much and let other peers unite to resist, it will be troublesome. Furthermore, Xu Xiuan is not mentally ill, and he has gotten cheap, so he has to come over and laugh at them. The eyes of several factory owners who make kettles lit up in an instant. Really? Really? Xuxiuan nodded affirmatively. Little Xuzikangliang, brothers accept your love. If you need help in the future, please feel free to speak. Yes, Xuan, we would like to thank you in advance for doing things authentically. Several people began to thank each other one after another, and the tension between each other suddenly disappeared, becoming a group of peace. And Xuxiuan has also changed from the object of everyone's shouting to the object of everyone's pursuit. Regardless of whether he can win the bid or not, he must first owe Xuxiuan a favor. And this is what Xuxiuan hopes to see. Jiang Xiaobai was not prepared to give all the shares to Xuxiuan. But let Xuxiuan say that, whoever goes out can't say a word. Xuxiuan is particular about what he does and does things authentically. The purpose was achieved. Xuxiuan didn't talk much, and invited a few people in, and then went to greet others. However, after Xuxiuan left, the directors who made kettles instantly lost their harmony and were a little embarrassed. After all, from now on, everyone is a competitor. Jiang Xiaobai only said 2 days later, but did not say a few points. Since 8 o'clock, people have been coming one after another, until 9 o'clock, Jiang Xiaobai arrived. Are there everyone here? Jiang Xiaobai asked. It's almost here, but some estimates have not yet come. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, get ready to start. Don't care if you haven't come. Okay. Xuxiuan greeted everyone at the door, and followed Jiang Xiaobai and others to the 3rd floor. Jiang Xiaobai and others pushed the door into the meeting room, and saw the master coming. The noise in the meeting room slowly quieted down. Everyone, welcome to today's bidding meeting. After a while, everyone will write the base bid on the paper, write the name of your own factory, and then hand it over to our staff. Then we will select the bidding companies based on your bid bases, so let's not talk nonsense. Let's get started. After Jiang Xiaobai made the announcement, some staff members began to hand out pens and papers, and then Jiang Xiaobai and others left the meeting room, came to another room and waited for the bottom price to be delivered. Half an hour later, the bottom price was delivered to the room. Xuxiuan was still very careful in doing things. The bottom price of each product category was sorted for Jiang Xiaobai and the others to check. I saw Jiang Xiaobai took out some information from the bag, and then sent a copy to everyone. Let's get started. Here are the lowest production costs of various types of goods. The bottom price is lower than this price, and if there are other content, you can directly exclude it. Jiang Xiaobai looked at everyone and said, the directors of the various factories have been busy in the past 2 days, and he has not rested either. Marquis Hong and others, together with Xuxiuan, a few people basically looked at the production costs of the types of goods involved in the purchase of Aozu. End of this chapter. Chapter 995 Tender Meeting. In Chapter 995 Bidding Meeting in Jiang Xiaobai and Marquis Hong came to Aozu with a black eye. But it is not possible to purchase more than 2,300,000,000 goods with a bludgeon. Doing business without doing this, it really became Ma Shenglai. But even the amount of Ma Shenglai's contract was not so large. Hard work is hard work. For 2 days, I was able to figure out the production costs of more than 20 kinds of commodities, and the workload was huge. Basically, Jiang Xiaobai and the others wandered around the factories during the day, and summarized the collected data at night. Came here this morning. All came over with dark circles. But the hard work is not in vain. If you know the lowest production cost of each product type, those quotations that are lower than the lowest production cost will be directly discharged. One of them counts as one, and there is no problem. It is no joke that Aozu is known as the 3 major counterfeiting centers in the country. There are so many fake and shoddy products that are dazzling and overwhelming. So Jiang Xiaobai and other talents are so cautious that your quotation is lower than the production cost of the normal product. That can only explain one problem. You bought a fake. Although it has been clarified before, if a fake product is found, the contract will be unconditionally torn up. But the contract is torn up, and the manufacturer has to be found again. The in-done come and go has added a lot of trouble for no reason, so it would be great if these counterfeit and inferior product manufacturers could be eliminated from the beginning. The sound of Walla sounded in the room, and a copy of the bottom price was thrown out. Soon, the first round of statistics was completed. How many base bids are there in total? 305 copies. How many copies are quoted below the lowest production cost? 52 copies in total. Jiang Xiaobai's face was very dark, so special, so dare. He said that he would break the contract when the production quality was unqualified, and even unheard of the people would dare to do this. Too outrageous. It really became a professional counterfeit production and sales center. Xu Xiuan is also a bit embarrassed as a member of the Aozu businessmen. This is really too much. Jiang Xiaobai asked unwillingly, is there any special content in these 52 base bids, such as advanced production equipment that can reduce costs, such as a backlog of goods? Xu Xiuan couldn't bear to look directly at Jiang Xiaobai, shook his head erratically. What advanced production equipment? What a backlog of goods. He knows that there are some factories here. Needless to say, advanced production equipment is just a family workshop. Production equipment is eliminated from other factories. With such a low quotation, you don't have to think about it to know that you are going to use fake and shoddy products. On a sixth, just on a sixth of the base price is lower than the cost price. So I don't know how many people want to make money from fake and inferior products. Jiang Xiaobai patted the remaining 200 bids on the table with his hands, and felt a little headache. The situation is a bit unexpected, and the rest is just the investigation. So Jiang Xiaobai looked at Xu Xiuan again, pushing the base bid in front of Xu Xiuan. He said, leave it to you, and I will pick out 50 copies of the base bids of the manufacturers of counterfeit and shoddy products. Of course, I mean the manufacturers who have no ability to produce normal products, and I think they are unlikely to produce genuine products. No, Director Jiang, Xu Xiuan cried. This is an offensive job. Xu Xiuan interrupted Jiang Xiaobai before he finished speaking. Don't refuse, everyone here is your own. No one will say it. And I don't want to listen to the reasons and excuses. Mr. Jiang, I did it. Xu Xiuan could only nod his head and agreed. It's not easy to get the 5 million orders. But Xu Xiuan still asked, but I don't think they can produce genuine products, and I don't know them. What Xu Xiuan said is indeed a problem. People have the ability to produce genuine products, and the quotation is higher than the lowest production cost. How can they be eliminated? Maybe they have been wronged. Maybe they wanted to produce genuine products this time. But if they were wronged, they would be wronged. I don't care who made them produce fake and shoddy products. With this history, they can't be wronged. Jiang Xiaobai said casually. He didn't care about this at all. There were more than 20 types of commodities, and only 20 factories were left. To be honest, even if he is really wronged, Jiang Xiaobai doesn't care. He just cares less trouble. Xu Xiuan choked, and put away some of his careful thoughts. People don't care at all. It seems to him to be quite important. Standing at the height of Jiang Xiaobai, people don't care at all. The two are not at the same level. Half an hour passed. Xu Xiuan carefully picked out another 50 base bids, with some sweat on his forehead, which was difficult to screen. Mr. Jiang is finished. There is. Xu Xiuan wanted to explain, but Jiang Xiaobai stretched out the 50 base bids to the trash can. Well, do you keep talking? Nothing. Xu Xiuan shook his head and shut up. It has been an hour and a half since the start of the bidding meeting, and Jiang Xiaobai and other talents have really started to count the base bids. Tanri's number 9. Leather jackets offer. Ogilvy Clothing Factory, leather jackets offer. While Jiang Xiaobai was making statistics, in the conference room on the other side, many manufacturers in charge were already a little impatient. 1 hour has passed, and it is almost 11 now. Haven't the statistics been completed yet? But at this time, quite a few people are able to calm down. After all, it was only an hour and a half. With so many bidders, Jiang Xiaobai and the others were just a few people. but it was 11:30, and the irritable atmosphere filled the meeting room. What's the situation? The efficiency of Huiking Holdings is too slow. How long it has been and has not been determined yet. It is a matter of price statistics. That is, counting a price can be counted for such a long time. The price has been written. Can you still see the flour? It looks like it's noon now. Maybe you have to take care of the meal for a while. Are you not happy to eat a meal for nothing? People are buyers and customers. If you want you to wait, you have to wait. If you don't like it, you can't do it. As was talking here, Jiang Xiaobai and others pushed the door in. In an instant, those who complained suddenly shut up and were joking. Before the result was decided, everyone had a chance. If this offends the god of wealth, it will be a good thing. End of this chapter. Chapter 996 Bidding Meeting below. Chapter 996 Bidding Meeting Part 2. Jiang Xiaobai expressions were not very good looking at everyone, but there was no such thing as getting angry. No need. Just don't win the bid. Now the list of winning bidders is announced. Xu Xiuan spoke, and Jiang Xiaobai gave him the job. He was almost getting used to what Jiang Xiaobai instructed him to follow, like a little brother, following Jiang Xiaobai. The lighter won the bid. The leather jacket won the bid. A series of names were read from Xu Xiuan's mouth, and every time he read a factory, there would be a loud noise below. The smile on the face of the person who is pronounced the name will immediately bloom, and the expression on the face of the companion immediately changes, or pretends not to care, is a bit bitter, or becomes extremely gloomy. As for other industries that have not been read, the expressions on each face are extremely nervous. I hope that the next thing I will think of is my industry, but I am afraid that it is not myself. Tense. Tangled. However, no matter what everyone sitting thinks, Xu Xiuan's speech speed has not changed at all. It is not long, only about 5 minutes. This is because I am afraid that everyone will not hear clearly. Xu Xiuan will pause slightly after reading one, even saying the name of some factories twice. After I thought it should be over. But I didn't expect Xu Xiuan to come up with another list. Alternative list of successful bidders. The lighter list won the bid. The leather jacket won the bid. This is a thorough discussion. If you win the bid, you will win the bid. There are still candidates. What do you mean? How about playing alternate? There are alternates for this stuff. Boom boom boom. Jiang Xiaobai knocked on the table with his eldest brother in his hand. And many people in the conference room twitched their mouths. Big brother, it costs more than 10,000 yuan at this time, or even more expensive. Who doesn't put it in a leather bag, carefully, and occasionally put out a pen when there are too many people? But using the phone as a brick to hit the table, no one has ever been so proud. But all of them fell silent, quietly listening to Xu Xiuan's list. Soon the waiting list was finished. Jiang Xiaobai stood up, looked at everyone in the conference room and said with a smile, the above is the winning bid for our procurement this time, and the alternate winning bid. I know everyone is curious about this alternate winning bid. What means? Didn't you say it before? If there is a problem with the quality of the goods, the treaty should be torn up unconditionally. If this happens, then we will not retender, but the second candidate for the successful bidder directly. How is this possible? Yes. It's impossible. Several of the factory managers who won the bid said with a dry smile. He thought that everything would be fine if he won the bid, but he didn't expect that Jiang Xiaobai could not get a list of alternate winners. While the factory director who became the candidate won the bid, there was a smile on his face. It was impossible. How could it be impossible? They will stare at these bid-winning factories, and once there is a fake or shoddy, they will directly report it to Jiang Xiaobai, and then get the list. We will also send special personnel to inspect the goods later. Of course, other alternate winners are also welcome to supervise them. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Double insurance. Once a problem is discovered, there are alternates. The payment for the goods is delivered first and then paid, so the possibility of fake and inferior products from all factories is basically cut off, and even if it appears, it can be replaced in time without affecting other things. Basically, even if it is impeccable, the factory just bought the supervisors from Huiking Holdings, and it is impossible to buy the peer factories that want to compete for orders, because there is more than one factory that is staring at you. Okay. Do you have any questions? Jiang Xiaobai gave everyone a reaction time, and then he asked. Originally, Jiang Xiaobai was just a cutscene, but he didn't expect that someone would really have an opinion. A middle-aged man with triangular eyes stood up, looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, I have a problem. Speaking. I want to know the basis of our Huiking Holding Company's winning bid, and is it the level of the quotation? That's right. Jiang Xiaobai nodded affirmatively. The middle-aged man chuckled, and then said, that's interesting. Since it's been agreed long ago and what will be done in the bidding process, you can directly inform the winning factory. Let us waste everyone's time. The expression on Jiang Xiaobai's face remained unchanged, watching the man opening his mouth and asking, what do you mean? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? How could Ogilvy Garment Factory offer a lower price than our factory? And he won the bid. That only shows that there is an inside story. Wang Laosi, what do you mean? Liu Genqing quit, stood up, and asked viciously, staring at the middle-aged man. To be honest this time, although they don't want profit anymore, it is still very unexpected to win the bid. But the accident is an accident, and then there is ecstasy. If you don't make money, you don't make money. But if the factory can survive, there will be more opportunities. But while I am happy, I also have a little regret in my heart. Perhaps I had reported a little higher at the beginning, even if it was a little profit. But I didn't expect to be beautiful in my heart. Someone jumped out and attacked him by name, and he was also a famous factory owner who made and sold fakes. How do you know that Ogilvy Garment Factory's base bid price is lower than your factory's price? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Everyone also thought about it. Some people thoughtfully looked at Wang Laoshi with a smile. But Wang Laoshi didn't catch up. Instead he said, if I didn't guess wrong, Ogilvy and Mather's price should be at least the cost price, right? Yes. It is a cost price. Liu Genqing nodded and said. Then Wang Laoshi nodded and looked at Jiang Xiaobai, and said, our price is 5 yuan lower than the cost price. Why did you choose Ogilvy instead of us? Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, then before I answer your question, can you answer me a question? Why is the price quoted by your factory 5 yuan lower than the cost price, which is 10 million yuan? Are you ready to lose money for production? Everyone in the meeting room laughed, apparently already understanding what Jiang Xiaobai meant. This fourth son really treats everyone as a fool. I don't want to think that people can afford 300 million yuan of goods. Why can a fool earn 300 million? Treat others as fools, but they don't know that they are fools. If you say you can lose money and do it, then I have to doubt that you can pay for such a big bill. Jiang Xiaobai stared at Wang Laoshi and said word by word. End of this chapter. Chapter 997. Come Back Home. Chapter 997. Wang Laoshi blushed and sat down with a thick neck, and some of the other people who were sitting also understood why they did not win the bid. The bidding meeting is over, but the influence of Jiang Xiaobai purchase disturbance on Aozu is still there. Many factories producing counterfeit and shoddy products were unscrupulous in the past, but this time they also tasted the consequences. The impact is much greater than the impact of inspections, because inspection and the like can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. But Jiang Xiaobai has been curbed from the source this time, and I will not buy the fake and shoddy products you produce. While watching such a large list drifting past their eyes, many people were still touched. Of course, some conscientious companies were very grateful to Jiang Xiaobai. Aozu, Marquis Hong stayed in charge of the follow-up shipment, while Jiang Xiaobai took advantage of the time to go home, because it will not be long before I need to go to the capital to meet Anderson and wait. When Jiang Xiaobai returned home, Jiang Lanlun looked at the shaggy man in front of him. It took a long time to call Dad, and Zhao Xinyi also returned from the unit soon. Brother Xiaobai, drink water. Kai Zhenhua held a water glass and placed it in front of Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai just remembered and asked, Xiao Kai, when did you come back? How was the blind date? Already married, Kai Jinhua said with a shy expression on her face. Married. Zhao Xinyi smiled and nodded and said, also, didn't you talk about arranging jobs for others? As a result, after so many days away, I'm sorry, I'm so busy, I've been abroad. Jiang Xiaobai asked Zhao Xinyi to remind him of this, and promised to help arrange work. It's okay, it's okay. Kai Jinhua hurriedly said, if you are not in a hurry, you are busy with major events, and he is not in a hurry. Where is he now? Jiang Xiaobai asked. In Dragon City, Kai Jinhua said. After getting married, Kai Jinhua and her husband and family members talked about Jiang Xiaobai promise to help arrange work. Husband Gao Kangmin and his family members heard that there was such a good thing. They agreed without thinking about it, and they praised Kai Jinhua for this job. After the couple enters the city, they are equivalent to the people in the city. The two stayed at home for a few days, and Kai Jinhua and her husband came in a hurry. Unexpectedly, after he came, Jiang Xiaobai was not at home and went on a business trip. And Zhao Xinyi has never intervened in the affairs of Huiqing Holding Company, although she can also find someone to go to Longan, cram a person. As long as she speaks, she can still do it. Even if it is difficult for Longan to join a person, but after joining Longan, he is not a formal worker, so he has to take time slowly. That's why Zhao Xinyi waited for Jiang Xiaobai's return before making arrangements. Well, let him come over to have a meal at home in the evening. We can be regarded as a treat. Let's take a look for you by the way, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, and Zhao Xinyi nodded with a smile. Kai Jinhua waved her hand quickly and said, I will let him come to the house. If you have time to meet, you don't need to eat. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head and said, we are also your half-mothers, shouldn't we come to the house for a meal? Okay, so let's come to the car to pick up people. There are 2 cars at home, and sometimes they are thrown there without driving. In order to make it easier for Kai Jinhua to go out, Zhao Xinyi asked Kai Jinhua to learn how to drive, and also gave Kai Jinhua a driver's license. Brother Bai is not needed to drive the family car. I can go as a bus. Kai Jinhua waved her hands repeatedly. Zhao Xinyi said, Xiao Kai, just listen to your brother, pack up and drive. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi persuaded a few more words, and Kai Jinhua agreed with gratitude. Is it embarrassing for people to drag me so long? Zhao Xinyi waited for Kai Jinhua to leave and asked Jiang Xiaobai. That's right, after all, I promised it well before, but I forgot to arrange it when I left. Jiang Xiaobai shook Zhao Xinyi's hand and said softly, Kai Jinhua does a good job at home, and both of them value it very much. Is it time for Xiaoyan to pretest? Jiang Xiaobai asked. The pre-examination has been cancelled. There is no need for the pre-examination this year. Everyone can directly take the college entrance examination. Zhao Xinyi said. The college entrance examination pre-examination is a policy officially implemented in 1981. Jiang Xiaobai did not have this policy when he took the college entrance examination in 1979. The reason is that there are many candidates, few admissions, fierce competition, heavy workload of unified examination, difficulty in examination and marking work, and frequent occurrence of cheating in examination rooms and escalation of scores, which affects the accuracy of college entrance examination results. Therefore, the pre-examination policy has been implemented. After 1981, in May of each year, candidates who want to take the college entrance examination of that year must first register for the pre-selection exam. If unfortunately they fail, they will not be eligible to participate in the college entrance examination and get out early. Some are enrollment plans, some are based on 3-to-1. And some are even based on a ratio of 5-to-1. The college entrance examination pre-examination was cancelled. The relationship is good. I have been studying hard for 10 years. It is not even good to not even have a chance to take the exam. Jiang Xiaobai did not have much surprise. There was no pre-examination system for college entrance examinations in the previous life, but he didn't know exactly which year it was cancelled. Well, There is no pre-examination. Students can prepare for the college entrance examination with peace of mind. Otherwise, they will be prepared for the pre-examination. Zauxini said that she also agreed to cancel the college entrance examination. By the way, how many days can you stay here this time? For 10 or 8 days. Then we will go to the capital to prepare to receive visitors from the north. It is estimated that we will stay in the capital. Jiang Xiaobai and Zauxini were talking here, while Kai Zhenhua drove Zauxini's car all the way to the small hotel where her husband lived. To be honest, during this period of time, her mood was also very depressed. During this period of time, Jiang Xiaobai has not come back. So the things she promised to arrange the work have never been realized. My husband has been in Longqing for almost a month. He lives in a hotel every day, and he also spends food. I saw no work arrangements at home, although she didn't say anything. She even comforted her not to be in a hurry, and her business trip was normal. But who knows what you think in your heart? Maybe someone said in their hearts that she brags. So she was also very anxious and depressed during this period. Now that Jiang Xiaobai is back, all the problems will be solved soon. I was still driving in Zauxinia's car, and when it was time to pass back to the village, many people must be envious. I can also be regarded as the wind and water in Longqing, and I can drive in the car. End of this chapter. Chapter 998 Xiaomi. Chapter 998 Xiaomi. Jiang Xiaobai is back, and all the bad things are gone. Kai Zhenhua dropped the window glass and let the gentle spring breeze blow into the car and hit her face. Reached out and turned on the stereo in the car again. Sweet, your smile is sweet, like a flower. This song still fits Kai Zhenhua's artistic conception very well, which is extremely satisfying. Soon, the blue car stopped at the door of the hotel. The proprietress of the hotel stretched her head and glanced outside. Then she retracted her gaze and continued to look at the TV screen with a little snowflake in the black and white TV not far away, and the sound of electric current was heard from time to time. But that's it. She also watched it with gusto. If someone walks over here with a bag or a bicycle, she will quickly stand up and greet her. Maybe she will stay in the small hotel opened by her own house. The conditions of my hotel are not good, but the price is cheap. Many people who come to work in the city from the countryside are looking for a bargain. No overcharge for one night. The accommodation fee for a single room is 2 yuan, the Daton shop is 8 cents, and the triple room is 1 yuan per person. At this price, the business is very hot. Thanks to the reform and opening up, the Tostri small building left by my family and my generation finally came in handy. I used to work as a temporary worker in a factory, earning 180 yuan a month with all my hard work. Now, sitting at home and tidying up the house, I can easily make several hundred a month. Even when business is good, I can earn a little 1,000 bucks. Of course, the owner of the blue car outside is definitely not his client. If you drive a car like that, you don't need to say that it's your own or your work unit. Then you won't come to your own small hotel. You usually choose to stay in a guest house or the like. After 2 years of work, the proprietress also has her own business experience. But I didn't expect that today's business experience is a bit unsound. A young and beautiful woman got off the blue car and walked straight towards her hotel. The boss' eyes widened in a daze, and when the woman walked in, she realized that she was a little familiar. Isn't this the long, honest, by guide man's newlywed daughter-in-law from the countryside who lives in his hotel? I used to dress very plainly when I came here a few times. How can I dress so beautiful today? Could it be the lady boss has a bad, gloomy mind in her heart? In recent years, the social atmosphere has been a little bad. Suddenly a group of people got rich, dressed in nondescript suits, drove a car, and the eldest brother, who took out $10,000 to $20,000 from time to time, said 2 words loudly. Many people around are still holding a beautiful little secret. Is this new wife going to be Xiaomi? Otherwise, her man still lives in her own broken hotel. How could she drive such a good car? Don't blame the lady boss for being gloomy, because the social atmosphere has changed over the past 2 years. and things like this have gradually increased. Thinking about it, it's a pity that I am a little bit of a country man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he is from the countryside, he is a little honest, but he is not bad in length, practical and polite. Sometimes when I say a few more words to him, he will blush. It's a pity that such a beautiful daughter-in-law has become a Xiaomi for someone else. It is estimated that this is about to prepare for a showdown. Hey, man, I still can't take a beautiful daughter-in-law. I can't rely on it. The old saying goes, the ugly wife is close to the land. I should really let the guy from my family come over to see this one at this time, and give him a little bit longer lesson. I still feel that I am not pretty all day. What do you know? Not being beautiful has the advantage of being not beautiful. An ignorant dog man. Sister Hong Ki Zhenhua smiled and greeted the proprietress, but in exchange for a cold snort, the proprietress had already classified her into the category of people like Xiaomi. The vixen said hello to me. The lady boss glanced at Ki Zhenhua and didn't speak. Ki Zhenhua is a little puzzled. Why is this the enthusiastic lady boss? How is it today? I quarreled with her husband, maybe. I heard that she had a bad relationship with her husband and quarreled all day long. Ki Zhenhua went upstairs. Boom boom boom. Who? Gao Kengmin asked through the door, and a hint of impatience and anxiety could be heard in his voice. Kengmin, Ki Zhenhua said. Gao Kengmin opened the door and let Ki Zhenhua into the house, and then he felt his eyes shine. Today, his wife is dressed a little beautifully. After entering the house, Gao Kengmin said without waiting for Ki Zhenhua to speak, I'd better return to the Datongpu's house, which can save a lot of money in one night. There is nothing uncomfortable about Datong shop. The stay is pretty good. If you disagree, I will go home. Gao Kengmin came to Dragon City for a few days and wanted to go back. The consumption in Dragon City was too high. It cost a few dollars a day. It's better to go home and wait for dinner. As for whether Ki Zhenhua is bragging, Gao Kengmin has never doubted, because there is no need at all. I just don't know when Jiang Xiaobai will come back from a business trip, and staying like this is too wasteful. Especially he still lives in a single room, and he spends every day. Although his wife Ki Zhenhua said don't worry, her monthly salary is quite high and can be spent. But Gao Kengmin still feels a little unwilling. This is his wife's money. Although the two are married, they have no reason to sit by themselves and let his wife support themselves. But the newly married Diana, the young couple likes to get together when they are tired, and he is a little reluctant to go back, so he stayed. No need to change. Brother Xiaobai is back. Ki Zhenhua shook his head and said excitedly, back? Really? Great. Then that. Gao Kengmin wanted to ask him about his work. Brother Xiaobai, let me pick you up. He will meet you for dinner later. Going to Sumion's house for dinner. It's not good. I don't want to go. Gao Kengmin said with some worry. It's okay. They are my half-mothers. They treat me very well, and they don't have much arrogance. You will know when they meet. They are very kind and approachable. Okay, let's go. Gao Kengmin gritted his teeth and said, very excited. Go and go. Once you go, you will be able to arrange work. Wait for a few years in Longqing, save some money, and strive to make a home in Longqing, when that time. Thinking about it, Gao Kengmin's eyes looked at Ki Zhenhua with fiery eyes. Xiao Ki, what do you want to do? Ki Zhenhua's voice was also sweet and greasy. Gao Kengmin Gudong swallowed. Then she hugged Ki Zhenhua in her arms, and the couple quickly fell onto the bed. The old wooden bed made a creak and creak sound. End of this chapter. Chapter 999 Green. Chapter 999. After the lady boss went up to Ki Zhenhua, watching the TV series on the TV, she suddenly felt a little boring. It's better to sneak upstairs and watch a big show. This drama is probably very exciting. The lady boss turned off the TV to avoid wasting electricity when she was away. Then to died the bar and walked upstairs. After reaching the second floor, he walked to Gao Kengmin's room. It shouldn't be Why there is no sound? There shouldn't be a rage between the two. Are you ruthless and righteous? Why is it so quiet? It's different from the TV series. The lady boss muttered, and finally put her ear on the door of the room, and finally heard the movement inside. Crunch, crunch. There were some rapid gasps. My old lady's bed, the lady boss cursed in her heart. As someone who came by, of course she understood what was going on inside. Dry. The boss did not eat the noodles, and returned to his front desk. What kind of situation is that? There is not only the quarrel of Thunder Won Jun. I'm still doing this kind of thing. Could it be that the new clothes didn't tell his husband, and he didn't tell her husband? The proprietress quickly imagined another version. Yes, it must be like this. This is too much of a thing. I have become a vixen, and even hang my husband. Her husband is so pitiful, and her husband is so happy. In an instant, the boss felt that Gao Kungmin's head was green. I heard that it is a newly married couple. This young man is too pitiful. He has long white eyebrows and big eyes, which is a pity. Seeing that more than half an hour has passed, and the two of them have not yet come down from the stairs, the lady boss feels a little jealous. It's been so long, and it's not over yet. And he doesn't look like his dead husband at all. The proprietress felt like she understood why this woman had a big money outside, and she had to drag this young man with big eyebrows and big eyes. Strong ability. 1 hour later, Ki Zhenhua and Gao Kungmin came downstairs. Ki Zhenhua's complexion was a little red, and there was a trace of unnaturalness on her face when she watched other people's time. However, people who come here know that it has just been moisturized, and it exudes a kind of feminine charm from the inside out. This flower is so beautiful, green. The lady boss muttered to herself as she looked at a pot of garlic sprouts on the bar. Madam boss, aren't you garlic sprouts? How come they are flowers? Gao Kungmin interrupted. Why are you paying attention to this? Whether it's a flower or not, it's over if it's green or not. The boss decided not to care about the poor child, and continued, is it green? Green is green. The boss, you are very good, but you don't have too little. Are you going out? The lady boss asked. Okay. Then you guys don't leave yet. The lady boss rolled her eyes and said. After this naive person left, the boss murmured, whether it is good or not. How many? The old lady is happy. Big idiot. The big idiot in the mouth of the proprietress is looking at the blue car in front of her, looking at the interior of the car. Some were afraid to get on the car. Why did you drive a car here? Brother Xiaobai asked me to drive over to pick you up. People also feel embarrassed to keep you waiting for so long. People are so polite. The big people are busy with big things. Our little things are not worth mentioning. Let's go. Get in the car, Ki Zhenhua said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai attaches so much importance to her, and she also feels very face. Will I get in the car here? Okay, it's okay, Ki Zhenhua said. Gao Kungmin cautiously got into the car, looking at the environment in the car, and looking at Ki Zhenhua with some worry, and asked, daughter-in-law, you really know how to drive? It's okay, don't crash your car. Baba, crow's mouth. What nonsense, I must be able to drive. Sometimes I drive by myself to buy groceries and pick up the two children. It's okay, don't worry, Ki Zhenhua said, watching her daughter-in-law smoothly start the car and drove forward. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said, how much is this car? This is too luxurious. Luxury. Xiaobai's car is called luxury. That is an imported car. Of course. This car is not cheap. It seems to cost tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know how much. It's so comfortable to sit. Gao Kungmin finished speaking, and then nervously asked, by the way, can I wear this dress? Okay, it's okay. I've said it all. The couple has no arrogance. They get along well and don't look down on others. Moreover, Brother Xiaobai family is also an ordinary worker's family. He is sitting on the ground. Many of the leaders of Huiking Holding Company have heard that they are also farmers. Don't pay attention to these, don't worry, it's okay. Ki Zhenhua soothed. Well, let's find a supply and marketing agency to buy something later. Well, it's not good to go empty-handed. Just buy some cans and snacks. Ki Jianhui nodded. Where do you think he will arrange for me? Who knows, it's probably in the factory. Otherwise it can be. You can't sit still if you sit in the office. Ki Jianhui said. No, I didn't think about the office. I can go to the city, and be a worker in the factory is already quite satisfied. Otherwise you happen to be a babysitter at some Yeon's house. How can I have this opportunity? Gao Kungmin hurriedly waved his hand and said that workers are quite an enviable profession at this time. Not to mention the factory in the city. Well, after a while, I will find someone and apply for an urban household registration. Then we will settle our home in the city. Ki Jianhui said. In the future, our children will be born in the city. Gao Kungmin was also full of smiles. Both of them yearned for the future life. You think so far. When our children get married in the future, we will also buy a car for our children. Then it will be really beautiful. That can afford it. A car is worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. We have to save money for many years. Even if we don't eat or drink until our children get married, it might be enough to buy. Yes, work hard. I will work hard when I get to the factory. When passing by the supply and marketing agency, the two got out of the car to buy things. 4 bottles of canned food and 2 boxes of pastries. Gao Kungmin was also planning to buy another cigarette, but Ki Jianhui stopped him. Cigarette, there are cheap and expensive ones, and the cheap ones can't be bought. The expensive ones cost too much money, and there is no need for it. Gao Kungmin wanted to bite his teeth to buy a good cigarette. After all, arranging work is a big deal anytime. But since the daughter-in-law Ki Jianhui said no, she didn't buy it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1000 Gao Kungmin. Chapter 1000 Gao Kungmin. The two drove to the old barracks community and looked at the closed management community. The community was full of flowers and plants. This environment made people want to live in. Don't look at it. This house is very expensive. Tens of thousands of dollars. It's not much cheaper than a car. Then we can just buy a bungalow, which can be cheaper. Ki Jianhui said with a smile. I wronged you. Wrong. I am also a rural girl. Everyone is like this, but I am a little luckier than others and came to the city. Ki Jianhui is also an easily satisfied person. The two stopped the car at the door of the unit building, and Gao Kungmin's breathing became short again. Don't be nervous, it's okay. No matter how comforted by Ki Jianhui, Gao Kungmin still feels his legs are a little awkward, similar to the day of his wedding. Bang bang bang. Ki Jianhui knocked on the door. In fact, he has the key, but it is better to knock on the door with her husband Gao Kungmin today. It's coming. A young voice responded, and heard the movement in the room coming over to open the door. Ki Jianhui whispered, Brother Xiaobai. Gao Kungmin nodded, breathing a little bit more quickly. Bang! The door came, revealing the face of a young man. Brother Xiaobai, this is Gao Kungmin. Brother Xiaobai, hello. Gao Kungmin was a little startled, which was different from the big leader he imagined. Of course, he hasn't seen a big leader either. The biggest leader may have met the county leader once in the village to check. He is upright, wearing a straight Chinese tunic suit, which makes people feel very majestic at first glance. In his original impression, this Jiang Xiaobai was also a great leader, and it should be like this, but he didn't expect the Jiang Xiaobai in front of him, wearing homemade clothes, with 2 buttons on his coat casually, looking at how to say, it feels like the boy next door. Gao Kungmin, hello. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook hands with Gao Kungmin. Hello, Brother Xiaobai. You don't need to call Brother Xiaobai. I'm a few years older than you. Just call Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai said, letting the two in. Zhao Xinyi heard the movement and walked out of the kitchen. This is Xiao Ki's husband. Hello, he is really a talent. Zhao Xinyi said with a smile. This is Sister Xinyi. Ki Jianhui quickly explained. Gao Kungmin took a look, then quickly lowered his head. It was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look at it for fear of losing his attitude. Since he was young, he has never seen such a woman. Sister Xinyi, you can rest and cook with me, Ki Jianhui said as she watched Zhao Xinyi wearing an apron. It's okay. Zhao Xinyi shook her head and said, Go and sit on the sofa with you, and take a day off. I'll do it today, and it's almost done. No help. How about that? Jen couldn't help but began to wash her hands and went into the kitchen. Okay, then you can help me. Zhao Xinyi could only agree. Come to have a meal at home, what to bring? This Xiao Kai is too far-sighted. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the things Gao Kengmin was carrying, and said with a smile, yes, it should. Gao Kengmin didn't know what else to say. Okay, let's put it down when you bring it here, thank you. It's time to want to eat canned food, let's go to the sofa and say. Jiang Xiaobai greeted with a smile. Gao Kengmin nodded obediently, and followed Jiang Xiaobai to the living room. He knows that people are reassuring because they give themselves face, and it is just right to want to eat canned food, which is even more ridiculous. They open a cannery. Can they still eat without canned food? I said this purely to take care of my emotions. But it's really similar to what the wife Kai Zhenhu said. He is approachable and has no pretensions. Drink some tea. Thank you, Brother Xiaobai. You are welcome. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand. He smiled and said, sorry, when Xiao Kai went back to have a wedding, I told her to bring her husband over after the marriage, and then I would help find a job. As a result, I went on a business trip and went to the fighting nation side. This time it took more than half a month. I stayed there for another week, and I was a month younger when I came back. After coming back, I didn't rest, and then went back to Aozu again. Don't blame it for taking you so long. Jiang Xiaobai explained to Gao Kengmin. Brother Xiaobai, what are you talking about? What blame is not to blame? This little thing is not worth keeping in your mind. And what we have is time, it's nothing. Don't take it to heart, otherwise neither of us can be a human being, Gao Kengmin said with big eyebrows. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, did not mention the matter again, took out a cigarette and handed it to Gao Kengmin. Gao Kengmin took it, the two clicked. Jiang Xiaobai turned to chat with Gao Kengmin. How many people are in your family? How many brothers and sisters do you have? There are 6 people in my family. Are the brothers and sisters married? What do they do? Jiang Xiaobai didn't ask the basic question. After asking casually about the situation at home, then he asked about other things. Do you think you are good at it? Or do you like a job? No, I just have the strength, Gao Kengmin said embarrassedly. Others, I can't do anything, but don't worry, Brother Xiaobai. I will do it well no matter where I go. It's okay to have strength. I don't know if Xiao Kai told you whether or not. Our Huiking holding company started in the countryside. If you have strength, you are already very good. There is nothing to be embarrassed about, Jiang Xiaobai said, and gave Gao Kengmin another cup of tea. Thank you, Brother Xiaobai. It's okay. Then let's go. I will arrange for you to go home and in the beverage factory first. You will do it for a while. If it is uncomfortable, we will switch to another position. Are you optimistic? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. Okay, thank you, Brother Xiaobai. Thank you. Gao Kengmin stood up and repeatedly thanked the home and the beverage factory. They bought home and herbal tea in their village, and other parts of the country also bought herbal tea, which is a big factory. Oh, it's okay, sit down and talk. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and said. In fact, he also observed during the chat just now, this Gao Kengmin is an ordinary and honest rural person. Honestly, I didn't wink at all. If I changed to Lisan, I would have snatched the tea and poured water a long time ago. But it's not surprising, given this kind of character. Someone who has worked in the workshop for a while and arranged it by himself. I will always pay more attention to it. If I adapt and have the ability, I still have a chance to be promoted. Jiang Xiaobai turned around and went into the study to call Jiang Wei and arrange for Gao Kengmin to go to work the next day.